Order. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request unanimous consent for this House to order that certain comments of mine be stricken from the Hansard for Friday, March 6, 2026, and from Legislative Television's recording of the day's proceedings. I advise the members of this House and the Speaker of the words in question prior to order being called, but will not repeat them.
There has been a request for unanimous consent for the House to order that certain words spoken by the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island be stricken from the Hansard for Friday, March 6, 2026, and from Legislative Television's recording of that day's proceeding. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Order that the words be stricken from Hansard for Friday, March 6, 2026, and from Legislative Television recordings of that day's proceedings. Daily routine. Presenting and reading petitions. I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction related to this petition.
Please do.
In your gallery, we have members of Sainte-Marie Héritage and Développement, Marianne Gauvin and Gilles Saunier. And fun fact, Madam Speaker, Gilles happens to be the great-grandson of Joseph Willie Comeau, who we honoured on Heritage Day this year.
Welcome. Welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to table a petition. Les clauses sont les suivantes. Nous, résidents de la Nouvelle-Écosse, sous-signés, demandons au ministre des Communautés, de la Culture, du Tourisme et du Patrimoine de préserver et défendre le statut de Sainte-Marie en tant que bien patrimonial protégé de Nouvelle-Écosse en vertu de la loi sur les biens patrimoniaux de la Nouvelle-Écosse et lancer et mettre en œuvre un plan de conservation et de gestion du patrimoine pour un avenir durable pour Sainte-Marie, the operative clauses of which are: we, the undersigned residents of Nova Scotia, call upon the Minister of Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage to preserve and defend Sainte-Marie's status as Nova Scotia protected heritage property under the Nova Scotia Heritage Property Act and initiate and implement a heritage conservation and management plan for a sustainable future for Sainte-Marie. There are more than 750 signatures from across Nova Scotia, and I have affixed my own as per the rules of the legislature. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The petition is tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a petition. The prayer of the petition is: whereas the arts and culture and heritage sector granted 22,000 direct and indirect jobs in Nova Scotia in 2023, whereas the arts, culture and heritage sector contributes $2.6 billion to Nova Scotia GDP, whereas the arts, culture and heritage sector contributes $331 million to Nova Scotia tax revenue, whereas the arts, culture and heritage sector has a positive impact on the physical, mental and social health of Nova Scotians, and whereas the arts, culture and heritage sector represents Nova Scotia to the world stage and is a vital part of our brand. We, the undersigned, call on the Nova Scotia government to reverse the decision to cut funding from communities, culture, tourism and heritage in the 2026 budget. There are 147 signatures, Madam Speaker, and I have affixed my signature as per rules of the House.
The petition is tabled. Presenting reports of committees, I recognize the Honourable Attorney General and Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As Chair of the Committee on Public Bills, I am directed to report that the committee has met and considered the following bills. Bill number 200, an act to amend Chapter 3 of the Acts of 2018, the Cannabis Control Act, and Bill number 212, an act respecting administrative measures for housing. And I'll table those now, Madam Speaker.
The bills are tabled. Ordered that the bills be referred to the Committee of the Whole. reports, regulations, and other papers. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Emergency Management.
Emergency Management.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to table a letter from Communities, Culture and Tourism and Heritage to Greenfield and District Fire Department informing them of the receipt of funding following an application by the Fire Department, which contradicts the allegations by the member of Lunenburg West and Cumberland North that my department, the Department of Emergency Management, provided the funding. I also beg leave to table a list of other fire departments and organizations.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Point of order, I believe tabling doesn't involve commentary.
So you are allowed, it's not a point of order, you're allowed to describe the document that you're tabling and the reason why. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Emergency Management.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also beg leave to table a list of other fire departments and organizations in Queens and throughout the entire province that receive funding from my department, the Department of Emergency Management, through the Emergency Service Provider Fund. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The document is tabled. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am tabling a document about budget concerns in 2026. Concerned citizens have written numerous letters and have wanted them to be tabled here in this House so that the government and all bodies in this House see the concerning impacts that are going to be happening across this province when it comes to this particular budget. So I will table these documents, Madam Speaker.
The documents are tabled. I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Speaker. Tabling a couple articles that I had referred in my second reading or committee on the whole House on bills, Bill 212. Regarding the lack of accessible, affordable housing in Nova Scotia, the fact that the vacancy rate is not impacting the rental rates, and a CMHC report on vacancy rates and their lack of impact on rent.
The papers are tabled. Statements by ministers. Government notice of motion. I recognize the Honourable Attorney General and Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
It is a privilege to rise in the House today to recognize a group of individuals whose work is helping to empower young people and build the next generations of leaders in Nova Scotia. I'll direct your attention to the gallery where we're joined today by representatives of the Leading Leaders Society of Nova Scotia, an organization dedicated to supporting youth through leadership development, mentorship, and community engagement. Joining us today, and I'm going to do my best, are Talent Edlevu, Fola Fadare, Elizabeth Obang Nakrama, and Titi Leo George. Through their commitment and passion for empowering young people, they are fostering confidence, civil responsibility, and a spirit of service among youth in our province. On behalf of the House, I want to thank them for their dedication and positive impact they are making in the lives of young people throughout Nova Scotia. I invite them to stand and receive the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome, welcome to the host. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the Leading Leaders Society of Nova Scotia empowers youth across the province through leadership development, mentorship, and community engagement initiatives, and whereas its programs foster confidence, civic responsibility, and a strong sense of service among young people and communities throughout Nova Scotia, and whereas these efforts contribute meaningfully to the building the next generation of leaders and strengthening our province's future, therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly join me in recognizing and commending the Leaders Society of Nova Scotia for its dedication to youth, leadership, and community development. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the new Cape Breton Medical Campus in Sydney welcomed its first cohort of medical students in September 2025, marking a historic milestone for healthcare education in Umagi, Cape Breton. And whereas the campus is a regional site of Dalhousie University's Faculty of Medicine and was established to expand medical education opportunities in community-based settings and strengthen access to primary care in rural and underserved communities. And whereas the establishment of the Cape Breton Medical Campus reflects the province's commitment to growing the healthcare workforce, supporting local learners, and improving access to family doctors and primary care providers in communities that need it the most. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this legislature congratulate the first cohort of students at the Cape Breton Medical Campus and recognize the significance of this new chapter in medical education and healthcare delivery in Nova Scotia. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas proper nutrition is essential to the healthy growth, development, and overall well-being of children and youth and students who have access to healthy, nutritious food, are better prepared to learn, concentrate, and reach their full academic potential. And whereas schools play a vital role in promoting healthy eating habits and fostering lifelong skills that support physical and mental wellness. And whereas our government continues to invest in school food and nutrition programs like the school lunch program that has served up almost 10 million lunches since it began. Therefore, be it resolved that members of this legislature join me in recognizing that March is Nutrition Month and encouraging schools, educators, students, families, and communities to promote healthy eating, support school nutrition initiatives, and foster positive relationships with food that will benefit students throughout their lives. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver, notice, and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Military Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Captain Nicola Goddard, a Canadian hero who went to high school in Antigonish, became the first female Canadian soldier to be killed in a combat role in 2006 in Afghanistan and was posthumously awarded the Meritorious Service Medal. And whereas in 2018, Captain Goddard's family, together with the True Patriot Love Foundation, established a fund to honor her memory, which has distributed more than $1 million for programs, including programs for operational stress injuries and PTSD, support for servicewomen making the transition to civilian life, therapeutic arts programs, and much more. And whereas I was honored to ask as a moderator last week at the annual Captain Nicola Goddard Women in Leadership Series in Halifax, where civilians, veterans, and serving members of the Canadian Armed Forces gathered with Captain Goddard's mother for an evening of insight, inspiration, and frank conversation about military leadership from a female's perspective. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the legislature remember the bravery and sacrifice of Captain Nicola Goddard and applaud her family and the True Patriot Love Foundation for ensuring hers is a legacy of strength and resilience. Madam Speaker, I ask for a waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Emergency Management.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the Public Safety Field Communications Team is a specialized group who use advanced radio and networks to ensure effective communication among first responders and public safety agencies during emergencies and daily operations. And whereas these individuals show up nearly every emergency response and search and rescue operation and have a major impact on the ability to coordinate responses, keep people safe, and ensure clear and direct communication. And whereas last summer's wildfire responses saw 64 days of straight activation, with long hours being worked on the daily and over the weekends, as well as holidays, to ensure the safety of our residents and other responders. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House recognize the commitment of the Public Safety Field Communications Team makes to emergency situations and commend them for their dedication to Nova Scotians. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. Introduction of bills. I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting a Grocery Price Study and Food Affordability in Nova Scotia.
The Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2, begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting a Grocery Price Study and Food Affordability in Nova Scotia.
Bill 241, an act respecting a grocery price study and food affordability in Nova Scotia.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motion. I recognize the Honourable Member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the House of Assembly has already spent 32 hours in estimates questioning ministers on the budget as originally tabled, and those deliberations were undertaken on the understanding that the figures and policy decisions before the House were final. An estimates process exists as one of the legislature's most important tools for democratic oversight of public spending, ensuring elected representatives can question ministers and hold government to account for how public funds are allocated. And whereas the Premier of Nova Scotia announced moments ago that the government intends to make changes to the 2026-2027 budget, and that changes are now being made fundamentally alters the information on which the House has been conducting its scrutiny and raises new and legitimate questions about the government's spending plans. Whereas Nova Scotians across the province are calling for greater accountability and transparency regarding the budget and its impacts on communities, programs and services, and they deserve that accountability and transparency. Therefore, be it resolved that the estimates currently before the House be withdrawn and retabled to reflect the changes announced by the Premier and the process restarted so members of this House may properly scrutinize the revised budget and ensure Nova Scotians receive the transparency, accountability and democratic oversight they deserve. I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? No. There are several nays. The notice of motion is tabled. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice on a future day. I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the estimates process for the Committee of the Whole House and Supply is one of the most important democratic tools members have to scrutinize government spending on behalf of all Nova Scotians. Whereas the Premier has announced changes this morning to the budget after debate on the budget and departmental estimates have already begun. And whereas members cannot properly question ministers on behalf of Nova Scotians if the budget being debated is no longer the budget before the House. Therefore, be it resolved that the estimates process in the Committee of the Whole House on Supply be restarted on the revised budget so that members may ask questions and conduct proper democratic scrutiny on behalf of all Nova Scotians. I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? No. There are several nays. The notice of motion is tabled. Statements by members. I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Speaker, we're fortunate today to have with us Wade Johnston, Executive Director, Sean Clark, Manager of Clinical Services, and Board Member, the Honourable Steve Craig, all with Chisholm Services for Children, here today to be recognized for the work of the organization. I'd invite them to stand and receive the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome, welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to recognize a nonprofit organization with a history of service dating back to the 1890s, which will soon celebrate the opening of a new facility in Sackville. Chisholm Services for Children has worked on providing a home away from home for children and youth for over 5 decades, with a particular focus on intervention, prevention, and permanency planning for children 12 and younger. They work to restore children's sense of safety and trust in others. At over 6 acres, their new space will be home to 2 4-bedroom homes for children in care. When finished, the property will also house a programming hub and a variety of outdoor therapeutic recreation activities. Speaker, I ask that all present join me in recognizing the Chisholm Services for Children team. Hope and healing don't just come from the place that you're in, but the people around you, and you can't ask for better people than the folks at Chisholm. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
So joining us in the gallery, we have some of our friends from Easter Seals. We have Sonia Damone and other friends, Sarah, Tiffany, Cole, Amanda, Annette, and Laura are all here. And I know some other folks from Easter Seals are watching, so just want to say a quick hi. But also, members of the House, can you give our guests a warm welcome, please?
Welcome, welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sonia Damone is a published children's author of the book Happy and Dee's Adventures. Sonia also lives with cerebral palsy, and through her writing, she shares a powerful message with children everywhere that no matter the challenges someone may face, they can achieve anything that they set their minds to. Sonia is a proud member of Easter Seals and has worked at New Leaf Cafe for more than a decade, where she has built a community, gained independence, and showed what's possible when people are given an opportunity to thrive. Sonia is joined with her friends here today, and these people know just how important programs that the government had proposed to cut are building confidence, connection, and opportunity. To Sonia and everyone, thank you for sharing your story and for making your voices heard. It sounds like your voices are just beginning to be heard finally, but I know that trust has been shaken, and I know that unnecessary anxiety has been felt by many. Your courage and determination is appreciated by me. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Preston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce some special guests before I begin my statement.
Please do.
Joining us today in the gallery, I'm pleased to introduce Natalie Frederick Wilson, David Wilson, Dylan Wilson, and Neil Wilson. I would ask you all to please rise and accept a warm welcome from the members of this legislature.
Welcome. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Preston.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Natalie Frederick Wilson, author of Adventure is for Everyone, Nova Scotia's Eastern Shore and creator of The Wandering Wilsons, a family adventure travel journal and social platform rooted in faith, gratitude, and local exploration. A strong advocate for economic development and women entrepreneurs, Natalie serves at the Center for Women in Business, where she leads the specialized program in cooking entrepreneurship known as SPICE. Natalie has been honored as an Invisible Champion by United Way Halifax for her leadership in building SPICE. She was also named one of the top 25 immigrants in the Maritimes. An American immigrant of Afro-Caribbean descent, Natalie is dedicated to empowering underrepresented women in business through storytelling and community engagement. She inspires people of all backgrounds to explore, connect, and embrace the belief that adventure is for everyone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the DeBella family, the owners and operators of Astor Cafe off of Dutch Village Road in Fairview, one of personally my most favorite places to eat of all time. Serving an ever-changing menu of Ethiopian food and drink made with fresh local ingredients, this popular eatery has become a Fairview staple. Their story is one of strength and resilience, and Tsehaye is always eager to help newcomers to Canada get adjusted and feel welcome and get a sense of community in a new environment. A proud mother and wife, she fills the role of auntie to so many in the community. Sharing a meal is one of the most powerful ways to foster connection and unity, so please join me in thanking Tsehaye and her family for creating a space where everyone can feel at home and for sharing her food, culture, and talent and passion with Nova Scotia. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize a resident of Wedgeport, Yarmouth County, Mr. Roland LeBlanc. Roland exemplifies the spirit of volunteerism and service that keeps our rural communities connected and engaged. He has volunteered over the years with many organizations in countless roles. These include the Knights of Columbus, where he stood as Deputy Knight. He is a past director of the Argyll Municipal Historical and Genealogy Society Archives and is a Sergeant-at-Arms at the Wedgeport Legion. He is a regular volunteer at the annual Wedgeport Tuna Tournament and sits on the Tuna Museum's volunteer board. He also sits on the Yarmouth County Community Health Board and Wedgeport Acadian Historical Society Board. He also volunteers to take care of St. Michael's Cemetery in Wedgeport. Roland also finds time to sing and perform, often at local seniors' homes and various community functions with the group Paul Boudreau and Friends. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the House to join me in thanking Roland LeBlanc for his many contributions to Yarmouth County and to Nova Scotia.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Prior to my statement, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Today in the gallery, I am pleased to introduce Dr. Ejim Janenibo. Dr. Janenibo, would you please rise and accept a warm welcome from the House of Assembly?
Welcome, welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to acknowledge Cole Harbour resident Dr. Ejim Janenibo, recipient of the Anyanwu Honorary Award from the ND Igbo Cultural Society of Nova Scotia. Dr. Janenibo was honored for his outstanding volunteerism and leadership, for teaching financial literacy and leading fundraising efforts for causes such as Movember, Terry Fox Run, and Alzheimer's research. He has also been a strong advocate for diversity, inclusion, particularly in advancing the economic and social participation of Indigenous and First Nations communities. His published research, titled Poverty Alleviation and Population Inclusiveness Analysis in Canada, highlights the importance of Indigenous inclusion in Canada's development. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to join me in congratulating Dr. Janenibo on his well-deserved recognition. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This afternoon, people are again gathered outside this legislature to stand up for Nova Scotia's arts, culture, and heritage. For the second week in a row, they are rightfully protesting this budget because this government has paradoxically chosen to cut from people who can least afford it, who work in a sector that is one of the major economic drivers in Nova Scotia. Arts, culture, and heritage generates billions of dollars in tourism spending and supports thousands of jobs. The funding government wants to strip away strikes at the heart of communities, landing on local publishers like Nimbus and Formac, places like Good Dog Books, LaHave River Books, Blockshop Books, Lunenburg Bound, Elizabeth's Books by the Mersey Gift Shop, where I've volunteered and seen firsthand what it means to put Nova Scotia stories into readers' hands. They land on museums like the Wild Carding Mill, Desbrizet, Fort Point, Perkins House, and even icons like the Blue Nose 2. Madam Speaker, Nova Scotians are not only demanding these cuts be reversed, they are asking, while government is cutting the very things that define who we are, what exactly are they choosing to spend our money on instead? I call on members of this House to stand with Nova Scotians gathered outside today, vote no on this budget, and explain where the money is gone.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the accomplishments of Marie Webb, a fashion and textile designer from Halifax, whose creativity, advocacy, and entrepreneurial spirit are making waves both locally and internationally. Marie is the artist behind Lemonade Stand Designs, a Halifax-based accessory brand where she personally designs each joy-filled piece. She was also Nescaz University's first artist in residence in the Sew to Sew project, an initiative that explores sustainable fashion and textiles. In collaboration with Halifax Solely Productions, she debuted her work both at New York Fashion Week and Paris Fashion Week. And most recently, she was invited to deliver a lecture as part of the Business of Fashion series at Rutgers University. Marie, who lives with Down syndrome, is also an advocate with the Halifax Down Syndrome Society. She hopes her success will inspire others with disabilities to pursue their dreams. Marie knows that we are recognizing her today in the House, and so I ask all members to join me in congratulating Marie Webb on her remarkable accomplishments and her meaningful contributions to fashion, art, and inclusion.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I make an introduction?
Please do.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to draw attention to the West Gallery and ask her to stand, Miss Carrie Smith, as well as her husband, and enjoy the warm welcome of our House.
Welcome, welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I would like to recognize all Nova Scotians who have the courage to use their voices to speak truth to power. Too often, fear-based leadership styles are used to silence those who shine a light on wrongdoing. But there are people that do not back down to intimidation tactics. And one of those people, Madam Speaker, is Carrie Smith. She is a shining example that when you speak the truth, your foundation cannot be shaken. I thank people like Carrie Smith for their courage, for their determination to speak truth to power. We know that light shines in darkness. Keep shining, Carrie, and stay strong to all of those who have the courage to stand up for what is right.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney Member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in my place because, as we've just heard, there's been a reversal of cuts that have come. I would argue, Madam Speaker, they're good. These are some of our most vulnerable Nova Scotians, but also at the same time, the stress that was put on their families was unnecessary. It was completely unnecessary to get to this point. And we also still have thousands of people who are going to be outside today who are impacted by cuts that didn't need to happen because the government themselves created this deficit. And I stand on my feet, and other members have stood on their feet to say this, that this deficit has been manufactured by the government, and this is year one of cuts. But I want to rise in my place to still recognize that a lot of families were stressed out. This never should have come to this, and there are still going to be a lot of people impacted by the cuts that have taken place this year and the government's plan over the next 4 years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Madame Présidente, je prends la parole aujourd'hui pour souligner avec grande fierté le 50e anniversaire de la Société historique acadienne de la Baie-Sainte-Marie. Depuis un demi-siècle, la Société joue un rôle essentiel de la promotion, la protection et le rayonnement de la langue française et la culture acadienne dans notre région. Grâce à l'engagement de ses bénévoles, de ses membres et ses partenaires, la Société défend nos droits linguistiques et fait vivre notre identité acadienne de génération en génération. Son travail a permis de renforcer le sentiment d'appartenance et d'assurer que notre histoire et nos traditions continuent d'être célébrées et transmises. Je félicite la Société historique acadienne de la Baie-Sainte-Marie pour cet anniversaire remarquable et je remercie toutes les personnes qui, au fil des ans, ont contribué à son succès. Je lui souhaite encore de nombreuses années de fierté acadienne. Merci, Madame la Présidente. Madam Speaker, I am speaking today to proudly mark the 50th anniversary of the Société historique acadienne de la Baie-Sainte-Marie. For half a century, La Société has played an essential role in promoting, protecting, spreading the French language and Acadian culture in our region. Thanks to the commitment of its volunteers, members, and partners, La Société defends our linguistic rights and keeps our Acadian identity alive from generation to generation. Its work has strengthened our sense of belonging and ensured that our history and traditions continue to be celebrated and passed on. I congratulate the Société historique acadienne de la Baie-Sainte-Marie on this remarkable anniversary and thank all those who have, over the years, contributed to its success. I wish it many more years of Acadian pride. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In February, a beautiful thing occurred at the Beck Gym during Coble, the Unified Games. This is sponsored by the Special Olympics, and we got to watch many players with many abilities play the game of basketball in a competitive, very competitive, cutthroat game, where not only were they competitive and cutthroat to get to the net, Madam Speaker, but they cheered each other on with all their accomplishments. And they raised the roof at Beck better, I think, louder than the Beck Bears winning a game could ever do, and made so many people happy and united. And to watch the players have that superstar moment is always a blessing, Madam Speaker. And so I want to thank the Board of Directors at Coble for continuing this beautiful tradition. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Well, Madam Speaker, and this one's from my friend Brian, I rise today to recognize the month of March as Multiple Myeloma Awareness Month. Multiple myeloma is a rare and complex form of blood cancer that sees about 10 Canadians diagnosed each day with this disease. The experience of this diagnosis can be overwhelming for patients and families. However, there are real and growing reasons for hope. Over the past few decades, advances in research, treatment options, and supportive care have improved both quality of life and outcomes for many people living with this disease. Today, more Nova Scotians are living longer and fuller lives because of innovative therapies, dedicated healthcare professionals, and a strong network of researchers, advocates, and caregivers who continue to push progress forward. This month is also about encouragement, about reminding those who are facing multiple myeloma that they are not alone. Their strength matters, their stories matter, and their voices continue to shape a future with better treatments and one day a cure. I encourage all members of this House and all Nova Scotians to take hope from this progress, to support those living with multiple myeloma, to look forward with optimism for the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the people who work to protect the health of our oceans and shoreline. Last week, we heard government proudly announce nearly $4 million in new funding for fishing, aquaculture, and open pen fish farming industries. But many concerned Nova Scotians are asking why the same government could not find $20,000 to continue the marine debris cleanup program. Madam Speaker, we are considering a $19 billion budget, a $1.2 billion deficit, and provincial debt approaching $30 billion. $20,000 is truly a drop in the ocean. Organizations like Scotia Shores mobilize volunteers to clean our coastlines year-round. Since 2020, they've removed more than 1.5 million pounds of ghost gear and marine debris from our shores. They give their time to protect our oceans, support our coastal communities, and safeguard the marine ecosystems that sustain so many livelihoods in our province. No amount of monitoring and compliance rules will remove the debris, but volunteers supported by programs like this will. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the volunteers and organizations doing this critical work across our province, and I call on governments to do better to ensure programs protecting our oceans receive the support they deserve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I receive a number of love letters from my constituents, and I'm just going to compile and summarize some of those love letters. I have constituents that were writing to express their concern about the recent budget cuts to higher education, the domestic violence courts in Halifax, mental health and trauma-informed care, the Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Center, Mi'kmaq Language Revitalization Strategy, Aboriginal Community Development Fund, Disability Support Program, Hearing Aid Assistance Program, Foster Parent Resources, Child and Family Wellbeing, Community Resource Support, and the Association of Black Social Workers. I mean, it can go on and on and on. And I know that we've heard the list, we've talked about it, but these are constituents who are really concerned about these particular this particular budget. These cuts will seriously impact key sectors of our province by severely limiting accessibility and sustainability programs which directly affect the well-being of Nova Scotians. So they've asked me to please push for the reinstatement of funding to these programs, education, the arts, and EDIA initiatives that are crucial to the well-being of our province. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Madam Speaker, I rise to celebrate a truly remarkable milestone. As today is the 150th anniversary of Alexander Graham Bell speaking the legendary words, "Mr. Watson, come here, I want to see you," completing the world's first telephone call on March 10, 1876. Nova Scotia plays a significant role in Bell's life, as Baddeck became the place he proudly called home. Today, the Alexander Graham Bell National Historic Site in Baddeck stands as a testament to his legendary, welcoming visitors from around the world to celebrate his ingenuity and vision. Madam Speaker, as Nova Scotians, we share a unique and cherishable bond with one of the history's greatest inventors. On this anniversary, let's honor Bell's enduring spirit and curiosity, innovation, and the human's desire to connect. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to recognize the hard work and talent of an outstanding local curling team. Team Pembleton was crowned U18 Girls Provincial Champions on December 31st and went on to represent Nova Scotia on the national stage in Timmins, Ontario in early February. Competing against the top teams across Canada, they delivered an impressive performance, winning 4 out of the 6 games and making their community incredibly proud. Their success is a testament to countless hours of practice, teamwork, and dedication required to compete at such a high level. Please join me in congratulating Team Pembleton on an exceptional season and in wishing these talented young women continued success in the years ahead. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton East.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to wish a happy heavenly birthday to our friend and former colleague, the late Honourable Alfie MacLeod. Deeply miss Alfie in our conversations in the House. I'm sure you have lots to say right now with everything that's happening. Just sending some love and prayers to Shirley and the family. Thinking of you guys today. I know it's a tough day, and I miss you, Alfie. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
It's a pleasure to rise today in honor of Feathers Brow and Beauty Studio that launched their Sackville location last fall. Owner Prachi Nakrani is seriously passionate about her work and specializes in waxing, threading, and laminating eyebrows across HRM. While Feathers has become known for their brow expertise, it's far from all they do, and their services extend to lashes and hair care as well. Unafraid after opening their new storefront in Downsview Plaza, Feathers opened yet another location in downtown Halifax shortly after, for a total of 4 locations. This achievement is particularly noteworthy as they've only been in business for 4 years. When asked by Sackville's Business Association why she chose this new location, Prachi noted the warmth of community and many friendly faces she's met during her time in Sackville. Speaker, I ask that all present join me in congratulating Feathers, Brow, and Beauty for their well-deserved success and in thanking them for making our community a little bit more friendly by being part of it.
I recognize the honourable member for Antigonish.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of the late Inez Forbes, a dedicated community leader, former president of the Antigonish Chamber of Commerce, and a wonderful friend. Inez was a driving force in the local business community, a woman of vision, integrity, and quiet determination. Through her leadership, she championed small businesses, fostered local economic development, and helped shape Antigonish into a vibrant, welcoming community. Inez gave generously of her time and talents. She built strong relationships, brought people together, and led with compassion and common sense. Her presence is sorely missed at 98.9 XFM, Hawthorne Convenience, and the Chamber of Commerce. The inaugural Inez Forbes Community Builder Award was presented to the Jack Max Foundation this past October at the Antigonish Chamber of Commerce Business Awards Gala. This is presented to a business, organization, or individual who shares Inez's values, compassion, generosity, and a commitment to building a stronger community. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of this House to join me in recognizing the outstanding contributions of Inez Forbes and in extending our deepest condolences to her family, friends, and the entire Antigonish community. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, like all MLAs, I've received a lot of letters and emails over the past few days about this budget. I'm just going to read some excerpts from one of them. My name is Noni MacDonald, and I'm a community supporter of the Neptune Theatre and of Symphony Nova Scotia, as well as a community member in your riding for the past 27 years. And I will also note an internationally renowned pediatrician with a particular expertise on immunization. Like many arts and cultures institutions, Neptune Theatre is a tourism driver, bringing thousands of people into the province, including in the winter. Our holiday productions alone bring 35,000 patrons downtown between November and January, generating significant secondary spending. We urge you to abandon any cuts to art, culture, and heritage. I recognize the fiscal pressures facing the province. However, reducing investment in arts and culture will undermine a sector that strengthens our economy, supports thousands of workers. Arts and culture matter deeply to the people of Nova Scotia, and we are grateful for your continued support.
So unfortunately, you can't, during member statements, you can't quote unless the document is tabled. Please, thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to share the story of Jen Melvin, a 43-year-old mother, wife, and healthcare worker who spent 17 years suffering from a spontaneous cerebrospinal fluid leak, a treatable but often too overlooked condition that is disproportionately affecting women. For years, Jen was failed by our fragmented healthcare system, referrals lost, testing delayed, and serious symptoms often dismissed as anxiety. Instead of receiving timely coordinated care, she endured years of unnecessary suffering while scarce healthcare resources were wasted on repeated low-yield investigations. When local options were exhausted, out-of-country care funding was denied multiple times despite her worsening health. Unable to stand for more than 5 to 15 minutes, Jen worked from her bed for 3 years, continuing to give the very healthcare system that was failing her. Her story is not only about one woman's suffering, it's about the devastating human cost of diagnostic silos, barriers to specialized care, and the failure to support people with complex chronic conditions. No Nova Scotian should be abandoned this way. I join Jen in urging for reforms for hope, efficiency, and dignity for Nova Scotians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Woodville resident Evelyn Strong on the publication of her new cookbook, Baking Queen of the County Fair. Evelyn Strong is Nova Scotia's most decorated baker in living memory at the Hants County Exhibition. the province's largest and North America's longest-running agricultural fair. Evelyn has been competing in the exhibition bake-off since 1965. In her cookbook, Baking Queen of the Fair, Evelyn Strong shares her prize-winning classic baked good recipes that will please and delight any palate. Please join me today to congratulate Evelyn Strong on her new cookbook, Baking Queen of the County Fair. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in praise of the Cobo Board of Directors, as well as in congratulations to Robert Burchell. Robert Burchell, for over 50 years, has been more than just an athlete. He's been a living embodiment of the Special Olympics mission, and this year he was named as one of the Cobo Division teams, for the division teams, Madam Speaker. And he has been competitive in field since 1973 as a 10-year-old boy from Cape Breton. And he has woven a legacy of dedication, sportsmanship, and excellence that spans 5 decades. Robert is an athlete with versatility, Madam Speaker, and throughout his career, he has conquered every discipline available, from the precision of darts, bocce, to the physical demands of gymnastics, soccer, and track and field. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Queens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Brooklyn native and elite curler Jill Brothers. Known to many in Queens as Jill Mauser, in November she had our entire community on its feet, cheering as she and Nova Scotia's Team Black made history by punching their ticket to the finals of the Olympic curling trials in Halifax. Remarkably, they became the first Nova Scotia-based team to reach the trials in 20 years. Madam Speaker, I ask that all members of the House congratulate Jill Brothers on these outstanding achievements. We eagerly look forward to following her continued success on the ice.
Good timing, member, good timing. The time is now 12 o'clock. We will finish at 12:50. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this budget has been total chaos and real harm has been done. People have lost their jobs. People are worried about their future in this province. Families have been losing sleep for weeks, wondering if the programs their children with disabilities count on will continue. Clearly, not enough thought went into the impact of these cruel cuts. And Nova Scotians no longer believe or trust that this government is working in their best interest. How could the Premier be so careless in tabling a budget he now admits he didn't understand?
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the budget process is very complex. It goes on for months and months. Incredible work by the civil service, incredible work by the elected officials, and $19 billion of spending. The finances of the province are challenging right now, so I will accept responsibility. We went a little too fast on trying to address some of those challenges. But when you see something is not working, you have to have the courage to stand up and correct course. And we did that today, Madam Speaker, for people with disabilities, seniors, people in African, Nova Scotian, and First Nation communities looking to further their education. So we're trying to get to the right place. We care. We want what's best for Nova Scotians, and I'm happy we were able to do that today.
I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now the Premier praises the civil service. Yesterday he blamed them for the cuts. It's clear that this government tabled this budget without doing the work to understand how these cuts would actually impact Nova Scotians. For weeks we have watched the Premier and his ministers dodge questions, blame staff for the cuts, and tell media they were surprised to learn what's in their own budget. Last night, the Minister of Finance said he couldn't predict how this budget would change moving forward. How is it possible that the Finance Minister didn't know that this government was changing the budget last night?
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. in actual fact, he did know, and I think that's what he said in the way he said it. But, Madam Speaker, this is about Nova Scotians. This is about investing in Nova Scotians. It's about trying to bring people together. The budget, you know, on a couple of the decisions in the budget, we got it wrong. We divided Nova Scotians. We don't want to divide Nova Scotians. We want to bring them together, Madam Speaker. There are incredible opportunities for this province. When we see we got something wrong, we're not perfect. I guess some people are. We're not, Madam Speaker. If we see we got something wrong, we have to have the courage to acknowledge that, and that's what we did today, and we did that by working together. MLAs across this chamber went out to their constituencies on the weekend, had meaningful, reasonable discussions, and they brought information back, and we acted upon it, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the Finance Minister knew that the budget was changing, but when he was asked, he said he couldn't predict. That is damning, Madam Speaker. Nova Scotians are in the streets pushing back against this government's cruel cuts right now. We know that the cuts are wide and deep. There are cuts to long-term care staff. There are cuts to tourism operators and rural jobs, cuts to literacy programs, community organizations, cuts to food security. Nova Scotians want to know how government decisions are impacting their families and their communities. They trusted this government, and that trust has been broken. Will the Premier pause this budget, do the real work to understand what it means, and come back with one he can actually defend?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the work that goes into this budget from people, working the civil service, people dedicating their lives to supporting Nova Scotians is absolutely incredible. But we know that it's complex. We know that some of the stuff goes across departments. So when it's time to constantly reassess, look and see what's possible, what we can do a little different, how we can support, we'll do that, Madam Speaker. The reality is the deficit went up today. Because we're going to support more Nova Scotians. And that's the right decision, but it doesn't change the fact that we have a very challenging fiscal situation we have to deal with over the coming months and years, and we're committed to do that. I'm committed to do that, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I can't believe the Minister of Finance knew that those cuts will be reversed while people for Easter seals were making signs to come to a protest today, Madam Speaker. The Premier tried to make Nova Scotians believe that the only way to deal with the deficit his government created was to make the most vulnerable people in the province pay the price. Nova Scotians saw right through that and raised their voices. Now we are seeing the government begin to walk back some of those decisions. Will the Premier now admit that there was no analysis into how this government made these cuts, and will he table that analysis now?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, I can't speak for the Finance Minister, but I believe the Finance Minister knows he's part of a team where we're willing to accept feedback and we're willing to do the courageous thing and make changes when it's necessary. He knew that as team members, we were constantly in discussion over the weekend about what is possible, what we could do, and I think that's the sentiment that he was trying to relay. Today's a good day. For people who were stressed out. This is a good day. And maybe in this chamber we can pause for 1 minute and say, oh my goodness, something good happened, because something good happened. And in that budget of 19 million...
Order. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
And in that budget of $19 billion, there's lots of good things, incredible investments in healthcare, incredible investments in Nova Scotians. We will continue to look for ways to work Nova Scotians.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's not a good day for authors, for musicians, for scientists that are engaged in research, and the list goes on. What we're seeing today is progress because people in this province spoke up, shared their stories, and made it clear that the cuts were wrong. But the work isn't over yet, and there's still many unfair decisions that are being made in this budget. Will the Premier commit today to going back to the drawing board and reversing the remaining cuts? He made an apology, but respectfully, that's less than half an apology when it's $50 million out of the $130 million. Will he scrap this budget and start all over again? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And there are still difficult decisions in that budget and that have real impacts on Nova Scotians. We understand that. We understand that there are those in the arts community that are upset. But I'd like to acknowledge and point out to the member that we're still supporters of that. We believe in the arts and culture. We know how important it is. We're investing in this budget that is before the House $66 million in that sector. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and the former Premier tabled one budget in his time, and that budget had about $50 million of spending for the arts and culture. We are up significantly from the value of that member placed on that community at that time, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the Premier is still trying to be an historian, but guess what? Inflation has exploded since then, and of course we should be investing more in arts and culture 5 years later. But what we're seeing in this budget is still a smattering of reductions, 20% here, 80% there, and no evidence to say why those reductions are needed. The government refused to listen to families over 2 weeks now, and the fight continues. These lives, people's lives are impacted. Even the cuts are reversed. These lives are impacted today. But if the Premier now recognizes that some of these cuts were wrong, does he acknowledge that the whole process has been flawed and that the other programs have value? Or was this simply a political calculation? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Then, Madam Speaker, tomorrow the member will ask the question why we didn't cut more. That's what we do. We just go back and forth, Madam Speaker. But the reality is we had to make difficult decisions. We had to focus on what we as Nova Scotians could afford. And Nova Scotians understand that we can't afford everything, but we have to make decisions. Will we still value those who we're investing in? There might be some adjustments to some programs for sure, but that doesn't mean that we value them less. It just means we have less money at this particular time. When we can get the economy going, when there's more for everyone, there will be more for everyone. So I hope the member supports us on that economic development. But I just want to remind the member that he is a person who stood up and voted against the film tax credit, try to decimate the arts. Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For weeks, we have watched this government's ministers blame staff for cuts, express surprise at their own budget, and dodge questions. We are still hearing a public outcry about the continued harm this government's deep cuts will cause. Job losses, programs and services folks count on scrapped, everything from rural museums to funding for women's health care at the IWK. As late as last night, the finance minister said he couldn't predict what would change. Did the minister know and not tell us, or if he didn't know, who is making these choices?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, the reality is every member in our caucus gets feedback from their constituents from every group. We're constantly evaluating that feedback and listening. So we listen. We're listening to Nova Scotians. We'll continue to do that. We know that the cuts have caused real anxiety and stress in the lives of Nova Scotians, and we care about them. So we will continue to look at that. We're reinstating funding for some of the groups where this had a real impact on daily lives, and we'll make no apologies for that, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Maybe my question wasn't clear. It's who's driving the bus. I didn't get an answer. Cabinet ministers and government MLAs took to social media over the weekend to defend many of the cuts that seem to have been reversed today. We saw them blame federal funding. We saw them blame the human rights remedy that they are court-ordered to follow. And we saw them deny that disability funding had been cut at all. This makes no sense to Nova Scotians who believe that this government was working on their behalf. The changes today came from public pressure, not from thoughtful work of government. This isn't a change of heart or direction, it's damage control. Why is this government more concerned about their political future than doing what's best for Nova Scotians?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, the reality is these are team decisions. We work together as a team, and it takes a team to run a province. That's the reality. The other reality is we care deeply about the future of this province. We care deeply about every Nova Scotian. We care deeply about the arts. That's why we've increased funding since 2021 by some $15 million, $16 million. We'll continue to support them, Madam Speaker. When we can do more, we will do more. The reality is we have a plan. I believe in the future of this province. We have a plan for economic development. I think we have a bright future in Nova Scotia, and I reject the assumption of doom and gloom from the opposition every day of the week.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, a bright spot in our province is our arts and culture sector, but it remains on the chopping block. When the Support for Culture program was created in 2013, Nova Scotians were assured that revenue from provincial gambling would be set aside as dedicated funding to support arts, heritage, culture, and community interests, unassailable social goods. But now, Support for Culture is being cut in half as part of this government's long list of grant cuts. How is this government justifying redirecting gambling revenue that Nova Scotians were assured would go to supporting local events and jobs? Do they hate culture that much?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, let's be clear. We're investing $66 million this year in arts and culture. That's up from 2021, when it was $50 million. Madam Speaker, we are investing another $738 million in health care and all its various things. We're investing in the basic needs of Nova Scotians in housing, in health care, in affordability, and I could go on, Madam Speaker. So we are concerned about Nova Scotia. We're concerned about meeting the basic needs of Nova Scotians. We will continue to do that. No apologies, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Again, the minister doesn't seem to know about this program. Support for Culture, a specific funding stream, uses the revenue it receives through the sale of designated lottery tickets to support new art, heritage, and cultural opportunities across our province. Over 22,000 Nova Scotians work in arts and culture, and this program has revenue specifically set aside to support the Community Maui-Omi Fund, the Screenwriters Development Fund, and others to grow the sector and create new job opportunities. When we are looking for ways to grow our economy, when we're looking for ways to be positive, how can the minister justify taking away dedicated funds that lead to jobs and economic spin-offs?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, we have invested more than any previous government ever in the arts and culture sector. This year, we're spending $66 million in this budget. I will point to the film industry. We have had unprecedented support to the film industry. They're at an unprecedented level in our province. We are supporting the arts, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, all weekend we heard government members defending cuts to disability programs, seniors programs, arts programs, and insisting that this budget was the right approach. Now, after Nova Scotians spoke out and shared how those decisions would affect them, the government appears to be walking some of these cuts back, as we heard this morning. Government members spent weeks telling Nova Scotians they were following the remedy. Now it's clear that the government was wrong. My question to the Premier, that now that he's reversing course, can the Premier admit that including cuts like this in the first place went against the spirit of the remedy?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of... I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for this important question. Today, the Premier announced that we were reversing $54 million in reductions to the Department of Opportunities and Social Development, the Department of Seniors and Long-Term Care, and for the education of Indigenous and African Nova Scotian communities. We recognize that these changes are a good thing for those communities, but that it's been difficult to get the messaging out, and I'm glad to have an opportunity to do that today. With respect to the comment about the remedy, the Department of Opportunities and Social Development has implemented a 3-year plan to move that remedy forward, and not once did we ever blame the remedy for the circumstances for this budget, Madam Speaker, and we're going to continue to move forward with the remedy.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Yeah, I argued this, Madam Speaker, that those cuts never should have happened. They never should have happened, and those programs, like Easter Seals and them, there was a lot of stress over the last week, and it was unnecessary. Madam Speaker, government members spent weeks defending these decisions, telling Nova Scotians the budget was sound. Now that the government is changing direction, Nova Scotians deserve to know what happened, how these programs were picked for cuts in the first place, and what will happen over the next 3 years as the government looks to make more cuts. Will the Premier commit that his government will not again try to balance the deficit it created on the backs of some of the most vulnerable Nova Scotians?
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and we know this has caused some stress, and we in this chamber feel that too. That's why we went out and listened carefully to Nova Scotians. And I think in answer to the member's question, the budget process is sophisticated. I think in trying to recognize the financial challenges that the province was feeling and trying to address, we probably went a little bit too quick. And in that quickness, the budget process maybe got a little bit too clinical when it needed a bit more human. So I apologize for that. We accept that. We've recognized that a change is needed, and we are making that change. We're fixing it, and we'll move forward with those communities with the kindness of our heart, too.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Finance. This government likes to excuse their poor financial management by saying times are tough. Well, times are tough all over, and other provinces are managing difficult times without a credit downgrade, without punching down and gutting programs for the most vulnerable, without shutting down museums that hold our history, and without absolute chaos in the provincial budgeting process. Speaker, this minister has said he's proud of this budget. He has said multiple times, no apologies, no apologies. Is he really proud of his financial mismanagement?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I suggest the member look as far away as British Columbia, where they have twice as high a per capita deficit as we have. They're increasing taxes, they're cutting programs. So I would say that this is, the reality is there's other provinces exactly in the same situation as we are in, struggling with the same different parameters. The one big difference is we started to work hard to fix health care 4 or 5 years ago. We're seeing the benefit of that right now. We're continuing to invest in health care.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Speaker, the Auditor General has been calling out this government's financial mismanagement for years. I'm not the first to say it. Not that this government has been listening. Recently, one of this government's ministers tabled a Fraser Institute reference, and so I looked up what it had to say about our budget. Spoiler alert, it's not great. They call it a costly approach to Nova Scotians, and they say, and I quote, "A changing fiscal picture does not absolve the government of the duty to responsibly manage provincial resources." Last night, the minister was asked by the CBC if he would walk the cuts back, and he said he couldn't predict. Now we know the Premier walked back some of these cuts. Can the minister predict when they will walk back more of these cruel cuts?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, the reality is managing a province, managing a government's not easy. We are doing the best we can. I would ask the member, would her government, if she had a government, would they raise taxes? That's a question, and we see that in other jurisdictions. We know a previous NDP government raised the HST by 2 points. So we are doing the best that we can. I am optimistic about the future of this province. I'm optimistic about our economic development plan. We will do more when we can do more, Madam Speaker.
Before we move on, just a note that the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Islands pronoun is they. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This government says our province needs a boost, an economic boost. The Premier says we need to get the economy going, and I have an idea. Invest in the arts. The truth is, investment in art and culture gives an excellent return through economic development, tourism, and so much more. In fact, a 2025 Chamber of Commerce study found that every public dollar spent on arts and culture returns up to $29 in GDP. It's well documented, and if the government doesn't understand this, they are not fit to govern, Madam Speaker. There's still time to amend this budget. Will the minister reverse the cuts to arts and culture and make a sound investment in the industry?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we place tremendous value on our arts and culture sector. It's who we are as Nova Scotians. It's why people come here. It's why people move here. It's incredibly important to us as Nova Scotians. And that's why we're investing in this budget $66 million in that sector. And Madam Speaker, when we could do more, we've done more. We've done a lot of those more investments through additional appropriations, which I know the member doesn't like when we invest more when we can. But I want the sector to know that $66 million this year, we value you, we love you, we want to do more. When we can do more, we will do more. But we are here right now today with $66 million to support you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, for the Premier to say he loves the arts sector in this moment, in this time, is a huge insult, and I hope he will apologize for that. Speaker, the arts and culture sector creates a lot of jobs. 13 jobs for every 1 million in output. I will not bring that back. That's more than oil, gas, and manufacturing and agriculture. That means jobs in places like Kings North, the home of the Ross Creek Centre for the Arts. It means jobs in the riding of Inverness, where you can find Le Conseil des Arts de Cheticount. It means jobs in Chester St. Margaret's, the Chester Playhouse, Madam Speaker, in Pictou, New Glasgow, Parrsburg, Truro, I could go on. Speaker, will the minister acknowledge the arts and culture are not frills, but essential to local economies across this province?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. They are essential, and that's why when we can do more, we have done more. There was a devastating fire in Chester at that playhouse. We stepped up as a government to support them with an additional... Madam Speaker, we stepped up through that support with an additional appropriation. It wasn't something was planned. Nobody planned a fire, but they had one, and we had to respond in the moment. So we did, and the mechanism to respond in the moment is additional appropriations. We value the sector. It is incredibly important to our province. That is why we are investing $66 million. And for perspective, Madam Speaker, we invest $100 million in the school lunch program. So we're investing where we can. And when we can do more, we'll do more, because we see the value of that sector, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Finance. The government chose to save Halifax bridge users as little as $1.25 a crossing, while giving up $36.5 million a year in revenue, toll revenue. At the same time, the government reduced funding by $53,000 and eliminated $827,000 to Community Transportation Assistance Program that supports rural mobility across Cumberland North and all of rural Nova Scotia. That means fewer trips to hospitals and transportation for meeting basic needs for rural Nova Scotians. Will the Minister of Finance reverse this decision that affects transportation for those most disadvantaged across Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I know the member was a very strong advocate for the elimination of the tolls on the Cobequid, so I'm kind of surprised to hear her not supporting this for these citizens of the province. In fact, disappointed. Why are one group more important than another? The reality is we managed about 4,000 bridges in the province. 2 had a toll. We took those off.
I I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A few minutes ago, the Minister of Finance said that they worried and were concerned about people that had affordability issues, and they were meeting the most basic needs of Nova Scotians. The reality is transportation is not a luxury in rural Nova Scotia. Seniors and people with disabilities rely on these services to get to medical appointments, day programs, and the supports they need. They cut $827,000 and $53,000 in funding to Community Transportation Assistant Program, meaning fewer rides and more barriers for people who need these services most. Again, I asked the Minister of Finance, will he choose to stop these cuts to valuable resources for persons with disabilities and mobility issues in Nova Scotia?
Order. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I'll ask the member if the member is advocating for increasing or putting the tolls back on the Cobequid. The reality is, Madam Speaker, we're working hard to meet the needs of every Nova Scotian.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Speaker, every fall, thousands of visitors come to Cape Breton for the Celtic Colours International Festival. This is one of the biggest events on the island. It extends our tourism season, creates jobs, and promotes Cape Breton to the world. But now this government is cutting their operating assistance grant by 20%. Can the Minister of Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage explain why he's so committed to gutting our arts and culture sector?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We understand that the arts are important to Nova Scotians, and that's why we are investing $66 million in investments. That's $15 million more than 2021 in the previous government. $66 million investment. We'll continue to invest in the arts sector. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Madam Speaker, they're saying that they're investing, and yet I'm seeing cuts. Make that make sense. Right. The economic impact of Celtic Colours speaks for itself. Last year, the festival generated more than $18 million in economic activity. $16 million of that stayed on Cape Breton Island. It stays with our local businesses, our workers, our artists, our communities. But this government is putting this Cape Breton success story at risk. Why is the minister punishing Cape Bretoners for his government's financial mismanagement?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Madam Speaker, we support the arts. We value the arts. We're committed to the arts. That is why we're investing $66 million this year. That's $15 million more than in the arts since 2021. And when we have more money, we'll reinvest back into the arts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Speaker, this government is in love with saying the best social program is a job. And that's why it's baffling that they're cutting programs like Skills Work and Ability Works. These programs help people on income assistance build the basic skills they need to find and keep a job. But instead of strengthening these programs, this government is cutting them by 20%. Why is this government cutting the programs that help people get off income assistance and into good-paying jobs?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the truth is, Madam Speaker, 23% of those on income assistance got employed into the work sector last year, Madam Speaker, under the incredible work of the Department of Opportunities and Social Development. That's building our economy, Madam Speaker. And there is much more that the department is doing. As a matter of fact, the budget at the Department of Opportunities and Social Development has gone up by $110 million, which is going to help more Nova Scotians get back to work. And we recognize that there is more to do. And Madam Speaker, the Premier today announced that there will be $54 million reversed in the funding reductions to those departments. And Madam Speaker, we're going to continue to work with that sector to ensure that more Nova Scotians are attached to the workplace, and that's what we're going to continue to do. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Skills Work and Ability Works help low-income Nova Scotians build confidence, learn skills, and connect with employers. They help people with disabilities overcome barriers and gain independence. Cutting these programs doesn't save this government any significant amount of money or create jobs. It just makes it harder for people that already find it difficult to find work, to find and keep a job. And if this budget passes, even more Nova Scotians will be looking for work. If the best social program is a job, then why does this government insist on making it harder to find one?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. And I realize that the announcement made by the Premier today about changes in the budget, the member has not had a chance to fully understand, but there is some reversal in some of the funding that is coming back to the Ability Works program as well as to the Work Activities program, Madam Speaker. So we are restoring that funding back there, Madam Speaker, but there is much more support for those to return to the workforce, including the supports that we give those children who are in foster care. We've extended their benefits up to the age of 25, Madam Speaker, and we're going to continue to work with those in the income assistance program in order to support more Nova Scotians in returning to the workforce.
I recognize the honourable member for the honourable leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we're just getting this information less than an hour before the House started. So Family SOS is the latest organization we saw raising the alarm bells about this government's budget. And they've been told their parent support program will see a 100% cut to their funding. This program helps parents build stronger relationships with their children and supports more than 200 families every single year. Without it, there will be even more pressure on already stretched public systems. The government knows that families rely on this program. So, to the government, to the Minister of Finance, or whoever wants to answer, is this cut being reversed today? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. So I realize that today is going to be a day of communicating the news to those organizations who are having their funding reversed and restored, Madam Speaker. Every organization is going to be notified today. This is very good news for those organizations, Madam Speaker. We could not restore all of the funding to all of the programs because we don't want to return to the days of the NDP where they raised the HST by 2%, fired 1,000 public sector workers and froze their wages for 3 years, nor do we want to return to the days under the Liberal government where they shut down nearly 500 nursing home beds. We're going to continue to invest in Nova Scotians. We're going to continue to support our most vulnerable, and the Premier made the decision today to demonstrate to Nova Scotians how we're going to do that.
Order. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's weak. This government needs to stop this trial and error way of governing. And what makes even more of this cut troubling is that 8 of the 10 families who use this program are actually referred by the government itself, whether that's through Schools Plus program, IWK, Department of Justice, and that means that the government recognized that there is a need for this support, yet they cut the program anyway. Family SOS has now written to the government asking that this funding be restored. Will the minister commit today to restoring funding for parent support program so these families don't lose support that they rely on? Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for this important question. We have gone all across the province and we've heard from all Nova Scotians. And one of the things that we made the decision this weekend and today was to look at where we could reverse course and take a step backwards in some of the reductions to our most vulnerable, Madam Speaker. We are going to be communicating all of that information to all of those service providers and organizations today so that they're all aware of what is happening. But Madam Speaker, this was a difficult budget, as we've all heard. There were difficult decisions that had to be made. There is a fiscal reality, but Nova Scotians spoke loud and clear. Everyone in this House was hearing from them. And Madam Speaker, we are working with our most vulnerable to support our seniors, our vulnerable.
Order. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Speaker. My question today is for the Minister of Opportunities and Social Development. For 8 years, the Sherbrooke Opportunities Society, called SHOPS, have offered day programs to adults with disabilities. It was funded by the department's one-time initiative. Without this funding, they will be closing on April the 1st. The rollout of this budget has been chaotic and it's been confusing for people who depend on these programs. Will the minister confirm if their funding will be restored?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. This has been a chaotic time, and we acknowledge that, and we know that it's been a challenging time for these organizations. We are going to communicate very clearly today with all of them exactly what has happened. It is going to take time today to communicate with all of them, and I want to reassure all Nova Scotians that we respect that we have caused some of this concern. We took a long time to listen to those communities and to the organizations and the service providers who do tremendous work. And as the Minister of both the Department of Seniors and Long-Term Care and the Department of Opportunities and Social Development, we're going to work with all of those service providers to support them through this transition. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the minister, but there are more cuts in Sherbrooke that will have big economic impact there. The Sherbrooke Village, the largest employer in the area, and has been cut by 20%. Speaker, how are these families in Sherbrooke supposed to build a good life in their community when the government isn't looking out for them?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I have not had the opportunity yet to be up at Estimates to talk about the incredible work of the staff of the Department of Opportunities and Social Development, but I understand I'm coming up soon at Estimates, and I'll have that opportunity to explain more about what the department is doing. But the reality, Madam Speaker, is the budget has gone up by $110 million, Madam Speaker. It is a $1.8 billion budget. It is one of the largest budgets that government has to support our most vulnerable. When you add that up with the Department of Seniors and Long-Term Care, that's a $1.6 billion budget. There is an incredible amount of support for vulnerable Nova Scotians and seniors in the province, and we're going to continue to invest in them and to support them.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Needham.
Madam Speaker, childcare in Nova Scotia is already hard to find, but this government's cuts are making it worse. Ward 5 in the north end of Halifax provides morning, lunch, and after-school care for about 40 kids, but this government just cut 100% of their funding, and parents are worried about what comes next. So, Madam Speaker, why is this government putting these childcare spaces at risk?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are investing a historic amount of money into childcare, Madam Speaker, $1.6 billion combined between the federal and provincial government, Madam Speaker. We are leading the province in childcare creation. We are at just around $12 a day, Madam Speaker, and we're providing pension and benefits to our sector. Madam Speaker, we're investing heavily in childcare and we'll continue to do that.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So investing heavily into childcare means 100% cuts to their funding? I don't know. Make that make sense. You know, Families in my community already had to wait 6 years for their new school to open. Now, just weeks later, they're being told the services they rely on at Ward 5 would be cut. So this is a growing community, and they need these programs. Madam Speaker, will the minister step in and protect these spaces for my community?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've created over 9,282 new spaces in the child care sector. In this particular case, Madam Speaker, I'll gladly work with the member and the community, and we'll find a solution.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Lunenburg West.
Madam Speaker, my office and social media have been flooded over the past 2 weeks with concerns that the Premier's friends and business associates are receiving sweetheart deals. My question for the Minister of Justice is about where Nova Scotians can report these concerns. The Conflict of Interest Commissioner cannot act unless the Premier or his family personally benefited. It is not enough if donors, campaign volunteers, business associates, or other friends are enriched. For years, the Auditor General has raised alarm about Nova Scotia's additional appropriations, billions in spending occurring outside the scrutiny of the legislature. That lack of oversight creates potential for suspect transactions to go undetected, but the Auditor General is not an ethics commissioner and does not investigate personal misconduct. So my question for the minister, where does he recommend Nova Scotians take these concerns?
I recognize the Honourable Attorney General and Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, in answering a question about additional appropriations, I think that the Premier's been clear. When we have more, we will do more. And those additional appropriations went to help people, help deliver health care, help deliver education, help deliver public works. Things we need to support everyday Nova Scotians, Madam Speaker. If someone wants to report something that they concerns in the government, they're not sure where to go, they should call their MLA's office. We have 42 Progressive Conservative MLAs. I'm sure they'll get a great answer from at least our caucus, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Lunenburg West.
Call their MLA. There are criminal code provisions that may apply, so Nova Scotians could go to their local police, and for many, that's the RCMP. I have great confidence in the RCMP's commitment to maintaining their independence. But what if those crimes are prosecuted by the Nova Scotia Public Prosecution Service? The same service headed by someone whose selection process remains a mystery and who has been reported to have direct communications with the Premier. The Minister of Justice has not committed to look into these issues, so I have two questions. If he's not going to do his job, where should Nova Scotians turn? Madam Speaker, if what we're seeing is someone taking their one shot, their one opportunity to seize everything they ever wanted in one moment, what exactly can Nova Scotians do about it?
I recognize the Honourable Attorney General and Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, the line of questioning that the member's taking has no sense of reality or fact. There's a public prosecutor service which runs independent of government. That's how it's operated. Just the same as the police operate independently of government. There's a firewall. Madam Speaker, this is a line of questioning that is not based on anything to do with fact or reality. We have great confidence in the Public Prosecution Service. We have great confidence in our police service. They're doing a fantastic job protecting Nova Scotians. I wish the member would cheer them on as well, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Deborah from Clayton Park is the primary caregiver for her sister, Diane. Diane has Down syndrome, and she's been going to Prescott Group for over 30 years. There, she's been able to find friends, community, and a sense of belonging, but her family was thrown into uncertainty by this government's cruel cuts. My question to the Minister of Opportunities and Social Development, why didn't this government do their homework before announcing major cuts for people with disabilities?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. We recognize that this has been a difficult couple of weeks. We know that there are people who have a lot of uncertainty right now, and they're having a lot of questions as we've restored $54 million in funding. What I want to reassure all Nova Scotians, Madam Speaker, is that we had dueling responsibilities. We had a fiscal responsibility to all Nova Scotians, and we brought forward a plan that we thought would be fair. But, Madam Speaker, we heard loud and clear from Nova Scotians that they had a priority that they wanted us to respect. And that is why today the Premier announced a $54 million reversal to support seniors, those with disabilities, and those who are needing educational supports.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Again, the minister should have listened to Nova Scotians before announcing these cuts and not after. Deborah and Diane are not alone. We've heard from families across Nova Scotia who rely on day programs like the ones at Prescott Group. We've also heard from service providers that they've received notice from the department that not all funding will be restored. These are vital programs for people living with disabilities and their caregivers. It was cruel for this government to threaten these programs. Will the minister apologize to families like Deborah's for causing them stress and worry the last 2 weeks and clarify if she knows what is actually happening with this budget?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. I will apologize. We made decisions that were in the best interest of all Nova Scotians, and we heard loud and clear from across the province that these were not decisions that Nova Scotians wanted us to move forward with for those with disabilities, seniors, and certain aspects of the education system. Madam Speaker, we caused harm, and I acknowledge that. And I deeply apologize to all Nova Scotians for the uncertainty, the fear, the anger. We are going to do better moving forward, Madam Speaker, and that is my commitment to all Nova Scotians, that we are going to do our best to look after them.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Speaker, this government promised universal mental health care, but they have not delivered. And now, in this budget chaos, I actually would welcome the minister to stand up and clarify what's being cut. $2 million was cut from mental health training initiatives and care. 20% was cut from mental health, grief, and bereavement support in communities impacted by the mass casualty event. Another 10% is being cut from the funding for trauma-informed training for healthcare professionals. This funding was a direct response to the Mass Casualty Commission's recommendations. Intimate partner violence is still an epidemic in this province. We are in chaos. Communities do not know what's happening with this budget. How can this minister defend this budget?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Addictions and Mental Health.
These are really important questions, Madam Speaker, so I'm hopefully I get some time to discuss during estimates. Thank you very much.
Order. Order, please. The time allotted for all questions put by members to the ministers have expired. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, during question period, I inadvertently used the wrong pronoun for the member from Halifax Citadel. I apologize.
Government business. You do. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, would you please call order of business government motions?
Order of business government motions. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
I move that you do not leave the chair and that the House resolve itself into the committee of the whole House on bills.
Ordered. We will take a short recess while the clerks prepare.
Order. Order. I call this meeting back to order, and I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, could you please call Bill 196, an act to amend Chapter 4 of the Acts of 1995-96, the Community Colleges Act?
I call Bill 196. We left off at Clause 1.
Mr. Speaker, may I, before we do this, can I make an introduction? Or Mr. Chair?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
In the Speaker's Gallery.
Oh.
The Speaker's Gallery. Someone you may recognize. So some call him the nicest MLA that's ever graced this place. I would say it's between him and Gordy Goss and Bill Horn, three of the nicest men people I've ever met in my life. But Larry's certainly there at the top for me, one of the nicest human beings I've ever met. So if we could just give him a round of applause and welcome to the People's House. We miss you.
And I want to welcome you to the house and hope you enjoy your stay.
Bring back Larry. He's up for protest, Larry.
All right, order. Is there any? Order. Is there any further discussion on Clause 1? I recognize the Honourable MLA for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm so happy to see Larry Harrison up there. He's one of the reasons that I first joined the PC party, if I could say. My very first AGM, he did a church service on Sunday morning, and I left that service saying, this is the team I want to be with. He was just so incredible. And it was, I'll never forget that. Anyway, love you, Larry. Bill 196, Community College. This here, the amendments to the Community College. I'll just speak to them briefly, Mr. Chair, but first I want to just read here the mission statement for NSCC, Building Nova Scotia's Economy and Quality of Life Through Education and Innovation, Transforming Nova Scotia One Learner at a Time. And Mr. Chair, I had the honor of being a faculty member at NSCC on 2 different occasions. I love NSCC. It's one of the organizations that I belong to that, in my opinion, when I was with them at least, they truly reflected the mission statement of their organization. And that sometimes isn't the case with a lot of organizations, Mr. Chair. Sometimes you can belong to an organization and they have a beautifully written, very powerful, inspiring mission statement, but the reality that they experience when you're with that organization doesn't really reflect that mission statement. And that wasn't the case, though, when I was a part of the community college, of Nova Scotia Community College. And I had the honor of teaching the practical nursing program back in when was that? Oh gosh, 2009, I sold the health clinic, the Amherst Family Health Clinic, an after-hours clinic, to the physicians. And I was contacted because one of the instructors at NSCC nursing program left and to take a different job, and they needed an instructor for the last 6 months of the program. So I stepped in and helped teach the community health portion of that and the obstetric portion of that, and had an incredible experience. I loved it so much. And then in 2013, the province decided to bring the practical nursing program permanently to the Cumberland campus, which was wonderful because before that, the practical nursing program rotated around the province and we only had it every few years. So the community college made the decision to bring the practical nursing program permanently to Cumberland County, and we were so pleased about that. But at the time, I had 4 small businesses, I was doing my MBA, and had 4 children at home and a husband. And Connie Fisher, who's an incredible, she was the chair of the health services at that time. She convinced me to come back and help them open the program permanently in Amherst, at the Amherst campus. That was in 2013. And I said, I'll just do it 1 year part-time. And again, it was just an incredible experience. And every faculty, I would say, Mr. Chair, was similar in trying to live out the mission statement for NSCC, and that was my experience, Mr. Chair, that our goal as faculty was to do whatever we possibly could to help that student be successful. And whatever barriers might have been in their path to be successful as a student at NSCC, we were there to help remove those barriers. And we were able to do that for so many students. And it was truly an honor, honestly. It was one of the favorite things I've ever done in my professional life, Mr. Chair, being part of the faculty at NSCC. And every year I get to go back and speak in different capacities. More recently, I went to their law class to teach them how laws are made here in Nova Scotia. And we had a really great exercise, Mr. Chair, where we went around the classroom. I think there were about 13 students in the class, and I asked them each pick one thing in Nova Scotia that they'd like to see changed. And then we walked through how that could possibly be changed in Nova Scotia. There was all kinds of things from one person's concern was that people don't receive enough training if they're new to Canada, if they're a new Canadian and they decide to get into the trucking industry. Some of the students that actually ended up becoming, I think, one of the main topics of conversation in that law class, that they felt that there's not enough training and instruction for new Canadians if they become commercial drivers here in Nova Scotia and across Canada. And they thought that laws should change to ensure there's better training done. So there's a lot of great work being done at NSCC, Mr. Chair, and that's the main point that I wanted to bring as I start to discuss this bill here in committee. So Bill 196 does change who oversees NSCC. And my concern about that, Mr. Chair, is that the mission and vision for the campus could be watered down, could be influenced in a negative way, and I certainly wouldn't want that to see that to happen. I don't believe that we've received any clear communication as to why this is being moved from Department of Advanced Education to Labour Skills and Immigration. Certainly I have nothing against the Department for Labour Skills and Immigration. They do great work. But all of our other educational institutions, including universities, are all under advanced education. So not sure why that change is being made. It also adds the Deputy Minister of Labour Skills and Immigration to NSCC Board of Governors, changes how the NSCC president is appointed, shifting it from the board to cabinet through an order in council. So we're seeing some political influence there. It allows NSCC to create an Institute of Skilled Trades and Institute Council and the first council members appointed by the minister, and many details are left to regulation. Certainly, we do need to make sure that the money, the taxpayers' money that are spent at NSCC have measurable results, just like every other investment in all departments, Mr. Chair. Skills training must serve workers, employers, and our economy, and strong institutions need clear accountability, not political interference. Transparency matters, especially when government expands its control, and decisions should be set in law when possible, not left to regulation behind closed doors. So those are just a few comments on Bill 196 as we're looking into possibly making amendments to this bill. Some of the positives of this bill is that it is a jobs and productivity bill in structure, putting oversight under the Labour Skills and Immigration, aligning NSCC, I'm assuming, more with the labour market data and workforce planning. The Institute of Skills Trades concept could strengthen apprenticeship pathways and help those. Having said that, Mr. Chair, I was disappointed and shared that with the Minister of Education at the time when someone made a decision to make cutbacks of the business administration program at the Cumberland campus. We weren't really ever given a clear answer why those cuts were made. And if you look back at all of the students that graduated from the business administration program went on to either start their own businesses or went on to complete further study. One person in Amherst went on to law school and became a lawyer, but many of them gained fulsome employment in our area. So we are disappointed that business administration programs would not be considered an important part of the complement of programs available in Cumberland County. There were also cuts made throughout other campuses in Nova Scotia too, but that was never really made public. Some of the concerns with this bill is that it centralizes control and risks politicizing an important public institution. Changing the president to a cabinet appointment creates a perception problem. Even if the government acts in good faith, the structure invites future governments to abuse it. Putting a deputy minister on the board risks blurring the line between oversight and governance. And in my opinion, Mr. Chair, the bill leaves too much to regulation rather than debate here in the legislature. Taxpayer-funded institutions should be accountable, but accountability is not the same as political control. If government is taking more power, it must accept more transparency, not less. Yet, we are seeing less. Mr. Chair, Nova Scotians need skilled trades training that is industry-aligned and outcome-based, not headline-based. And strong governance means decisions are made on merit, not on connections. Regulations are not a substitute for legislative scrutiny. So some of the questions that still should be answered by the government on this bill are: why are we moving oversight from advanced education to labor skills and immigration? And what problem does that solve? What safeguards will ensure the NSCC president appointment is merit-based and not political? We don't see the government interfering with the appointments of presidents at universities. So why is it appropriate for the government, for Executive Council, Governor and Council to be making the decision on the president for NSCC? I was curious when I was thinking about this bill, what the Minister for Public Works thinks about this bill and some of the decisions, especially around the appointment of the president by Governor and Council. And I have some respect for the Minister of Public Works and his experience with NSCC, and I know he knows how important this institution is for our government, for the people of Nova Scotia. Some other questions that would be good to have answered on this bill is: why is the Deputy Minister being added to the board, and will that be a voting position? What conflicts of interest rules will apply to the Institute Council, if any? Who exactly will be represented on the council? Employers, unions, rural Nova Scotians, apprentice instructors, who will be on that council? Which details will be in the Act versus left to regulation, and why? And what measurable outcomes will government publish annually to prove that this change works completion, placement, and apprenticeship progression and provides employer satisfaction? Will the government include a mandatory legislative review after 3 years? Mr. Chair, NSCC is a very important institution here to the people of Nova Scotia. We believe government should not be interfering in education, and I don't believe that they should be, the Premier's office should be the ones deciding who becomes the president of NSCC. I believe in good governance, and I believe that builds public trust. But if the government wants these powers, Mr. Chair, it must earn them through transparency, merit, and be able to prove with measurable results. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rise to my place just for a few minutes to talk about this bill, Bill 196, the Community Colleges Act, and just talk about, some of the issues that we have with the bill. I'll start off by saying, NSCC is bearing the brunt of some pretty significant cuts to their budget that is coming as a result of overspending by the government. This is one of the institutions that is going to lay people off. Programs are going to be cut. It's over $9 million that NSCC has to deal with when it comes to the restructuring and the staffing for not only classroom but student supports. So I want to put that out there first, that we're having this conversation around the bill, and there are certain aspects of the bill that we have concern with, and we'll get into it with the amendments. But I just want to take this opportunity to thank the many employees of NSCC, faculty, staff, everybody involved. I had the opportunity to work in a capacity with NSCC way back when. It's a great organization. It supports thousands of students from our province that take a wide range of programming that and they're very successful when they enter the workforce. And that's a reflection of the college and its mandate and its staff. But they are a victim of this budget. They are a big victim of this budget. And these are the stories that I say, Mr. Chair, as we talk about Bill 196, that these are the stories that aren't being debated in here enough. These are the cuts. These are hundreds of people who are losing their job based on years of mismanagement by this government, with the largest deficit in history, with significant cuts that have come forward in important programs across the spectrum. When it comes to, we have people outside today. The government has come back and reversed some of those cuts based on the conversations that Nova Scotians have been having. And I think they should be looking at all of their organizations, including the NSCC. We cannot forget that many people are going to be impacted there. And they have campuses all over the province. These are people who teach our students. These are people who have young families. These are people who they contribute to their local communities. They buy local. They support local, and they're going to lose their jobs. And a lot of these campuses are in rural Nova Scotia. So when you look at Bill 196, I would argue that I don't want to see government taking more control over the decision-making of NSCC because we are seeing now the effects of this government slashing $9 million from their budget. Over $9 million. We all know faculty that work at these campuses. We know how hard they work. We know how much NSCC matters in communities economically. And this government is telling them to do it with $9 million less. So in Bill 196, when it talks about the idea now that the CEO will be, or the president will be appointed by cabinet, it just screams of Mr. Chair, that ultimately whoever the premier is of the day is going to be able to pick whoever they want to be the president of NSCC. Right? The universities don't. I was on search committees for university presidents way back when. Right? And a firm would come in, we would assemble the team, we would all look for applications would come. It was a very transparent process. You had faculty, you had staff, you had students, you had everybody involved in it to make sure that you're hiring senior level executives in post-secondary institutions. You want to make sure that you have that student perspective from student campus life and the supports that students need. You want to have that faculty perspective, the perspective of the people who are teaching in classrooms, the curriculum that they're teaching, and the classroom environment. You want that. You want that on your search committee so that you can bring that perspective and you can ask those questions of your candidates who are stepping forward to see if they truly understand what is in the best interest of the multiple campuses, in the case of NSCC, and the direction that their vision, based on not only the vision of NSCC, but the vision of the government of the day. And You're taking all of that away, Mr. Chair, and you're really making it about Cabinet making the decision. And Cabinet should not be making that decision. It should not be there. The recommendation should go to Cabinet for approval, but ultimately you want to have, when you're hiring at that level, you want to make sure you have the student perspective. You want to make sure you have the faculty perspective. You want to make sure you have the perspective of communities across Nova Scotia, that everybody is reflected within the institution that is NSCC. You want to have that diverse perspective when it comes to the hiring process. And this eliminates that. It eliminates it. It does. It becomes an appointment. So there's no competition. There's no process that screens potentially, screens these people. Cabinet can make the decision on their own. And they can make that decision and they can pick whoever they want. And to be frank, this government has a little bit of a record in picking the people that they want in certain aspects of government. Lots of appointments, different appointments to different departments. I won't get too far into it now because we're going to be talking about this later. But the fact of the matter is this government has a record of picking their friends. They do. They can deny it all they want. The media picked up on it. Multiple stories. So now we're in a situation where we have lots of talented people who could lead the charge at NSCC from Nova Scotia and beyond. So let them go through a competition. Let them go through a competition. If people want to go through a competition, Bill 196, if a competition is the safest way, by far, it's the most transparent way, by far, to select your leadership. It is. It is. And that process should stay in place. As I said, the universities, they're doing it. They go through search firms. Other large academic institutions will hire executive search firms to do the necessary background on all of the candidates that may come forward. Usually you'll see a big pool of candidates, and then this firm comes in and works with the committee, as I said, that has representation of students and faculty and staff and the community and diversity and ensuring, and they go through it together, Mr. Chair, where they will take the applications and they will bring that number down. And they will look at it and say, these are the people that we want to interview in that senior role. And in this case, as I said, I've experienced sitting on some. It is a very healthy, transparent process where the committee eventually recommends the name to the Board of Governors and the Senate. In this case, the government is removing that, in my opinion. Is removing that, in my opinion. If the Premier's office or the Premier of the day or the Cabinet of the day can arbitrarily pick who the president of NSCC is, then that's problematic. It is. You know, I think there's a very healthy process in place now. I think the Board of Governors of NSCC needs to drive the charge, I'll wait for the minister to talk about it. But this legislation allows for the Premier of the province and the Cabinet to pick who that CEO is, and they don't have to deal with the board. They don't have to deal with the board because it ultimately becomes a Cabinet decision. The only thing Cabinet should be doing, if they have to, is just, this is the recommendation, so be it. That's it. And they should not have the ability to pick that person. Period. Period. It protects the process, it protects integrity, and I want to get up on that particularly just to say a few words on it, and I'll sit down now and pass it over to my colleagues.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's been an interesting couple weeks here in the House. Once again, I'm going to stand up about consolidating power. But I will say that, you know, there are some housekeeping measures in this bill, and I'm speaking of Clause 1 on Bill 196. You know, it removes the responsibility for NSCC to the Department of Labour to advanced education, from advanced education. It establishes a role for the new Institute for Skills Trade, which was announced a few weeks ago, and will bring all NSCC pre-apprenticeship programming and technical training into one industry-led model. Fabulous. I mean, we talk about how we need more labor skills and we need, more folks on the ground doing work to help build up Nova Scotia. So absolutely, there are a number of housekeeping measures that need to be tidied up. It also allows the minister to appoint a skills trade council to oversee skilled trade programming in the Skills Trade Institute. And the Skills Trade Institute will be run out of NSCC. So, there are a few really important things that are a necessity to kind of tidy up the things that are happening on the ground. One of the things, and I know folks in this room, and maybe the newer folks are just aren't as familiar, but for me, it's always disturbing to see things where, we're giving the governor and council the ability to appoint the president of Nova Scotia Community College. So we've seen this in other bills, other pieces of legislation that comes across this floor, where there's a consolidation of power. But then, in the 5 years that I've been here with the consolidation of power, I don't see very much positive things that come out of that. So, maybe the proof is in the pudding. Maybe it's something that needs to happen in like 20 years so that we can go back and have history lessons on it. But for right now, I don't see the necessity of this. So I would like to, hear from the minister about what is the necessity and why is it so important right now to do that? Because typically it is a selected position by the Board of Governors, which, is also a democratic process, which allows folks to really make sound decisions for the well-being of the college. So, to be able to have somebody swoop in that isn't in the field, that isn't doing the work, that isn't a part of the building of the college, to swoop in and say, you know what, we're just going to appoint so-and-so over here because, he shook my hand and he said I was a great guy, and now he's going to be the president. And I'm using that just broadly because, I'm hoping that that's not the case, but we don't have any indication that that is not the case, and we've seen it in multiple other facets in different departments. So, I'm taking the minister at his word, but at the same time, as we're hearing from folks outside yelling about arts and culture and really, hoping that this government makes changes, we know that we've heard before that things are going to change and it's going to get better, and yet here we are. So I'm just, voicing my concern about the fact that, this opens the door for further partisan interference in higher education and potentially a future patronage appointment. And I don't say this lightly. Like, I wouldn't say this if I didn't think that there was a possibility that this was something that could happen. And, folks, it's really interesting that we would be talking about community colleges because, we have an example with Bill 12 from last spring that gave the Minister of Advanced Education broad powers to align the priorities of the universities, colleges, and Research Nova Scotia with the government's priorities. And so, it also amended the Research Nova Scotia Corporation Act to increase the minister's authority to add terms and conditions of funding and set research priorities. So, I'm just hoping that we don't continue that same piece. I also want to point out that I received an email from someone who was a research associate with NSCC, and they learned this week that their job has been cut thanks to the government's proposed budget. The projects that they've worked on for the last 7 years have contributed to the province's environmental, economic, and social well-being in accordance with NSCC's mission of building Nova Scotia's economy and quality of life through education and innovation, something that this minister has seen firsthand, the importance of NSCC's research to local communities. So, to add injury to insult, this person had to learn about this job being cut. And the minister didn't even give them a courtesy to call or to show up and talk to them about this particular cut to this program on research. So I say this because I want to think that this is really an actual, improvement. But I just don't see the rationale into why the Premier needs to have, or the Governor and Council needs to have the ability to appoint the President of the Nova Scotia Community College rather than having the position selected by the NSCC Board of Governors. So, you know, now this person is out of work. This person no longer has a position because, you know, it has been removed because of the government's lack of funding to this particular program. So, you know, I stand on my feet because we've been hearing about a number of changes that this government continues to put forward without consultation, without community input, without even connecting with the people that this is going to impact the most. And yet we're supposed to really just not speak about it, and we're supposed to just let it happen. And I want to implore folks that are here sitting, that are members, that are elected members of this government, and all of us as members, we really need to actually read the bills and go through line by line what this is going to do for and how it's going to impact the people in our communities. Because when we don't do that and we go back and say, oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't realize that, it doesn't fall on anyone but the minister and the government that's sitting. And it's unfortunate that, you know, here we are at a time where we're reversing cuts that were unnecessary in the first place, but now we're talking about changing rules to NSCC when this was something that they had taken care of. So, you know, my thought here is, you know, students come here to learn and they contribute to our local communities, and the government needs to support them instead of pushing their own political agenda. And we're seeing this, and we can, you know, say it's not happening, but it has happened. And, you know, giving the Premier power to appoint the President of Nova Scotia Community College is very concerning, because we know that the government has been reshuffling the departments and changing so many different things to a point where folks have no idea what's happening within their own departments. And yet they want to consolidate power instead of focusing on what's best for students and educators. So, you know, this legislation builds on the government's track record of politically interfering in higher education, and we've already seen the consequences of this. Research grants in the following subjects were scrapped because of the government's directive: disease detection, which is very important, diagnosis, treatment and prevention, healthcare delivery systems, caring for vulnerable populations, and promoting future health and well-being. You know, this bill also gives, may possibly give the minister broad powers to do certain things, and we want to make sure that we're doing the right things for all Nova Scotians. So I just wanted to bring that point up, because I did it the last time when there were consolidation of power, which is very concerning. And I'm not the one that's speaking this. The colleges are speaking about this. The universities are speaking about this. The staff, the alumnus, folks that have been on the ground doing this work are talking about how these changes are impacting and could possibly impact the way that they run the independent body of an educational system, an educational institution that is valuable to our province. So I just wanted to say that, because at the end of the day, we have to make sure that we're putting forward the best pieces of legislation for this province and for all Nova Scotians. And with that, I'll take my seat.
I recognize the honourable member from Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm pleased to get up to speak this afternoon on Bill 196, the Community Colleges Act, and I think that we're still at Clause 1. I want to apologize to the House in advance if I need to cut my comments short. I had a lot to say at this stage, but as members in the House would know, the Premier and ministers regularly take media questions after question period, and sometimes they provide answers in media scrums that we don't get when we ask questions on the floor of this House. So I like to take in the answers to those questions, and because part of our job is listening for the answers. And I note that the Premier hasn't yet attended his media scrum today, so I do want to see that in case there are answers to some of the questions I've posed in this session. So if I learn that he's speaking, I'll be stepping out. I just wanted to apologize in advance for that. So I think, as always, it's important for folks to understand the timing, how this has come to the floor of the House, because that impacts the information that's available to us to use in debate. It impacts our ability to bring forward community concerns. I think it's very relevant for our discussions on every single one of these bills. So this bill in particular, the Community Colleges Act, was tabled in the House originally on February 24th, so just a few weeks ago, and received second reading the next day. Really rapidly moved from being tabled when the public and opposition, community colleges themselves, students, unions get notice of the contents of the bill. The next day, we had it brought forward for debate. So not a lot of time to prepare for that. It then went to Public Bills Committee on March 2nd, so just a few short days later. Again, very limited window of opportunity. And I don't actually have a note here of when the notice went out that it would be on the agenda for public bills, but I do believe most of them are typically just hours before. So at best, this session, we seem to have gotten Friday night notice for bills being tabled at the Public Bills Committee on Monday morning. So again, that doesn't give individuals, it doesn't give organizations very much opportunity at all to provide input or responses. And that puts them at an incredible disadvantage because it's really difficult to analyze and consider proposals like this, amendments like this, without the time and opportunity to do that. Not only does it put individuals and members at a disadvantage, individuals and organizations at a disadvantage, it puts all of us MLAs at a disadvantage because we don't have the opportunity to hear that considered input. We have to navigate the volume of information that's coming forward to us. So, having said that, we're here doing our job. So we will continue to advance these issues, but it does result in an unnecessarily confused and complex and disorganized process that I'm sure Nova Scotians could be far better served if this unfolded in a more responsible and organized way. So that's a little bit about the timing. I want to frame, I think, my remarks. No, let me start with this one question and one issue and then I'll go into framing my remarks based on some of the comments that were received at Public Bills. And this first question, I think, is just about the shift from education, advanced education, where responsibility for the Nova Scotia Community College used to live, to the shift to labor, skills and immigration. And I think both of those are legitimate pathways or legitimate places in which this program can exist. But it does signal a fundamental difference in terms of how we look at what these programs are, and I think it signals significant policy questions that Nova Scotians are curious about in terms of underpinning it. Because the Nova Scotia Community College delivers many things, but fundamentally, it delivers two things. It delivers an educational experience to its students, and an educational experience provides fulsome and rich opportunity to develop skills, to learn information, to collaborate and communicate, to expand a knowledge base, to be participants in democracy. Education has always been about that, and education is fundamental to that. And so that is a significant component of what all of our advanced education institutions do, including the Nova Scotia Community College. That is foundational to what education is. And that's a really broad and important policy mandate. That's a really important contributor and contribution to society, to culture, to individual development, to personal development, to informing citizens so that they can participate in democracy. The other function that our educational institutions hold is the function of developing workers, developing people who can contribute to the economy and contribute to industry and participate in the workforce. And there's a dual benefit to that. There's a benefit to individuals for that. They train to have a skill set that they can use to get a job, to advance a business, to participate in the economy, to get an income. There's also, though, a benefit to industry because industry gets a workforce. Again, these two things are both really important. They are not always aligned, and so any changes that impact that balance are really important. And so this is the first issue that I wanted to raise and identify for this House is the shift for responsibility of the Nova Scotia Community College from education to labor and immigration, labor skills and immigration. I think it says something about the government's belief in what aspects of this institution's role are important and which ones are less important. And again, all of these functions are valid. All of these functions are important. But I would argue, and I think what I'm hearing from community members is that they have to be considered in balance. And so that action, that shift in responsibility, that shift in focus needs to be considered in the context of all the other changes to fully understand the implications. Will this change erode the elements that NSCC provides to students around their broader education? Will it erode the contents of their programs that relate to democratic engagement and connection and expansion of ideas? Will it erode the broader concepts of education that support the development of an engaged and informed citizen group who participate in this democracy? I don't know the answer to that, but it's a really important question. And that move, the move from advanced education into labor skills and immigration, I think does signal that there is a deprioritizing of those broader elements of education and an emphasizing instead on the development of workforce, on the development of people who can go out and get jobs and do jobs and contribute to the economy. Again, I recognize and acknowledge these are important things. I think, many, if not most people on the floor of this House have had the privilege and benefit of post-secondary education as part of our career progression. And so I in no way raise this to suggest there is not importance and value to that. I raise it because, again, there's a balance, and I think it's incumbent on us to consider that balance when we make decisions around governance and around structure that impacts our institutions of secondary education. So I think the next thing that I want to look at as we talk about Bill 196, and I think a good framework for the framework that I'm going to use for this is actually the structure of the submissions of an individual who presented to the Committee on Public Bills. And I'll first start by saying regularly at Public Bills, so we hear from a variety of folks at Public Bills, and I'm always so proud of people who come forward to share their experiences, their perspectives, their thoughts, their goals, their wishes in that forum. It is an intimidating forum. This space can be an intimidating space. The processes that we follow here are not familiar to most Nova Scotians. And this institution is an important historic one, and it's a privileged one. And we collectively, as MLAs, have the benefit of being here and the benefit of knowing what the rules are, the benefit of familiarity, which allow us to walk into this space and contribute with comfort. But for people who have not had that experience, for people who don't have the privilege of being here and of the resources that are here, like the librarians, like the clerks, like the staff, all of the folks who support us to do this incredible work on behalf of Nova Scotians, walking in these doors or walking in the doors across the way to share their personal experiences, to share their feelings, to share their concerns is deeply personal. It's deeply intimidating, and it's incredibly courageous. And so I say all that because for those institutions and organizations who come forward to do this, they're used to it for the most part. The large organizations, our unions, the law firms, the schools, the businesses who have done this before and are familiar with the process, they contribute immensely at the Public Bills Committee. But they don't face the same kind of fear, uncertainty, nerves, concern that individuals who come forward do. And so I listen to everybody who comes forward, listen to organizations, I listen to individuals. All of that information is valuable. But when individuals come forward to share their experiences, I think there's a sensitivity that we need to use as we listen to them, recognizing how incredibly intimidating and how brave they are when they walk forward. And so I want to focus my remarks, I believe the NSGU made some really compelling comments. There were others who appeared at committee and submitted to committee, and I think all of those are important, but I'm going to root my comments just using one particular submission by one particular person, because they are an individual who came forward with their own personal experience. And I think that's a good lens through which to view the items that we're talking about. So this person is someone who spent 8 years as a communications advisor at NSCC, and then spent 5 years in the same capacity at Dalhousie University before that. So, this is somebody who has a long experience with and perspective on not just the NSCC, but also the university system, Dalhousie. And, I spoke earlier about the maybe not tensions, but balance between the objectives of our post-secondary system and the institutions within that. And I think one thing that is very important to understand is each of our institutions plays that balance out in quite different ways. So our universities have a broad array of programs that they offer to students, and many of them are very focused and targeted on skills and expertise and experience that drive straight to the job market, that prepare people to enter the workforce, either in an industry or in a profession, in a trade, in healthcare. And those programs are very much focused on labor. So that is certainly something that our universities do. I do note, nonetheless, though, that our universities are still within the umbrella of and the responsibility of the advanced education portfolio, even though they certainly do have a significant number of programs that are focused on skills development and career advancement that support sectors like healthcare and industries and businesses to fulfill their workforce needs and flesh out their workforce needs. Universities, though, also offer a wide array of programs that don't necessarily create a direct line into industry or into healthcare or business or any necessarily identifiable role at all or job in the workforce. Those are still important programs because, as we talked about earlier, the goals of education are not just to create a workforce. The goals of education are much broader than that. Education is fundamental to a functioning democracy. Education is about expanding knowledge base, expanding ideas, learning how to communicate. And so this person has a perspective not only of the university experience, which has a significantly broad range of those kinds of programs, both of those kinds of programs, they also have experience with NSCC, which is traditionally more focused, certainly, on developing labor skills. Although, again, I would say it's not exclusively that. And so I think that this person's perspective is a really helpful one for us. He says he has no hesitation in defending the value of these organizations, these institutions of knowledge, and the many benefits that they bring to Nova Scotia. And again, I want to emphasize, this is someone who came forward as a private citizen. And that means a lot. I think that is really important. This person makes the incredibly important point that higher education is not an expense, it is an investment. And I think that bears repeating as well, because for every dollar that this government invests in education, we are creating and supporting so many valuable and important things. We are creating and supporting opportunities for people to learn and expand their knowledge. We are creating opportunities for people to get jobs and to participate in the workforce. We are creating opportunities for people to make connections, learn how to analyze and synthesize, learn how to scrutinize, and learn how to participate in democracy. And so education, again, I will say it again, education is not an expense. Education is an investment, and it's one of our most powerful economic engines. And I think that that's really important in the context of this extravagant budget with a significant deficit, with incredible spending that we're being told repeatedly has to be made up in a variety of cuts which seem to be changing day by day. Opportunities for investment that drive economic growth are very important, and education is one of those. This person submits that our universities and Nova Scotia Community College contributes over $3.5 billion to the economy every year, and assesses that NSCC accounts for roughly half of that. And that represents an over 800% return on investment. That's significant. We are here debating a budget that has folks in the streets across the province, and here actually generating some really lovely music to provide a backdrop to our debate. But they're coming out because of their frustration with and their anger at this budget. And it's not just the cuts. They're also angry at where the spending has occurred versus where the cuts are happening. And so, I think the recognition that this Community Colleges Act is making changes to a sector that contributes billions to our economy and to an institution that delivers 800% return on investment is something that our government should be paying really close attention to. And I would suggest it creates an opportunity for improvements in the budget that has been subject to so much criticism and so much frustration, so much anger, so much scrutiny, so much dismay, so much consternation, and now we are seeing also so much change, which to me is a reflection that all of that consternation, anger, frustration, dismay, all of that is valid. So this person goes on and they talk about the jobs that are present in this sector. And they talk about 20,000 full-time jobs and over $150 million in federal research funding. We haven't even talked about research funding and the federal supports that also go into our university and post-secondary sector. I think that is really, really significant as well. Again, as we are here bringing community concerns forward about a rich, rich budget that nonetheless is cutting at the fabric of our communities and the people who can least afford it, when there are opportunities to continue to support sectors that access federal funding we need to make very sure that we are not making changes that undermine Nova Scotia's ability to access that federal funding. We need the money, and decisions that don't allow us to access the money are problematic decisions. The submissions go on to describe our universities and NSCC as ranking among the province's largest export sectors, identifying that they strengthen local businesses and communities, and they attract national and global partners. They drive innovation in energy, healthcare, technology, support the arts and community culture, and they recognize that our Premier himself has identified that that is vital to the economy. And they do reference remarks from 2015. So I think I'm not sure if that is still the case, given that the cuts that we've seen reversed are not cuts to arts and culture, but it remains to be seen in the few days. I think that the government is planning to continue to be in this House, whether we'll see some additional changes that reflect a shift in attitude on that. The submissions identify these post-secondary institutions as generating and creating problem solvers, innovators, and community leaders who build and sustain this province. And I couldn't agree more. Post-secondary education does all of those things and helps people form into all of those things. He actually goes on to note that all 20 ministers here hold post-secondary credentials, and 85% have university degrees. These are taxpayer-funded experiences, taxpayer-funded education. And he expresses a real concern that folks who had the benefit of that taxpayer-funded education, and I certainly know from the time that I spent in university, the costs that I had to incur to go to university are far, far lower than anybody who goes to university now. The barriers are higher now. The financial barriers are higher now. And so he points out that it's a pity, it's unfortunate if folks who benefited from that taxpayer-funded education are now making decisions that make it harder for others to access the same opportunity. And I think that's a very valid point and one that needs to be considered. Those are the components of the remarks that talk about more financial aspects of this bill and the implications of that. But he goes on to talk about some issues that we've already heard from many MLAs speak to, and that is the institutional independence that we expect our educational institutions to have. And he points out that government cuts to education funding or undermining institutional independence is not defending Nova Scotia, and I think that that's very true. The submissions that are made point out that the value of NSCC's independence can be seen in its success. And he talks about the fact that for 30 years, NSCC has operated as an arm's-length, independent public institution under the Community Colleges Act. And he talks about what that structure looks like. Under that act, which will change if this moves forward, they are governed by a board of governors who are audited annually and must meet accountability standards. But they have flexibility to operate efficiently, innovate quickly, and to respond to real-world challenges and needs, not just political ones. And that's a really important point, because as I said when I started, the objectives of our educational institutions are not just to create workers to fill gaps in our workplaces. They go beyond that. Certainly, as this person points out, the goals and objectives of our educational institutions are certainly not to fulfill political objectives. They go well beyond any of those things. They are to support citizens in educational experiences. And so any restriction to the independence that undermines that and that creates an environment where what is prioritized is political focus, political objectives, and not the objectives of Nova Scotians, not the needs of students, not the understanding of other folks in the system like the educators, is a problematic step. And that is what we see happening in this piece of legislation. So let's talk a little bit more about what it is that NSCC has done that has been successful under that governance model, the independent governance model. Because so for folks who maybe need to be refreshed on this, we're talking now about independence. And so I'm just going to go back to the Act and remind folks where the issues are, like what is happening in this Act that is that would change the independence. And so the first piece is a clause that makes the president of the college a governor-council appointment instead of an appointment by the by the college's board of governors. And let me start by saying the Board of Governors is already now appointed, I believe, a significant percentage of that Board of Governors is already appointed by Governor and Council. So the Board of Governors at the Nova Scotia Community College has a number of appointees on it who are there because government appointed them. There's already significant input in that board on government perspectives. And so this change would not only still allow that and support that, but it would also make the president of the college an appointee of the governor and council. And so what's governor and council? Governor and council? Governor and council is cabinet. So it's an appointee of the executive council of cabinet. And I would suggest, based on our experience here over the last 3 weeks in asking ministers questions about decisions that they are supposed to be responsible for and getting very few, I won't say no, but I will say shockingly few answers from those ministers to be able to explain the decisions that they make, I would suggest that any appointment, I don't know that we would get an explanation on an appointment either. It appears that this is being driven largely by the Premier, and I would expect that any appointment by Governor and Council would be an appointment by the Premier. So that's an increase of control over this organization, over this institution, which is concerning, and we've heard a variety of reasons why that's concerning. So I'm going to go back to the letter. The submissions, I apologize. What are those? So we're debating right now, we're talking about a bill that would change the level of independence that NSCC has and make it very much controlled by government, subject to concerns that we have heard about, that these would be then decisions that are made with a political lens as opposed to broader educational needs lens. And so one of the points, and I am not sure which of the members made it, but I thought it was a really good one, and I meant to start with it. And that is, what is the problem that this is supposed to be solving? Because I still haven't heard that clearly articulated by government. I'm going through submissions that outline the variety of ways in which NSCC has been delivering success to Nova Scotians, to individual Nova Scotians, to workforces. And listen, don't get me wrong. I am, and I think this House has heard me say it, I'm a firm believer that every single system has room for improvement. So I'm not here saying that that anything is perfect. I'm not saying NSCC is perfect. I'm not saying the structure is perfect. But I am saying there has been significant success, and we haven't heard what the problem is. So I feel like if government has a compelling problem that they're trying to fix, we shouldn't have to guess at it as opposition. Communities shouldn't have to guess at what those problems are. Individuals shouldn't have to guess at what the problems are that government's trying to fix. Unions shouldn't have to guess at what the problems the government's trying to fix. The universities, the NSCC, shouldn't have to guess at what these problems are. We should hear from government, who should be able to articulate very clearly what the problems are, and we should be able to see a logical connection between those problems and the solutions that are being put forward under the bills. And that, to me, hasn't happened, and it also appears to not have landed for the variety of people who we have heard from, who I've personally heard from, who other members of the opposition have heard from, who are also questioning what is the problem the government is trying to fix. And I think that is an amazing, very straightforward, very basic lens through which we can view pretty much anything that comes to the floor of this House. So, as I continue to try and understand what is the problem that government is trying to fix, this letter, or my apologies, these submissions are continue to be helpful on that front, because they go on to talk about additional results that NSCC has delivered on. And here are some of the results that they talk about. NSCC has maintained a graduate employment rate above 90% for more than a decade. Think about that for a minute. A graduate employment rate above 90% for over 10 years. That means 90% of graduates are going out and getting jobs in the workforce. That, to me, doesn't sound like a problem. I mean, it sounds like something that could be tweaked. Like, I think 90% is doing pretty good. Could we aim for 95? For sure. But does that require a complete overhaul of the system? Does that require government's arm reaching into NSCC and meddling? Or is that like a tweak in the processes of NSCC? I would suggest they're doing real well on that front, and we should be empowering them to do better, not enforcing something on them that nobody is asking for. They're not asking for it. Communities aren't asking for it. I haven't heard who's asking for this. That's, I think, another good question. Who's asking for this? We haven't really heard that either. So that's the first statistic that this submission offers around this issue. The next statistic. Nearly 90% of graduates work in jobs related to their studies. Well, that's amazing too. We've already talked about the fact that universities, NSCC, institutions of higher learning, some of their programs are focused on streaming people into particular careers, particular skill sets, and driving people in that direction. Other programs are more broad, and they may or may not lead directly to a natural job. So a reasonable question is, it's not just are people getting jobs, it's are people getting jobs in the fields for which they're training. And so the statistic is that 90% of graduates of NSCC work in jobs related to their studies. So again, that's a really great grade. 90% is an excellent result. Would we like to see improvement? I always want to see improvement. I think that's fair. We can always look for improvement. But improving from 90% to something higher than 90% does not require a complete overhaul of the system. Improving from 90% to something higher than 90% is tweaking what you're already doing well. But this bill doesn't tweak what's already being done well. This bill is an overhaul. This bill says you're not doing what I want you to do, and so I'm going to come in and direct you and control you. And I don't think that these results merit that outcome. And I certainly think, from what I'm hearing from people in Lunenburg West and from across the province and from what we've heard in Public Bills Committee, I'm not hearing a lot of other people suggest that that is the right answer to this question either. Submissions go on to identify that these results, these successes, oh, I skipped one. I don't want to skip this one because this one's important. The last one in this part of the submission is that 93% of graduates stay and work in Nova Scotia. Mr. Chair, what more can we ask for from an institution of higher learning whose focus not only is providing and supporting education that enables people to be engaged citizens in our democracy, but whose focus is also very much on ensuring that people are prepared to enter the workforce and prepared so that they are able to get a job, to get an income, to participate, and also to support the sectors who need that workforce. 90% of graduates are employed. 90% of graduates work in jobs related to their studies. 93% of graduates stay and work in Nova Scotia. I would submit, Mr. Chair, that these are incredibly good results. And if we want to see improvements to these results, what should be tabled in this House, well, I would suggest if we want to see improvements to this, there shouldn't be anything tabled in this House. This should be a collaborative process to engage with NSCC and support them in their funding, support them in their needs, support them to do what they're already doing well, better. Not legislation. This is one of those situations where improvements don't call for legislation. Improvements call for good governance. Improvements call for collaboration. Improvements call for government to listen and respond to the things that citizens, experts in the field, educators, institutions, and unions are asking for. And yet another statistic that I skipped by, but I think it's a really nice one to end this part on, is that NSCC has a 94% graduate satisfaction rate. So not only is NSCC delivering incredible results for our labor market, for the students who are seeking to enter the labor market, with 90% of them receiving getting jobs, 90% of them being jobs in their fields, and 93% of those students staying and working here in Nova Scotia. Not only are they delivering on those objective metrics, which don't indicate to me a problem that we need to solve with legislation, not only are they delivering on those objective metrics, they are also delivering a 94% graduate satisfaction rate. I think those are incredible results, and I would suggest we should be collaborating and engaging much more closely with NSCC and not imposing upon them the changes that are being presented in this bill, for which we still don't understand the problem that we're supposed to be solving, and for which we've really, frankly, heard very little from government about either the implications, the reasons, or in what ways the terms of this bill, the clauses in this bill, will solve whatever the mysterious problems are that they're trying to solve. I will go on. The submitter makes the point that these successes are the product of independent governance and professional leadership. That's something that I haven't touched on, and I think that I have heard some of my colleagues touch on it, though, and I think it's a very important point as well. Independent governance is about being arm's length. It's about being able to make decisions for an institution without fear of or being subject to interference or direction from some other body. And so that's the independent part of it. But the other part of it, when we're talking about education, is the professional leadership part of it, because educators have professional, ethical obligations in the work that they do. They have the knowledge, they have the professional ethics and experiences to inform the decisions they make and the work that they do. And so not only is independent governance important because it allows for that freedom from interference, it's also important because it protects the input of the folks who have the professional experience and the professional mandate to ensure that the educational experience that's being offered at the NSCC is one that meets the broad obligations of educational objectives. And again, those broad obligations are not just to pump out people to enter the workforce. Yes, that's an important element of this, but it's so much more than that. And that's why there needs to be space and opportunity and freedom within NSCC and the governance structure that they have for folks who have that professional background to be able to govern and to be able to make decisions and be involved in those decisions and not confined by or directed by government in their function, in their execution of that function. Could I get a water? Thank you. I'm so glad that I wasn't interrupted to go out to the scrum, because there really is a lot to say about this. So this person goes on to explain that quite well. They say NSCC is led by educators, researchers, and administrators who make decisions based on evidence, not ideology. That's an important point. And he recognizes, and remember, this is somebody who worked adjacent to educators. I'm not clear that this person is an educator. They were involved in a communications role in universities and an NSCC. So they worked adjacent to educators. But I don't believe they are an educator. But they nonetheless make the point. He's talking about colleagues who are of a different profession. And he says, these are some of the most dedicated people you can meet. Many could earn more elsewhere, but choose to educate and serve Nova Scotians, turning every public dollar into more than $8 of economic value. I think that that is, excuse me a moment. We're back there again to money. Not only is he making the point of the need to respect the professionalism and the evidence-based decision-making of our educators and the dedication of those educators, but he comes back again to talk about the economic aspects of this, because we can have the ideology that we need to support educators, that we respect public institutions and their independence, but there are fiscal realities to life. But the reality here is that supporting this decision-making structure, supporting the independence of NSCC, not only respects the people who work in that sector, in that organization, the people who are educated within that system, and the people who have dedicated their lives to building it, but it also supports economic prosperity and economic advancement. And the exact things that we are battling over here in terms of ensuring that there is a budget that supports Nova Scotians, that is not saddling us with additional debt, that's not making cuts where they shouldn't be made, that's not increasing spending where it shouldn't be increased. It's about smart use of money. So not only is this a principled request that we maintain the independence of the NSCC's governance structure, not only is it principled, not only is it supportive of democracy and supportive of the evidence-based decision-making that an independent governance board allows to happen, it's also supportive of our economic future. And again, I'm left wondering, what is the problem this is supposed to be fixing? Because it's still not apparent as we make our way through. Oh, actually, look at this. I didn't even notice this line in here. So the next two lines. Cuts to this group are simply misguided. I haven't even talked about cuts. I'm not clear, though. We had a reversal of the cuts this morning, and if somebody could tell me whether the NSCC's cuts were reversed in that, I would be really grateful. But here we are debating a question of NSCC governance changes, and the Premier made an announcement 15 minutes before our session began today about a reversal of cuts, which I don't think address the NSCC, but I don't know. I guess we wait for the tweet or the Facebook post that tells Nova Scotians that, because it's certainly not forthcoming on the floor of this House. So question mark as to whether there are cuts, but let's focus on the bill. So moving on from that line, this was the line that made me smile that I hadn't noticed when I first looked at this. This government wants to fix a problem that does not exist. There it is again. There it is again. Nova Scotians don't understand why government is seeking to make these changes. And again, that is such a straightforward lens through which to look at any change. So he goes on to summarize, I love this. This is a very lovely structured set of submissions. He goes on to summarize some of the changes. He indicates that the changes to the Act would transfer authority to hire the NSCC president from the Board of Governors to Cabinet. We've talked about that. We've talked about the erosion of independence that reflects. Oh, I didn't even get to this one. Embed the Deputy Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration directly on the Board of Governors. So as if it's not enough that the Board of Governors already has a significant percentage of them who are appointed by government, as if that's not enough. The act would transfer the authority to hire the NSCC president from Board of Governors to Cabinet. So now Cabinet not only is appointing a significant number of the Board of Governors, but they're also appointing the president. Also, it takes the step of embedding the deputy minister who reports directly to the minister. So just for folks who maybe aren't aware, the deputy minister is the government employee who reports directly to the minister and executes on the minister's direction. The minister holds statutory responsibilities for making decisions and providing direction to department, and the deputy minister is the person who gets that done. And so this legislation would embed that person directly on the Board of Governors. So we've got governors who are appointed by government, we've got a president who's appointed by government, and that's not enough. We're also going to embed the deputy minister in here. And so, we haven't even also talked about the fact that there is the creation of an Institute of Skilled Trades Council, which we're really not clear on the authorities around that and the composition and the minister's role in appointing folks. So the criticisms that he has about those changes are summed up as follows. That is not modernization, it's political control. That cuts to the heart of it right there. He points out that when decisions are made at arm's length, they can be based on expertise and data rather than political priorities. And that's what we've been saying. That's what we've been saying in the opposition, is that the structure that exists now, which, remind folks, does have a significant number of government appointees on the board. So it's not as if there's not government perspectives being brought forward at the board right now. It's not as if those perspectives aren't there. It's not as if government has no input. They still control funding. There's still a significant number of ways in which government can influence and direct the operation of the NSCC, or at least the function of the NSCC. But it's removing and eroding the ability to have those decisions based on expertise and professionals who are in the sector and based on data, and instead driving the focus directly to political priorities. I really appreciated the lens of those submissions, and I hope that they were helpful as we assess this act and assess the bill, and the ways in which it will impact Nova Scotians, the ways it will impact the provision of advanced education in Nova Scotia. And I want to move on now from that to talk about, I don't even have time to talk about the NSGU concerns, so I know others have really spoken about them quite fulsomely, and perhaps there are others still waiting to talk about those. So I'm going to move on from those. I want to talk for a moment about the implications for other sectors, because, and I prepared these notes yesterday when this was tabled suddenly, and I was expecting to speak to it yesterday, but although we had hours called until 11:59, government then, after calling it suddenly, ended debate early, so I didn't get to talk about it yesterday. So my note says today, but in fact, it was yesterday that this happened. Just yesterday, someone reached out to my office, and they are losing their job as a result of cuts to the service and caring sector. And so, let me just, I don't know today whether they're losing their job, right? We just saw reversals this morning of cuts to the disability sector and some other places. So it may be the case that this person who was notified within the last 3 weeks, no, probably, I don't have the letter here, but I would say it was probably more recent than that because they reached out with urgency. So very recently told they lost their job. I don't know today if that's been reversed. We've seen cuts reversed. So, that is a traumatic experience for someone. It's so traumatic. Losing a job is one of the most stressful things that can happen to someone. And I'm not even going to get into the context of the cuts and the job losses. I'm going to focus on this one person's situation. So they reached out yesterday, having been told they lost their job, and they were in the service or caring sector. And so they were looking for help retraining. Putting someone through the trauma of this for these horrific budget cuts, and their response is so practical, which of course, what are you going to do, right? It's traumatic, it's horrifying, they're losing their job, and they're reaching out for help retraining. But the skill set they have and the interests they have and what they want to expand into are social services. They're not the things that this bill focuses on as they look at the industrial, forgotten the name of the council that's being created. Not that. And I'm not undermining the importance of having education around all of those things, around industry, around sectors that, automotive sectors. Like, those are really important. None of this should be taken as undermining that. But what I will say is, folks in my community already have a hard time getting access to education for ECE training, for example. And so there is nothing in this bill, and I would suggest not only is there nothing in this bill, but what's in this bill excludes those social support roles. The focus on automobile manufacturing and industry emphasizes that that's what government wants the Nova Scotia Community College to focus on. But yes, we have a need for those things. We also have a need for CCAs. We also have a need for ECEs and EAs and youth and family workers. And folks in my community already have difficulty finding access to those programs at our NSCC. And I would suggest that the terms of this bill, the focus that this bill has, that's going to make it even harder. It's going to make it even harder for people to get education in those sectors. And they are the sectors that support the most vulnerable people in Nova Scotia. And they are the sectors that we need to be supporting. We need educated people who can support those sectors. And I'll point out one of them, the ECEs. You can't work if you don't have childcare. So the economy that we have, the economy that we're aiming to grow, if we don't have ECEs who can support childcare for people who want to work, then all of our other efforts to support industry, to support the automotive industry, to support mining, to support any job at all that somebody may want to get, those efforts are lost. Because if many people who are of working age, who want to be in the workforce, have a need for childcare. And there is nothing whatsoever in this bill that supports that. And in fact, it appears to exclude that. And we already know that those are sectors that we don't have enough support for in the NSCC and in our educational programs. And there's just nothing there. And so this is really, it's upsetting, I think, on the broader perspective, given all of the work that I've done and the department has done to build out the ECE sector and to support childcare, to see a bill that is imposing government control and political priorities on the NSCC with it completely excluding any consideration of that important work that we've committed to and that we need to drive our economy, to say nothing of supporting vulnerable people in Nova Scotia, is disappointing and I think frankly unacceptable. But back to this individual. They came to us looking for help for retraining. And it's already hard for folks in Lunenburg West to get access to local training around these areas. There's some remote programs, and they certainly do some of these programs, and they do them well. But without government priorities and mandate to support the expansion of those programs, and with the kind of overreach and control that this bill seems to be generating, I don't have a lot of faith that what programs we do have are likely to expand. And so where does that leave this person who yesterday reached out to our office looking for help to re-educate in an area of interest, in an area of growth, in an area that Nova Scotians need? But again, that brings me to the other point that I made. Well, I just want to say this. I think it's tragic and it's horrific that this person is in that position and having to reach out to their MLA for support in that. And I think this budget has driven that crisis unnecessarily, and it's just completely unacceptable. But let's just reflect again on the news that we all got 15 minutes before we started today. And I mentioned this earlier when I introduced this. It's not clear to me at all right now whether the cuts that the Premier reversed might actually give this person their job back. What an unnecessary trauma to impose on Nova Scotians. And what a horrible way to deliver that news. Not on the floor of the legislature through debate, not in the course of estimates. We've already questioned the Minister of Education on these programs. We've already questioned all the ministers. Nobody popped up with, maybe we'll fix this. Nope. The notices for people that their jobs were being cut rolled out over the last 3 weeks, and then suddenly, Premier's white knighting it again with reversals and saving the day. And that's just gross. It's unacceptable. It's not good governance. It's wildly poor governance that we should be embarrassed to be participating in. So I have so many questions now with the reversals of the cuts, with this bill. Where do we even go from here? So we talked a little, we're talking about the bill, but you can't disregard the budget and the impact that the budget has on the implications or on the outcome of the bill. And so we have already passed our time to talk to the Minister of Advanced Education. I think we're being told maybe the Minister of LSI is coming up for questions, so that's convenient, but things have dragged on so much due to some procedural decisions by the government that I don't have any confidence we're going to get any clear answers about any of this at all. And that is such a horrific disservice to Nova Scotians. It's a horrific disservice to the constituents that we serve, to the people across this province who are doing the best that they can and getting ricocheted with the decisions that this government is making. So there is a whole lot more to say. And I know debate will continue. We're only talking about Clause 1, so I look forward to going through clause by clause and having further conversations. I'm really hopeful that we'll hear more from government about what is the problem they're trying to solve. Give us some evidence as to how these changes will fix that problem. Give us some indication as to how these changes will improve the lives of students in Nova Scotia, across Nova Scotia. We have NSCC campuses all across Nova Scotia, in urban areas, in more rural areas. They support the education of thousands of students across this province, and they are the employer of tens of thousands of people. And I think that it's important that we hear from government as to why it is that they're making the changes they're making and what the real consequences of those changes are likely to be. I know what the change, I can tell you one clear consequence already, just one, of the changes that are being proposed and the changes are being made. That is that one of my constituents lost their job and now is in a limbo wondering whether they're going to get it back. So I'd really like, on behalf of Nova Scotians, some acceptable, evidence-based, logical, rational, sensible, compassionate, considered answers from the government as to why they are making the changes they're making. Because Nova Scotians really want to know. Nova Scotians want to know about the Community Colleges Act and why these changes exist. They want to know why government needs more input into how NSCC operates. They want to know why government needs to appoint the president, why government needs the deputy minister embedded, why these changes need to be made. So I'm just about done my hour. I'm hopeful the government can stand up and fill an hour and give us some answers.
Order. Anyone else? Shall Clause 1 carry? Carried. Shall Clause 2 carry? Carried. Is there any debate on Clause 3? I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
That was really nice. Thank you. Speaker, I would request that those present in the chamber direct their attention to NDP change sheet 1. I will read the proposed amendment. The proposed language, the proposed amendment would change. This is on page 1, clause 3. We would delete and substitute the following: 3 subsections 60, subsections, 63 and 64 of Chapter 4 are repealed, and the following subsection substituted. 3, the board may, subject to the approval of the minister, appoint an interim president if the president is absent or unable to act, or if the office of the president is or becomes vacant. Speaking to the rationale for this amendment, other speakers on clause 1 have drawn into focus, the very relevant question of what is the problem that this particular clause fixes. Why is it necessary for effectively the Premier, through Cabinet, to be able to decide who the president of the Nova Scotia Community College will be? I think that question has been asked in good faith. We have not yet heard the minister or the Premier or anybody that's a member of the Executive Council stand and provide a rationale for why this is a necessary change. So a legitimate question has been asked, no response has been offered, and in the vacuum of clarity about, in the absence of a rationale that sheds light on why this is warranted, why this is legitimate, why it's desirable, why it's beneficial, it leaves open the questions that were raised about the perception of political interference in the appointment of the most senior leader of what up until now has been an independent post-secondary institution that not only offers trades-based education, but also offers a bevy of other post-secondary programs that are not trades-related or trades-adjacent. And I've already commented in my initial remarks, but it should go without saying, but I think it bears repeating, that one of the hallmarks of effective, accountable post-secondary institutions in any province is that they function independently of government control. They operate separate from the political agenda that is inherent to the operation of any government in Nova Scotia. So I don't offer these remarks as some kind of slam or dunk on the current government or the current Premier. I'm speaking about a philosophical plank of post-secondary institution that independence is important. The autonomy to make decisions about the learning that occurs at an institution is frankly sacrosanct when we think about how post-secondary institutions can and should operate in our province. And so for that reason, we propose this amendment that removes from a piece of legislation that provides potential benefits to the province of Nova Scotia by deleting the language that empowers the Premier through the Executive Council to determine who the president of the Nova Scotia Community College will be. It removes the specter of outright political interference and permanent insertion in the operation of the Nova Scotia Community College, and leaves intact the existing provisions in the NSCC Act and the bylaws of NSCC to determine who a president will be under existing processes. Previous speaker to Clause 1 has already spoken about their lived experience of having been the member of a board of a post-secondary institution in Nova Scotia, and talked about the robust search process, not only to find a candidate that has a background that is aligned with and complements the mission of the institution that they would be called upon to serve if they were the successful candidate, but also instills public confidence in the continued operation of the institution that they are hired to lead. And so the deletion of this clause, in the opinion of the NDP caucus, is not one that is slightful or in any way smears the broader project contained of this bill, but it removes a source of controversy from a piece of legislation that proposes other measures that make some sense, given the current landscape of trades-based education and the standing issue of a dearth of qualified tradespeople to carry out the work of industry in our province. And so, I simply say again, it is irresponsible for this House to consider legislation in isolation. It's irresponsible of those of us present in this House to look at this one clause and say, it's fine, absent a greater context. The government, this current government in the last spring session, the spring session of 2025, enacted Bill 12, which enabled it, through powers vested in the Minister of Advanced Education, to determine up to half the composition of the Board of Governors of every university in Nova Scotia, which is a substantial departure from the process of determining the composition and representation of the board. Composition, which we noted at the time before this legislation was enacted, government had sway over its representation on those boards to make sure that its perspectives, its priorities, and its values were known to the boards of those institutions, and to influence the way that those institutions operated and made decisions about programs that serve to address priorities identified by the government as necessary in an attempt to remedy labor shortages and the long-term prosperity of our province. This clause, if left alone, feeds into the alarms that have already impacted universities and the perception of Nova Scotia's universities as independent from government interference. It would be irresponsible for us to vote on this amendment without considering changes under Bill 112, which gave the government not only a controlling presence on the Board of Governors of Research Nova Scotia, another formerly arm's length from government body that funds research in the public interest in Nova Scotia, a body which the government of Nova Scotia already maintained the capacity to specify priorities that should be considered in the granting of research funding. And the government moved ahead with those changes anyway. And speaking with folks in the post-secondary sector in Nova Scotia, those changes have already had a chilling effect on universities and colleges' ability to attract top caliber candidates at the graduate, postgraduate, and honors level of undergraduate studies to come to Nova Scotia not only to study but to participate in research. The word is already out in Canada that unless you want to research something that the government says is worthy of funding, this is not the place for you. And so I draw to attention of the House, I understand I'm speaking specifically to our particular clause in this Act, but I would be remiss if I didn't walk people down memory lane in the recent past to other changes government have made amid concerns raised about the overreach of government's powers in terms of the administration and governance of post-secondary education in the province. And so, we have, the government has representation currently on the board of the Nova Scotia Community College. The government has a significant influence over programs that are offered, that are piloted, that are expanded at the Nova Scotia Community College through funding agreements struck between, it used to be the Minister of Advanced Education. Now, if this act is passed, it would be through the Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration that indicate that, look, we need to fast track or we need to create a program to graduate more people. Those are powers that the government currently has to shape and influence the various learning programs that operate at NSCC without grabbing hold of the control of deciding who the president of the institution would be. I'm also concerned about this because it potentially calls into question, once somebody is hired for this role, whether or not they would be perceived by other sibling organizations across the country as being independent from government. And the willingness to collaborate with other institutions of NSC's ilk, there's a potential erosion of their capacity to be perceived as an independent, arm's length, vested in best practice leadership of an institution. The last reason why, the last piece of context I want to draw into focus in support of this amendment is, government has made recent appointments of high visibility, high profile civil service jobs. There has been plenty of back and forth about this in this House about the appointment, the government's appointment of the new lead for the Crown Prosecution Service in Nova Scotia. And I've heard the minister responsible for that portfolio stand up in this House and say and defend, hey, we've got a candidate with 2.5 years of experience in the system. We have full confidence. Chair, I humbly suggest to this House that the appointment determined by the Premier through Executive Council, it would be deeply damaging and harmful to the credibility and the public confidence of the Nova Scotia Community College if the Premier and the government were to appoint a candidate to the post with limited experience. If 2.5 years of experience is, in the government's mind, substantial or substantive enough experience to oversee the entirety of prosecutions by the Crown in this province, what's to stop the government from handing the post to somebody that is sympathetic or friendly to the Premier or the current government's political agenda with all respect, a relatively light resume when it comes to the administration and leadership of an institution that is central to post-secondary education in our province. And so this amendment is intended to protect the government against the specter and the perception that the Nova Scotia Community College is now an institution which operates under the government's thumb because it can control who the president of this institution will be. No just cause has been furnished by the sponsoring minister, that this change is necessary, that there is some substantive deficiency in the existing process whereby where the next president of the Nova Scotia Community College, how that person is determined and duly hired by the Board of Governors of NSCC. The minister has been silent on what the flaw in the current process is and how this is a solution. I had hoped that the minister would stand and provide, a comprehensive, robust outline on this point, but none has been furnished. And so at this point, I feel it necessary to move this amendment in the interest of shielding the Nova Scotia Community College from the harms that I've outlined in my moving remarks for this amendment, and to ensure that the people of Nova Scotia can continue to operate, continue to have full confidence in Nova Scotia Community College as an arm's length, academically independent institution capable of delivering programs that are responsive to the needs of our province, not only in the skilled trades, but also in the many other respects that NSCC delivers programs that are of benefit to Nova Scotians in many other sectors and respects. And so with that, Speaker, I encourage members of the House to support this amendment when we come to the question. And with that, I take my seat.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm not going to speak long, but I spoke in second reading opposing this bill. I really don't believe that there is a problem identification, and I have a real problem with this clause, so I waited to get up on this amendment. We were going to put forward a similar amendment to take out the ability for government to, by virtue of an OIC, appoint someone to the president role, and also the putting on the deputy minister on the board. My colleague from Lunenburg West talked about how that deputy minister reports to the minister of said department, but also the deputy minister serves at the pleasure of the premier. So we know that more and more decisions are coming out of the premier's office, decisions of this budget, and of course the walkback we've seen today. We know increasingly that government has been consolidating, centralizing the control of where decisions are being made. So I think it's really deeply problematic that an institution that is embedded in our communities across the whole province will now be controlled by that one office. And this is in the context of squeezing NSCC by some $9.4 million. I think that's going to be telling, as other universities are also being squeezed, and a 3% annual workforce reduction. So I do believe that that's going to cause some restructuring, and we need some independent thought going into the analysis of how these decisions that are really important decisions have to be made. And the more that you politicize appointments, the more you are politicizing priorities within an institution like this that has been independent for a long time. They have 5 important schools that need to be protected. These schools were created by governance models that had data in front of them to figure out where the workforce needed to be grown: trades and transportation, health and human services, business, creative industries, technology and environment, and access, education, and language. These are all important building blocks of the college to ensure that we have the skilled trades necessary, to ensure that we have long-term care workers in healthcare. And the college actually has always gone through analysis on where they could consolidate certain programs, and if there's a program that doesn't have the enrollment required to continue, then they would shift resources to other places. But this is both reducing the capacity with NSCC, which actually should be expanded with the workforce that we need, and politicizing who's going to be tasked with that initiative. So with the lack of trust now that more and more Nova Scotians have in these decision makers, in this government, with the clear inability to manage a budget, this has been the most tumultuous budget session in recent memory, maybe ever in Nova Scotia, and we're going to have another government representative controlling who the president or a government representative on the board, plus a government OIC appointed person running the whole show, I think is deeply problematic. I think it risks some of the research funding that the NSCC is accustomed to acquiring, the $150 million of federal research that will be at risk. So there's a number of things I think that we'll see as deeply problematic as we move long term. You won't see that immediately. I don't know if there's someone in mind that they are preparing to appoint to the presidency of NSCC, but there's certainly questions to be raised. This is just one more example of removing independence, removing boards that had broad representation and control over an institution in Nova Scotia. So I think that's sad. So I'm just speaking in support, strong support of this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to speak in support of an amendment brought forward by my colleague. I asked to speak in our caucus to this act because I have a number of concerns about it, particularly around governance. You know, Nova Scotia Community College, I think, is a pillar of Nova Scotia. In 30 years I've been here, I've seen it grow and be an exciting place to be, an invigorating place to be, meeting the needs of our community, meeting the needs of many sectors, just growing. And I think it's become not only a pillar of Nova Scotia, but one of the best Nova Scotia community college, one of the best community colleges across Canada. From its beginnings, since the last 20 years. Therefore, having been around the governance board a lot and looked at a lot of governance different models, the good, bad, and the ugly, I have a lot of questions about this. The first question is why? What's the problem we're trying to solve? And adding yes and to all what my colleagues have said here. But I do think the governance, change in governance that the current Clause 3 speaks to is troublesome for a couple of reasons. This is why I would support the amendment. FYI, the amendment will make my comments much briefer if we accept it today. The community colleges, like most post-secondary, are non-for-profit, and they have a unique position where they actually collect revenues, provide the services, are independent, governed in most cases by an independent board of directors in the best interest of the students, in the best interest of the organization. That allows them to pivot. That allows them to be sources, whether a community college or a university, to be a center of excellence. It allows them to develop the in-house skills, talent, recruit, attract, to be the best of their kind, best of breed, so to speak, in their sector. That relies on the independence to actually act on that through their strategic plan. Other boards have different models where they actually separate the funders from the board, from the operators. So I've seen a model where there was a board of directors which oversaw the operations, and a board of trustees that oversaw the financing. And that's not a bad model, because in some cases, when you raise the money, having done this non-for-profits, you have a sense of ownership, and you want to, like, I raised that, I worked hard for that money, I want to go to this project. So in essence, when government, which is the major funder for NSCC, may have a little bit of, as we're seeing, thing, I really want to go to this sector, while the independent talent, subject matter experts in the field may have different thoughts. It's by nature kind of a healthy adversarial relationship in most cases. Bill 112 made it a bit more complicated when it added government representatives to the board of directors. Again, it changed the relationship. Now with this section 3, with someone who's the major funder, Bill 12 now has board representatives on it, overseeing the appointment of the CEO, makes this governance model complicated, fraught with conflict of interest, at least perceptions. Probably the only thing it could be compared to would be the Catholic Church. Anyways, I think this amendment brought forward could actually solve a lot of the solutions, the concerns I have around the governance model. This is a governance model that I, like my colleagues spoke, really felt that will impugn the trust, the integrity, and the credibility of the Nova Scotia Community College. Why? Well, you know, our premier comes from a background of accounting. Accountants are usually the best of breed in governance, so I'm surprised this is coming forward. And in all honesty, if I was asked to be a major donor or sponsor of an organization with this model, I'd say no, thank you. I'm going to go elsewhere. It's just so fraught with the potential conflict of interest. I could not support and donate or sponsor in any way an organization that has this type of governance model. There's too many either actual conflict of interest or perception of conflict. And in good organizations, there should always be a healthy adversarial, respectful relationship between the funders, the CEO, and the board of directors. And I'm sure people who've worked for non-for-profits in their previous careers have a sense of that. This puts the governance into a whole new ballgame, then puts the Nova Scotia Community College into an area of its own. I worry about the impact it would have. And so I think the amendment brought forward by my colleague would actually decrease that perception of conflict and increase the potential, maintain the integrity and credibility of a great organization like Nova Scotia Community College. I don't know why we're doing it, but I think in this case, the risk far outweigh the benefits, and I would ask for members of the legislature to consider an amendment to decrease the risk.
Any other debate? Shall Amendment NDP 1 carry? No. It is defeated. I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. We're back on the unamended language of the bill. And I just want to be clear with people that this appointment that the process that this House appears poised to approve falls into the very trap that has been identified as a major concern, not only for government, but also for the community college as an institution, and as my colleague iterated, as a potential barrier to outside investment from donors and alumni. The process of appointment through governor and council, I've observed a few head shaking to suggest that the idea that the premier could not unilaterally direct the appointment of the new president of the community college, that the premier could not unilaterally determine that an individual who is a loyal supporter of the premier or the Progressive Conservative Party, aligned with their broader goals, but could be found lacking from the point of view of whether or not they have the necessary background of administrative and instructional leadership to be the most senior leader from a staff perspective of the Nova Scotia Community College, and say, well, that's not possible. Well, the fact is the door is open, and it's difficult for Nova Scotians to look at other recent problematic appointments where the resume of the approved candidate, greenlit by the governor and council process, left much to be desired from the perspective of those practicing in the field. So there are plenty in the legal community who have shaken their heads at the appointment of a new head of the Crown Prosecution Service, whose background contains a scant 2.5 years of experience that are relevant to the post. You know, this is not, the role that we're talking about is not some generalized committee appointment that you can just toss somebody into and, you know, really it's of, you know, light consequence whether or not they're the most qualified candidate in the world or not. This is an institution that operates 13 campuses in dozens of distinct programs, both trades-based and academic-based. The graduates of these programs play a central role in addressing key labor shortages, not only in the skilled trades, but in other skilled sectors. And the complexity of the scope of NSCC makes the selection of a person to head this institution one that requires dedicated attention from people that are familiar with and entrenched in the lived experience of the institution's mandate and its operations. We appreciate that the Premier has recently expanded his duties to include the role of Minister of Energy. We don't understand the Premier intends to assume the role of Minister of Labour Skills and Immigration to have ongoing direct contact and knowledge of the operations of the college that position him in a truly meaningfully informed way to ascertain who a qualified candidate for this post is. And vesting the power of the Premier, you can say, well, you know, the Governor and Council is you know, it's a, you know, that's democratic. Is it? Alarming signals that perhaps cabinet members are not equal voting members of the Executive Council have reared their heads within the last 24 hours. You have a Minister of Finance who couldn't explain, couldn't predict, couldn't tell with certainty what changes to the budget would emerge mere hours later. So to suggest, well, we've got this democratic team approach and the Premier doesn't tell us what to do or doesn't make up the minds of the Executive Council, the dynamics of the last 24 hours demonstrate the concerns about the collaborative decision-making of the Executive Council can lead to a meaningful appointment that who's a candidate that has the background, the experience, the integrity, you know, the wider respect of the post-secondary community to take on this. It calls into question whether or not the Premier and the Executive Council are capable of exercising their power in ways that lend to a decision that are in the best interests of the Nova Scotia Community College and all of the programs that it operates and all of the students that rely on it and all the staff that work at that institution. It also calls into question whether the public can have faith that an appointment is not inherently a political one or one made on the basis of patronage. And I, in the strongest terms possible, want to make clear this is the wrong thing to do for this institution. It is not the plaything of government to yo-yo between, well, we're going to make it a university and give it degree granting powers, and now we're going to make it a superpower, a supercharged engine to graduate tradespeople. But while we do that work, we're also going to defund gradually over time the revenue that NSCC relies on to deploy non-trades-based education. It's hard to view this as a path to a political appointment where this individual is going to be ingratiated to the Premier and the Executive Council and an instrument of the political will of the Premier's office in carrying out actions in terms of what programs will survive, what programs will be sunset, which will be expanded, which will be reduced. This is language that ensures that whoever gets this post is going to exist under this cloud of controversy and cause the people of Nova Scotia, the staff of the community college, the students who rely on it, it's going to inspire standing permanent questions about whether the Nova Scotia Community College is in a position to do what's right for the institution, to do what's right for the students, to do what's right for its staff and its faculty, to do what's right for its programs. It is necessary at times for the president of this institution, perhaps not in a public-facing way, but nonetheless through the diversity of channels available to the president of the community college, to push back against decisions of government that may serve to harm the community college in its capacity to sustain programs and opportunities that are public goods in our province. What other institution can give us what the Nova Scotia Community College consistently delivers year over year? It's not like we've got other options hanging on the vine that would survive and rise to prominence and supplant NSCC as the institution that delivers its present function and impact. And so I was initially rather mild in framing my concerns about, such language would subject both the government and the government's appointment as president as being a patronage or politically determined role. But again, the sponsoring minister has not stood in this House and has not demonstrated the flaw in the current appointment process of an NSCC president, has not been clear about what the problem is that bears fixing. We don't have before us language which constrains the Premier or the Executive Council to make the selection that this language empowers them to make in a manner that is unbiased, based on merit, and takes fully into account the input of the Board of Governors of the Community College. This is the body which exists to oversee and govern the affairs of the Nova Scotia Community College in the public interest, to maintain a strong, healthy, arm's-length institution whose revenues and programs are positioned to meet the needs of students at present and students well into the future. This is the wrong path. And in the strongest terms possible, the controversy that exists around other notable recent appointments will dog whoever is appointed by the Premier under this language when they are appointed. It will diminish the standing of the Nova Scotia Community College as an arm's-length independent institution across this country. The government's grabbing hold of governance in the post-secondary sector through Bill 112 in the last spring session, spring of 2025. Already there are chickens coming home to roost from that move. I've talked to researchers thinking about moving to Nova Scotia who've made decisions to go elsewhere because the government controls what gets funded and what doesn't get funded as it relates to research in this province by establishing priorities that perhaps universities don't align with universities' missions and mandates, determined autonomously and independently. These are not healthy changes for the system. There will be harms. both in the immediate, in the intermediate, and the long term, but a political appointee to this post will not serve the college well, will not serve the province of Nova Scotia well, and will diminish the enormously positive impact that the Nova Scotia Community College has delivered since it was formed in the mid-90s, has evolved and innovated to be able to deliver to the people of Nova Scotia. Of all of the institutions that require modernization, a previous speaker did a superb job of outlining the remarkable impact and effectiveness of the Nova Scotia Community College to meet the needs that it exists to meet and support students and community. And I think it is a shame for government to continue down this path and to grab one more thing into centralized control. The consolidation of power in the Premier's office. Maybe not everybody cares about democracy, but folks at the community college, staff, unions who represent folks who work at this college, question whether or not this sets the table for someone to enter the role and carry out a series of reforms that otherwise would be unpalatable and rejected by the board and a president that was selected through truly independent arm's length means. And to create a dynamic that opens the door to the kind of ramrod, more faster, with less introspection and no rationale kind of change. Plenty of other systems are experiencing the harms of that kind of leadership dynamic in our province, and it's a shame that it will be inflicted on the Community College of Nova Scotia when this language isn't passed. So I and my entire caucus will vote in the heartiest terms possible a loud no when it comes to the question on this clause. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Back to the drawing board in my argument to you, but that's good. That's okay. You had my preamble. When I first got this bill to review, I was curious, and of course the whys come up, why it was moving from advanced education, NSCC, to labor skills and immigration. I think I have an appreciation and understanding of that from reading the bill, although I'm hoping at some point we would vote on this. The minister responsible could just add some further comments to that, why the movement. I'm open to persuasion. However, as other speakers have said, why the change in governance? It really is a change in governance. What's the problem that's trying to be fixed here? Has there been unsuccessful or searches by independent organizations at NSCC or others that led to concerns that took away the independence? And I'm open to that because there's been an institution, I could think of a hospital that's had 2 independent searches that didn't always lead to the best candidates. So certainly independent searches should be open to scrutiny, but I'm not sure what the problem is that clauses 3 and 4 is trying to address. And I really sincerely would like to hear, we are doing this because of, I haven't heard that, and what's the problem, what's the issue, maybe it's not a problem that's trying to be addressed by clause 3 and 4. Without that, it leads to assumptions. And I won't fill in the assumptions. I could speak to the assumptions, but lots of people will fill in the assumptions about why the Premier feels the need to be the person responsible for CEOs of an independent Nova Scotia community college. Again, I have to speak to governance. This is not a good governance model that's evolving for NSCC or any model. Regardless of who the Premier is, this is not a good model. I've been in, the players in this model right now that are evolving is the funders. I've been a funder. Board of directors, I've been on many. The CEO, I've been one. And of course, what we're forgetting about this are the consumers or the constituents that use the Nova Scotia Community College, plus the staff and faculty. The only part in this puzzle I haven't been is the Executive Council, but that's coming. So this model is evolving from a non-for-profit model, independence of an institution, post-secondary, that's done really well in Nova Scotia, and we should be really proud of. And I believe it's going to embrace and provide us with the skills for the future. It's already moving in that direction. One of the things I was surprised is at Health Committee earlier this year, the president was there and talked about what a great relationship he had and the Nova Scotia Community College had with government and the successes they had working together under that model before this change. So again, I've heard the president of NSCC, I believe he's left, say what a great relationship and how it enabled both the government and NSCC and the community to pivot. So if it was great a year ago, what's happened in the last year that's led to a change in governance? I do think having traditionally, so the innate problem with this new change, it's not just a change in position, it's a change in governance, which is going to create so many conflicts of interest, which leads to risk, and the biggest risk is credibility. Normally, a CEO would report to the board of directors. So in this case, the CEO is chosen, handpicked by the person in the Premier's office. So from accountability and governance perspective, who's the CEO's paymaster? Who's the CEO accountable to? The person that handpicked them for the position, or the board of directors that's overseeing what's in the best interest? You could argue everyone's in the best interest, overseeing operations. That's such a conflict of interest. And again, it's not speaking to this current Premier, it would speak to any Premier, any CEO. And I have to wonder, if I was a CEO and looking for a new role at a post-secondary, whether I'd want to jump into that fire of having potentially two people or two accountable to a board of directors to get things done, but also the accountability to the person in the office of the Premier that appoints me. That would be not a thankful job. And again, what's missing in this is, again, my C word, consultation. What do the students think? What does the faculty think? I am going to repeat. Consultation is a politician's best friend. And when you avoid that consultation, you proceed at risk. So I think this governance model, this is not just a position, this is a change in the governance model which has evolved with Bill 112. It has a perception of biases and so many potential for conflicts of interest. The impact, as I've said earlier, is those relationships, regardless of who's in the position, should have a healthy adversarial arm's length distance to be in the best interest of the organization. This change in position is going to change governance, which is going to create either, a conflict of interest, potential for bias, or even the perception of conflict of interest. It's a governance model like none I've seen before, except for perhaps the Catholic Church, where the person at the top gets to point the cardinals and call the shots. So it's going to affect donors. Like, I'm sorry, but I could not support any organization that has such a close-knit circle with so many relationships intertwined in this governance model. It's just fraught. I could not, there's lots of people that are looking for support that have better governance models that I would gladly support. The other thing, what do the students think of this? Also at risk here, I believe, is we talk about academic independence. We often think of more of it at universities. I think the academic independence at a post-secondary school such as NSCC is incredibly important. We want our skills to be the best in the country. We want the best brains in the country to be teaching those skills. We want to encourage innovation, creation, and that only comes from academic independence, and the independence starts at the top. So if the CEO is perhaps not independent, what's going to be the academic independence of the faculty at NSCC? Then if you look bigger, there's a cloud hanging over, I believe, the post-secondary education system in Nova Scotia. Bill 112 kind of raised flags, created a cloud. Months before this budget, we saw one university get $30 million with some deliverables. And all deliverables, with $30 million, there should be some well deliverables. Then the budget comes out, and we see another university have a significant reduction in their funding. Then we see this model come out where I don't even know whose in best interest is. This change in position creates a change in governance. So post-secondary folks at any level have got to be saying, what's going on in Nova Scotia? How come one university gets $30 million a month before another one gets cut, and then this one is changing it so someone in the Premier's office, the decision maker of who gets what on budget day and before, is now coming here. Can people understand why this might raise questions or suspicions about what's going on in Nova Scotia's post-secondary education? Certainly does. And I've heard from people who are saying, what is going on in Nova Scotia in the post-secondary? There seems to be perhaps pets and perhaps people, post-secondary institutions that are not the best pet. So again, why is this change in governance? I'm really going to use that word because it's not just a change in a position in a job description. It's a change in a governance model of a publicly funded, publicly trusted institution that is accelerating and soaring. So what's the problem that's trying to be fixed here? What's going to be the risk to Nova Scotia Community College? And we may not see the risk. It may not be evident or immediate right away. But when you lose any non-for-profit loses its independence in governance, and the funders in the mix of that, it's going to impact the organization. It has and it will. I have seen, having been in governance for 25 years, I've seen the good, bad, and the ugly. And, unlike separate from the private sector, we all remember, or at least some of us may do, but I'm aging myself, Enron and the lack of governance there, the lack of financial oversight. That's a different boat. That changed governance completely and perhaps into a bit of an overkill and spilled into the public sector and the nonprofit sector. It led to such things as Institute of Corporate Directors and raised the bar for governance. I don't see this change raising the bar for governance. I see it putting governance at risk, which, as any chartered accountant would know, if there's risk in governments, there's risk in the organization. The risk can be known, widespread. The biggest risk of any organization is their reputational risk and their credibility. It doesn't have to be a financial transaction. The biggest risk to any organization in today's climate is your credibility risk. With this change in this position, I think the risk is much bigger than getting the wrong person. I think it's a credibility risk to the organization. So I would really ask, and I'm hoping that the minister could speak to some of these concerns before we have a chance to vote on it. But again, I think the impact's far wider and deeper now and in the future for this change in governance than we might even be estimating. Doesn't seem like there was a lot. If we can't answer why the change, maybe someone can, and I'm open to persuasion. Why the change in governance? What's the risk and the benefits? I would be in a better position to try and support that if we had a more informed conversation in this legislature on why the change, and has someone actually thought about the risk and the benefits and the change in this governance model. Until then, I can't really support this bill because there's too many unanswered questions. And I think we owe it to an excellent institution like the Nova Scotia Community College that has done so well, is really an outstanding institution in Nova Scotia. To the students who want to go there, I went to their open house in the fall, and maybe my next gig will be an aircraft mechanic. It's such a great place. I'm worried that we're not doing them any favors, that we're actually putting them at risk. And the biggest risk, I think for many people in this bill, is the risk of credibility. Credibility for the government of the day, the government today, the government of the day in the future, and the whole time the risk to credibility of the organization because of its lack of independence. So I'm hoping before we vote on this that the minister could speak to some of my concerns and questions to give us a more informed discussion on the vote. But at the current time, I can't support this bill without more information. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Uniacke.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I only want to speak very briefly. I just really would like to set the record straight regarding one of the previous speaker's remarks, specifically around the Director of Public Prosecution Services. It was given the impression that the director may not be qualified and would only have had previously 2 years experience. I do want to set the record straight on that if I could quickly, that the 2 years experience was as he was acting
Order. Can I ask the member to speak directly to the clause? I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Uniacke.
Thank you very much, Chair. And Chair, I do, of course, support the bill that's in front of us. I do know that, I do want to point out, if I could, that the Director of Public Prosecution Services actually has 26 years as a Nova Scotia prosecutor, was a senior Crown for a number of those years, as a King's Counsel, past president of the Canadian Association of Crowns Counsel.
Order.
So I want to make sure that as we're
I'll ask the member again if we can zoom in on clause 3. I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Uniacke.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. And so I just wanted to clarify those, and I guess I don't have anything else to add to clause 3. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and happy to get up and have a chat about this clause in particular. Talked a bit about it in the main title, and want to reiterate some of those comments around political appointments. And in this case, in this bill, the ability for a government, whether it's today's government or tomorrow's government, to have that ability to appoint a president of an institution of such importance to the province. Really one of the foundations of our post-secondary education here in Nova Scotia, where thousands of students attend, where we have hundreds of faculty and staff that dedicate their life, their careers to supporting students. And I always use the examples of the universities, and I served on a search committee, an executive search committee as a student leader, way back when. And when we appointed the president of the time of UCCB, which is now Cape Breton University. And the important part of that hiring committee was that it had representation from various stakeholders. It had representation from students. It had representation from faculty and staff. It had representation from the board of governors, which was external representatives who had various backgrounds in business and community service. You had members of the Senate that were involved in that hiring process, and we worked closely with an independent firm outside of politics and outside of government. There's lots of them around, professional search firms that go after senior level executives. And it's an important process because when you're going through that, you'll see a vast array of applicants come forward in coordination with one of those firms. And then as a committee, you sit down and you go through that scoring process of who eventually will be interviewed for the position. And then ultimately, when you get into those interviews, the questions are coming from a wide range of perspectives. Because ideally you want that person, whoever is going to take the position, to have a strong sense of the institution that it is, and in this case we're talking about NSEC in multiple campuses in urban and rural parts of the province. You want someone who has the perspective and the experience and kind of the philosophy around student and student growth. You know, the student journey, retention within the college. You have that community aspect, which brings you know what does this person instill in how NSCC in this case would partner with communities across Nova Scotia. You have the perspective that comes from our First Peoples and African Nova Scotians and others, stakeholders in communities, and you really get a chance to hear their philosophy around diversity on campuses and diversity in classrooms. So it is a very healthy process. It is used by our universities at senior level positions, probably senior management positions too as well, the director level. You really get a fulsome oversight of ultimately the successful applicant. So I would never want to impede on that as an elected representative to make the decision to say, okay, this government or a future government now has the political ability to appoint who they wish. And I think that that's wrong for a number of reasons. I think that I'm not sure why the government actually wants that, to be honest. There's a board of governors at NSCC. They provide oversight, and ultimately we appoint people to that board as governments because we have faith in their ability to make decisions in the best interest of NSCC. Supporting whoever the president would be, and the campuses right across Nova Scotia. So when I first saw this bill, I'm sitting there going, well, why would they want this? Like, why not have the transparency, Mr. Chair? It's very dangerous, as my colleague said, not my colleagues throughout this conversation this afternoon. It is a very dangerous precedent to set when you're appointing positions like this. You know, this government has appointed people in various positions. I won't go down that road. I would argue that they are wrong in some cases. Some of them have had close personal connections to the leadership of this current government. And this is one where this person, whoever they are, as I've said, is going to be responsible for one of the key pillars of not only our post-secondary education journey for students, but for our economy, for you know, building the programs that are necessary with government, because every government will shift their focus to training. Ours was childcare. As part of the childcare deal, we started looking at childcare seats, how we could partner with NSCC. This government has done the same around trades. It's a very good thing. It is a very good thing. So you want to make sure you have the right person in place that as I said, has gone through that process, that vetting of all the stakeholders, and ultimately somebody that can work hand in hand with whether it's the current government or future governments. Because whether it's this one or another, the danger of a political appointment is that it's ultimately that person needs to be able to flow between governments. Governments don't stay forever. This government's here, this government will be gone. Another government will come, and the cycle goes on. It always happens. So you want to make sure that this process is independent as possible, because if you pick the wrong person through a political appointment, you very well could end up damaging the reputation of an institution, of the institution of NSCC. Someone that is appointed may not have that true experience where there's key pillars of their strong management skills and leadership skills, but a perspective of the students, a perspective of the communities that the college represents and is located in, and the perspective of what Nova Scotia is. Nova Scotia is very diverse. Our communities are very diverse, and you want to make sure that you have the right person. So I would argue that this is a wrong move. It's a move that really the government shouldn't want. They shouldn't want it, and I don't know why they want it. Maybe they have someone in mind moving forward. I believe that there's actually a process going on right now. And correct me if I'm wrong. You know what I mean? But I believe there actually may be an active search happening right now. I like where I'm at, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to represent the people of Sydney Membertou, and I had a great experience when I did have the opportunity to work at NSCC. It's a great place. It is. Great people. I did work between CBU and NSCC many years ago, and I really loved the experience. And I can tell you the people at home who work at NSCC really enjoy their work. And I also will say that I'm worried about them, because what isn't talked about enough in the budget cuts, we talk about some of the big ticket items that we've been talking about the last couple of days, some of the money that's been reinstated. $9.4 million is being cut by this government to the college, which is going to impact every campus. It's going to impact the programming, it's going to impact staffing, and it's really unfortunate. But back to this. I don't want to go too far, but I always will do whatever I can to support a great workplace that I really helped kickstart my career. I'll go back to the point I was making, that I don't understand why the government would want this. It's a very dangerous precedent to pass bills in this House that take away the independence of selecting people to run our most important institutions across the province. The universities aren't doing it. So the universities are independent. So why would we? Maybe that's next. You know what I mean? Maybe that's next for this government. Maybe they want to go down that road, but they're not doing it at the university. So why do it at the Nova Scotia Community College? It sets a bad precedent. This government's bringing the bill in, and if they appoint someone, maybe they get it right. You don't know, but it just takes away from the process that protects the institution. It actually, I think that the faculty and the morale within faculty, if they see an open and independent process, the staff at the NSCC, they know that the person that is selected has been selected by representation of them, representation of staff, of faculty, of students, and of the diversity that NSCC is, and the direction that NSCC is going. So I would implore that the government look at this and ask themselves, do they really want this power? Do they really need it? ultimately the cabinet will approve whoever is recommended, but don't take that independence away from the board, and don't take that process away that I feel is very important for a position that is so critical to the future training and the future opportunities for students of this province and students who come from away. We have very excellent leaders across Nova Scotia. We had an excellent president and President Burrow. He just moved on. I wish him well. He was steadfast in what he wanted to do for the college. He was hired through. He wasn't appointed by the government. He went through a process, right? And he was selected, and he served many years. The next person may do the same. So with those comments, I just really want to get on my feet for a few minutes and talk about this. And this is the most important key piece of the bill for me. I'm a huge supporter of NSCC. I'm also a huge supporter of the fact that government, and I'll say this with governments because we've all done it, and I just referenced it, government will move quickly to try to address gaps in support that Nova Scotians need, or market opportunities, or job opportunities. You know, there's various things. I use childcare as an example. Nursing was an example. There's lots of examples where NSCC has been able to adjust quickly to the needs of government, and that's great. And their board of governors is there to see that oversight, to make sure that fiscal management is there as they transition, as they receive money from government. So I implore, Mr. Chair, this is not necessary. This is not a necessary thing that the government needs, whether it's this government or a future government. Let it be independent, respect the independence of the board, and respect the independence of a process where a leader is chosen by NSCC, by its leadership, by its faculty, by its staff, and by its community representatives. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
I want to thank the honourable member for his comments, but I do want to remind him, he's right. He talks about the politics and the appointment of... I'm allowed to speak.
I recognize the member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Just a point of order, Speaker. We're speaking to Clause 3. Not providing commentary and rebuttal to testimony previous.
We haven't really gotten to anything yet, so I'll wait and see what the member says. But I will remind the member that we're talking to the clause. All right, order.
Thank you.
Order, please. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
I guess democracy and free speech only counts when it's the NDP, Mr. Chair. So I just want to say, I just wanted to give a shout out to the former president of NSCC. I think he did an incredible job. I think that when the new president comes in, whoever that will be, they too will do an incredible job, but they have big shoes to fill. Don had led NSCC through historic growth, you know, and he was a friend to a lot of people, and I wish him all the best. I know for myself personally, there's many times that I've gone to Don. I know, I think, you know, we talk about politics. I think the former president was part of a transition team at one point and helped politicians. That's a good thing. I believe that's a good thing. But I just want to put on the record that I think that NSCC is in good hands because of all the hard work of the former president and whoever comes in next.
Shall Clause 3 carry? Carried. Shall clause 4, I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. In my preliminary remarks, I acknowledge that the language in Clause 4 provides for the establishment of a school within a school, provided some examples of that model. It's not uncommon for institutions to adopt that structure. But I do want to register some concerns about it's not the Institute of Skilled Trades that's necessarily being established that's the concern, but it's the governance structure that would be installed alongside this school within a school that raises some flags. Along with this, elsewhere in the legislation or the clause, it indicates that that this new body would inherit whatever powers the board may resolve to delegate to it. But again, I think it's worth sitting with the broader context of this language. This is a specific clause, but its relationship to other changes and other dynamics bear some scrutiny. We've just seen government affirm that Clause 3 allows for an appointment that could be absolutely partisan in nature. The bill also establishes that the Deputy Minister of the Department of Labour, Skills and Immigration would become a de facto member of NSCC's Board of Governors. So now we have a board that already has government representation on it, plus a government-appointed president, plus a board member who is the senior-most civil servant serving the direction of government on the board of directors. This new body would see powers delegated by a board that suddenly the government would hold substantially more sway over the deliberations of. This is not an independently selected president of the board through existing process. This is not a board that operates independent of the presence and influence of the Deputy Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration. This is a board whose composition is altered by this legislation. And given that NSCC's predominant source of revenue is government funding, it's not unreasonable that the rest of the board understands where the bread is buttered, and if there's clearly expressed wishes about what powers should be delegated to this new council, I find it hard to believe that the rest of the board could reject that direction and that influence from an increased government presence. It remains unclear what powers would be delegated to the board. Or the Skilled Trades Council by the board. Apologies. Later language establishes the composition of that board, but this new institute, the first iteration of it at least, under the language in Clause 4 allows the minister to appoint in its entirety. The minister decides it's going to be 10 people, all 10 are appointees of the minister. And no criteria exist for such appointments. It raises questions about whether or not there will be presence on this Skilled Trades Council that represent the interests of labor connected to the skilled trades, who happen to be co-partners in Nova Scotia. In the landscape of where skilled trades people are made and developed, NSCC happens to be one such channel, but increasingly construction sector unions, either in collaboration or on their own, are significant partners in the training and deployment of skilled tradespeople. Representation on this council, it's unclear who would sit on it. It raises the question about whether or not the council, under the direct influence of government, under its new updated composition, might transfer a disparate amount of power, leaving the existing board a shell in terms of oversight, in terms of what it has sway over, in terms of governance of non-skilled trades programming in the institution. It also raises questions about whether or not the creation of a subgroup, does this open the door to programs that may structurally bypass other obligations of NSCC under collective agreements in place with the Board of Governors. At a time that government is defunding NSCC and other departments to the tune of 3%, and there are broad goals of 5% reductions in the civil service year over year for the next 4 years. The nondescript criteria for the minister to appoint the initial members of the Institute of the Skilled Trades Council. The language also provides for the minister in appointing the initial complement of Skilled Trades Council members to, at their sole discretion, determine the term length of those appointees. No thought is contained herein or in regulation to how long these initially appointed members will serve. It's possible that they could be appointed to indefinite appointments until such time as there's, if the minister feels the need to replace them, then a mechanism to replace them will be developed at some later time. But we may see a group appointed to this council that is in place for a very, very long time. There's no requirement of the minister to impose on the service of these initial members of this council any term limits. And there is no world of governance where indefinite appointments are ideal or of benefit to the institution they serve. Lifetime or indefinite appointments are an affront to accountability, to the incorporation of new and updated perspective as new members come aboard. It leaves, there are substantial risks connected to this language. So when we look at Clause 4, I don't necessarily see the establishment of a school within a school called the Institute of Skilled Trades as questionable, egregious, or problematic. Such models exist in plenty of post-secondary institutions and schools the world over. That's not a problem. And for all of the skilled trades education that currently operates at NSCC to fall, it to be sort of regrouped under this model doesn't necessarily mean that any program will be cut or diminished. Rather, we understand that this as a project of this minister in response to the need for more skilled tradespeople, not less. It's highly unlikely that we would see that this school within a school model result in any way in the diminishment of current trades-based training programs at NSCC, but lead to expansion and increased diversity in these programs. Nonetheless, the fact that we have a separate level of governance installed at NSCC, that there is no world in which the language that we see before us cannot be fairly described as a diminishing of the powers and the scope of the existing board. This legislation clearly imposes on the board the duty to determine which of its powers it will delegate and surrender to this Skilled Trades Council. Make no mistake, this language will diminish. The establishment of the council will result in the diminishment of the Board of Governors of NSCC to provide oversight over the entire scope of programs and services delivered by the college. And it is unclear, based on the language in Clause 4, whether or not the board will hold sway over approval of appointments to this council, or whether that will occur through the ABC's process here in the House upon the recommendation of the minister. This muddiness in process gives great pause. Is it wise to destabilize the current governance structure of NSCC to form an Institute of Skilled Trades? Is it necessary? I say again that the sponsoring minister for this bill has not stood in this House and provided any substantive rationale for why the existing governance structure of NSCC is insufficient or problematically constructed such that it frustrates the establishment of an Institute of Skilled Trades, a school within a school. This kind of change is one that a responsible minister would stand and outline the foundation for. What is the analysis? Where is the dialogue with the current board of NSCC, the current president of NSCC, that flags that, hey, in order for us to establish this Council of Skilled Trades, we must make this adjustment to the current governance structure? Is this a change that was requested, or the minister was advised by the existing board and the current president was warranted to make this change to NSCC's programs in the interest of graduating more skilled trades candidates? The minister has provided no such evidence that this discussion was had with the current leadership of NSCC. My conversations with faculty and professional support staff and unions representing them indicate that they have folks that are members on the Board of Governors, and their disclosure to me is that no conversation was had with NSCC Board of Governors on this topic or on the development of this legislation. And Speaker, I don't mean to suggest that a government can't arrive at change to governance structure that is meaningful and that addresses concerns of those currently sitting in governance of an institution. There is a pathway that exists to that. But the language contained in Clause 4 is founded on the absence of consultation and input with those who currently provide oversight at NSCC, the current president of NSCC. There's no, if the minister has evidence that these conversations have been had and they have informed the drafting of this legislation, then I encourage the minister to table that documentation so the House has confidence that these changes reflect meaningful dialogue with the current leadership of an institution that this language ultimately will have a drastic impact on. To impose change on a group with whom you have not consulted is not good government. And these changes will debase those currently doing the work. They will have lesser powers and diminished ability to oversee and discharge their duties. It's also not unreasonable to look at how this may impact NSCC's ability to attract and retain expert board members that know the college, that know its mission, that understand the breadth and scope of its programs, who have a vested interest, who may be alumni, to sit on its board and provide the oversight that a board provides. Are people going to want to serve on a board when the real power lives down the hallway in the meeting room in the Skilled Trades Council? And does this establish a dynamic where at a time the funding envelope that the board will continue to hold sway over will recede year over year over year if this government's projected plans are instituted? Who's going to want to sit on a board with lesser powers over shrinking funding? You know, these are consequences of this clause that I think it's important that members of this House understand, are inherent in the language, and will deliver if enacted. So, as to the initial appointment of a governing board of some sort, I don't disagree that it makes some sense if it's intended to provide oversight on a deadline, and the timeline leading up to that deadline is not compatible with standing processes to determine qualified, vetted candidates through the ABC's process or through the internal processes of the institution that would sort of be receiving this new governing body. It's not, you know, there's a world where if the minister were making appointments with clear criteria about how many members would be selected, what the qualifications criteria for their selection would be, so that the minister and the appointees are insulated from the perception of patronage or political interference. And if these appointees were appointed to terms with known limits that would mesh with the language later in the Act that provides some framework for how many people will be on this council, how they'll be appointed, all those kinds of things, it would allay the concerns that I'm expressing here. You know, I have spoken about legislation that this minister has previously tabled and questioned, recognize that there is a question that requires a legislative solution. This is the only place where a channel can be created that addresses the issue. But my counsel to the minister, offered in the most collegial manner possible, has been, if there is a problem create a channel only as wide as necessary to address the problem. If the width of the channel that you need is this wide, Chair, don't install a channel that's this wide, and leave yourself room where it's perceived that you might overstep. Or you may be vested with an ability to abuse your power, in some respect. And I say that again here. It's not that appointment of initial members to a governing body, that if the timeline frustrates the existing process, it may be wise for a minister to make initial appointments, provided the minister's power to make those appointments are reasonably constrained, and demonstrate consideration for the reasonable transfer of the initial group of appointees to a group of appointees whose arrival on this governing body have been made through a process that's transparent, with clear criteria and clear term limits. The language as we see here imposes no such constraints on the minister's powers to make initial appointments, and frankly, leave the minister the power to make indefinite appointments that will hold sway over a series of programs that over time we know are going to get more funding and have more influence and more significance in the life and operation of the college. And the board that remains, that has given away its powers, will have less funding and less programs over time. We are creating a bird where one wing will grow stronger with time and the other wing will atrophy in time. And that is a bird that cannot remain alight in perpetuity. So I say here in this chamber, the project of consolidating trades-based education in a model of a school within a school makes some sense to me, as someone familiar with education at both, the P to 12 and the post-secondary level. But on the questions of changes to governance, as someone who has a background in policy and governance for organizations provincial and national in scope, there are principles here that are absent that give me cause for concern about how this council is initially composed, and whether or not it inspires the confidence, and whether or not it operates within limits that ensure that the existing governance, the existing leadership that on the college's board of directors, that they will not be stabilized and diminished by these changes. And so for those reasons, Speaker, I and those of my caucus cannot support the language in Clause 4 as currently constituted. I thank the members present for hearing these remarks, and I thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to speak.
Shall Clause 4 carry? Carry. Shall Clause 5 carry? Carry. There's debate on Clause 6. I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
There is, Speaker. I want to draw the attention of those present. Under Clause 6, it would be under 6C IV. And I want to sit for a minute with the language representation on the council by stakeholder groups. In my remarks in second reading, I commented that I have heard on a number of occasions the minister sponsoring this legislation speak about his understanding that the trades have not always been a sector that are welcoming to women and gender diverse individuals, and to individuals from historically excluded and marginalized groups like African Nova Scotians, other racialized groups, and folks who are Mi'kmaq, Indigenous, Métis, and Inuit. And recognizing that this is something that the minister values, I would never go so far as to claim that I know what's in any member's heart in this House, but based on the minister's conduct and his comments, I know that this is an issue of importance to him, both from his lived experience and the leadership that he provides to this portfolio. Crossing paths with many people that the minister crossed paths with in the performance of his duties as minister, I know that these are conversations he's having with the sector at large, that the trades have to grow, evolve, innovate, and improve to address historical exclusion of populations. So on that basis, I encourage the minister, knowing sort of the intentions he has made clear and spoken, both here in this House and in the discharge of his duties, that it would be wise. Stakeholder groups at face value is a wide open term. However, when we look at notions of stakeholders traditionally centered in this sector, those voices often include industry, they often include management, they often include labor, representing people in the construction trades, but those tables notoriously and shamefully do not include or have not included folks from the populations that I've mentioned here. And so I would say to those present, you know, the government's decisions today, its language at other times in this House, in previous sessions, have signaled its commitment to building a Nova Scotia that is more just and equitable and fair and inclusive for women, for gender diverse individuals, African Nova Scotians, for Indigenous folks, for folks from other racialized folks, and other populations, you know, members of the rainbow community. The list is considerable, and I don't mean to exclude folks that I haven't listed. But I hope people will receive these remarks in the spirit that I offer them. That the project of equity demands that we be specific. If we intend to build a more just, equitable, and fair world of skilled trades, and part of our goals are to make sure that includes African Nova Scotians, then we should be very clear in our language that we put forward here that they are one such stakeholder. Because if we do not, lots of wide open words like stakeholders have been wielded by governments in the past to signal in a performative way that anything is possible and everybody will be included. And then when legislation is actioned and policy and program are made practicable, those groups find no seat at the table to participate in the work of building a world that is more just and fair in any number of respects. And so I had hoped to hear the sponsoring minister rise in debate on this clause and bring an amendment forward that would make clear that the minister's definition and conception of stakeholders groups not only includes those that we recognize are essential to the project of expanding skilled trades education and graduating more people ready to take on vital roles in all of the sectors that the skilled trades support, but also be clear about his intention about who is invited to this table, who will be part of this council in the project of transforming the skilled trades as a sector and making it a place where women absolutely belong every day in every space. On the front line as tradespeople, in management, in the construction sector, as contractors and owners, at every table where decisions are made and around the skilled trades, that women indeed will have a place at this table to make sure that the long-term project, that women, phenomenal women in our province, have every opportunity in every place in this sector. That African Nova Scotians that have long been excluded from this sector, who have dealt with discriminatory conditions in the workplace from other members of the sector, that they too, not only in working on the front line, in building homes, in installing technologies, whatever, the full scope of the skilled trades, that they don't only do this work as workers, but they have a place in this sector as leaders, as business owners and contractors, and leaders giving voice to policy program frameworks that shape how the skilled trades are trained and developed in this province. And I humbly suggest that it is in light of the harm and the upset and the anxiety that has been created by a lack of communication and partnership with the communities that I've just named in the budget process, to not be clear about who will have a seat at this table amplifies that harm and that disquiet for these communities. They deserve a government that's intentional and clear about how government will work, not do equity to these groups, not do equity for these groups, but how this government will create equity with these groups as co-equal partners. And the absence of clarity in this language gives me great concern that the harm to the relationship that this government has with the communities that I've described in these remarks will be deepened. And I think that would be a shame because, Speaker, as I've noted, the minister at the head of this file is someone who believes very deeply in the project that I'm talking about. And I think, again, in the most collegial, constructive, complimentary way that I can, I believe in the project. I too believe in the project that the minister believes in as it relates to a more just, more fair, more equitable skilled trade sector in this province. Nova Scotia has an opportunity to be a leader in that project. And I simply submit to the sponsoring minister that absent clarity about who stakeholders mean, this term can be weaponized, or it runs the risk of signaling yet again that a government unclear about its intention. We know that systems tend to do what they've always done. This is a sector and this is a system that rarely has made a seat at important tables when it comes to decision making. And it would be a shame to see that exclusion continue in the language that we pass here that will create the shape, a key shape, that will have enormous influence over how folks seeking a career in the skilled trades are educated and the opportunities that have access to, not only through programs at NSCC, but the opportunities that they may not have access to if they graduate. And so with that, Speaker, with all humility, I urge the minister to be clear, to clarify this language, and to be clear about who, through an equity lens, the minister intends to be at this table when he talks about stakeholder groups in this legislation. And absent that clarity, Chair, I will unfortunately have to vote against this particular clause. I thank the members present for their attention to these remarks, and I thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to rise and speak to this clause.
Shall Clause 6 carry? Shall the title carry? Shall the bill carry? This bill is carried. The committee will now take a 15-minute recess. Okay, order. Order, please. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, everyone, for the great debate tonight. Madam Chair, I ask that you do leave the chair and report progress back on Bill 196.
We will take a brief recess.
Order. The Committee of the Whole House on Bills reports.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Bills has met and considered the following bill, Bill 196, without amendments, and the Chair has been instructed to recommend this bill to the favourable consideration of the House.
Ordered that the bill be read a third time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Rule 5C, I move that the hours for March 11th be from 1 p.m. to 11:59 p.m. 1 p.m.
Pursuant to Rule 5C, there has been a request for the hours for Wednesday, March 11th, be from 1 p.m. to 11:59 p.m. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask that you do now leave your seat and we proceed to the Committee of the Whole House on Bills.
The motion is carried. We will have a short recess while the committee sets up.
Okay, order. Order, please. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chair, could you please call Bill 201, an act respecting justice and social services?
Bill 201, an act respecting justice and social services. I recognize the clerk.
Chair, Bill 201 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Public Bills on March 2nd, 2026, and contains 16 clauses.
Is there any debate on Clause 1? I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I rise today to talk about the Justice and Social Services Act on behalf of thousands of Nova Scotians whose lives are shaped by the decisions made in this chamber. I rise specifically for those who don't have a voice in this room, and that's the children in provincial care, the youth navigating the child welfare system, and the social workers who have dedicated their lives to protecting them. Chair, the Justice and Social Services Act this government has introduced raises profound questions about transparency, oversight, and accountability in Nova Scotia's welfare system. At a time when we've been calling, and there apparently is some money in the budget dedicated to a child and youth advocate, it is concerning that these changes are coming ahead before the office is established and before an advocate has actually been appointed to that position. And this is not just, the opposition asking questions or trying to make things difficult, but these are the questions that the very professionals this government depends on to protect vulnerable children have raised. One of the most troubling elements of this legislation is that it repeals the Social Workers Act. And that's a foundational piece of legislation governing the social work profession in Nova Scotia. When this bill was in public bills, we heard from Robert Wright, the president of the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers. Outside of public bills, we've also heard from Executive Director Alex Stratford of the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers expressing concern about this change, particularly the lack of transparency and lack of consultation that this government provided those workers that are on the front lines working to support those children that are in care or navigating the child welfare system. So I'm going to read some pieces from the submission that the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers put forward at the Public Bills Committee, saying that this regulatory framework with its broad mandate to protect the public from harm and serve public interest can align with the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers' mission to regulate its registrants in service of the public. The Nova Scotia College of Social Workers' approach is rooted in right touch regulation and advocacy to ensure the public is safeguarded from harm while advancing equity, justice, and accountability. To support this collaboration, the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers has developed a comprehensive model for regulations called a Framework for Safer Social Work Practice. We urge the government to consider this framework as a vital tool in fulfilling the broad mandate put forward by this legislation as we work together towards integration and shared commitment to public safety and professional excellence. And so what that basically says is, hey, this could have been good if you consulted with us and we gave you the framework that we have put together. We have not heard anything from any of the ministers that this bill, the departments that this bill touches upon, that any of these changes or any of the recommendations put forth by the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers is actually going to be implemented. So I do hope that we hear from one of those ministers to tell us, will they be bringing any amendments to ensure that this aligns with the regulatory and advocacy body that all registered social workers are members of. And so their strategy is rooted in critical reports. Those include the inquiry into the home for colored children, Turning Tide, the Mass Casualty Commission's final report, Building the Future We All Deserve, a social policy framework, repositioning social work practice and mental health in Nova Scotia, building an ecosystem for family community well-being, Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada calls to action, reclaiming power and place, the final report of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, Journey to Light, a different way forward, Turning the Tide Together, the final report of the Mass Casualty Commission, Creating the Future We All Deserve, a social policy framework for Nova Scotia, building an ecosystem to realize children's rights and support family well-being in Nova Scotia. And so that brings forward the question of what brought us here, the famous question that we've been asking for basically every bill. What is the problem that has been identified by this government that would make them put forward this legislation? Because we see that with the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers who have been doing this work, it is based on the recommendations and results out of various reports that look into child and family welfare. And so that makes me wonder, and I hope we hear an answer to this question as well, what was this change based on? So these reports provide critical insights into systemic issues and opportunities for reform. By integrating these findings into its safer social work framework, the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers consistently seeks to advance safer, ethical practices while promoting the values of equity, justice, and community well-being. We urge the government to embrace this framework as a vital tool in fulfilling the RHPA mission. Together, we can build a regulatory system that protects the public, empowers social workers, and advances the values of equity, justice, and community well-being. The Nova Scotia College of Social Workers is very much open to and welcoming working in collaboration with the government, though it doesn't seem that that's what happened before this bill was brought forward. And so, again, why? I mean, from what we understand too, and what we've heard from social workers employed by the Department of Opportunities and Social Development and various departments across this government, there wasn't any consultation, there wasn't any heads up, there wasn't anything letting them know that this change was coming about. And so it's particularly concerning that the people who are going to be impacted the most by this change were not even made aware that this change was coming about. You know, like I said the first time around, sure, let's you know, you want to not take their advice, sure, that's your decision. But at the end of the day, at least give them a heads up, let them know this change is coming about, because they were obviously blindsided by this. So Alex Stratford, the executive director for the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers, has reached out and asked if the minister would commit to exploring the implementation of the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers framework under the interpretation of the regulated health professionals' broad objectives. And so when it comes to the work that social workers do, I think every single one of us here can agree that they do some really difficult work. They do work that would exhaust emotionally and mentally many of us in here, and they dedicate their lives to this kind of work. And you know, and not to say that that's different from other healthcare professionals. Everyone that is working in a field where they're providing care and support to others definitely can agree. But social workers, it's different. It's not just the, you know, the healthcare, but there's navigation of systems that are historically prejudiced and, you know, are reeking of systemic racism, and just make it harder for children with for children in the system to really navigate. And so social workers have many complex issues that they support our children with. And putting them under this one broad framework of health professionals is a little concerning. And what that also indicates is that the minister would then be able to put a stop to any of the advocacy works that they're working on, because it doesn't fall under the mandate of the broad regulated healthcare professions. So how did the government handle this change? Again, asking the question of why and what problem does this bill aim to solve? The organization responsible for regulating the profession, this repeal came without prior notice or consultation. So I bring us back to that point. Think about that for a moment. A government introduces sweeping legislation that fundamentally alters how a profession is regulated. In this case, the profession responsible for protecting children, supporting families, and responding to crises across our communities. And the regulatory body representing those professionals finds out after the fact. Obviously, there is no consultation, there was no collaboration, there was just, surprise, we're going to change everything about how your profession is regulated and managed. The Nova Scotia College of Social Workers has warned that repealing the Social Workers Act without consultation undermines the trust that must exist between the government and the profession responsible for safeguarding some of our most vulnerable citizens. Social workers are the people who show up when a child is in danger. Social workers are the people who intervene when families are in crises. And they are the people who navigate some of the most difficult and heartbreaking situations in our province. And yet, when legislation directly affecting their profession was introduced, their voices were nowhere in this process. They had to sign up to public bills to come and speak to it to be able to bring their voices forward as to what concerns them about this bill. That's shameful. Chair, if a government is not willing to consult with social workers about social work services legislation, who exactly did this government consult? This legislation proposes to bring the profession of social work under the Regulated Health Professions Act. On the surface, that might just sound like an administrative change. But for many in the profession, it represents a fundamental shift. We heard earlier today from the Premier that changes in the budget had come forward because government MLAs, when they went back home over the weekend, heard from people concerns. We know for a fact that there are definitely social workers all across this province. And so that makes me wonder, why were some of those concerns heard and not others? There are social workers in many, if not all, the family resource centers across the province. And there's a family resource center serving every single one of the constituencies represented in this House. And I know for a fact, because I received those emails as well, because I have the amazing Nova Village in my riding. We are receiving those emails. There are email campaigns that are going out through the Association of Family Resource Centers, speaking about all the concerns they have, not just with the budget, but with changes in legislation. And so again, I wonder, are those just voices that the government side and government MLAs are just choosing not to bring forward when they bring forward the concerns that they heard over the weekend? And the concerns raised by the profession do not stop there. This impacts the advocacy that they're able to do for our most marginalized citizens in Nova Scotia. Their work is not just clinical health profession. It is rooted in social justice, advocacy, and systemic change. The type of trauma-informed training that social workers have to go through, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not sure that goes across the board for all health professions. We know for a fact that the funding for that through to the IWK has been cut, so that gives us an answer. But because of the way that because of the nature of their work, there are things that they need to learn and are exposed to that makes them all the better at doing the work that they have to do every day. And so again, it's not just, they're not just clinical health professionals. They advocate for the marginalized, they challenge systems that fail vulnerable people, and they shine the light on uncomfortable truths about poverty, inequality, and child welfare. And that advocacy role is essential. Prior to my being an MLA, I worked in the nonprofit sector and had interacted with social workers a lot, particularly during my time working with the Halifax Refugee Clinic. And there are a lot of really interesting reports that they put out on a regular basis that really should be the basis of informing much of the legislation that comes into this, through this chamber. Reports that would address some of the worsening crises that we have across this province in housing and poverty and food insecurity, in the child welfare system. So when the profession that's responsible for advocating for our most vulnerable people warns that its voice may be silenced, everybody needs to be paying attention. The concerns with this legislation go even deeper, because the Justice and Social Services Act also raises serious questions about the publication bans and transparency in cases involving youth in provincial care. I have to say, when I first read it, I didn't fully understand, but I've been making myself more familiar with it, and this is quite concerning, much bigger and deeper than I initially anticipated. So the proposed changes could affect what information can be shared about cases involving children in the system, and that matters. That's important. That type of information needs to be public to inform us as to how we can do better as a society. Transparency is essential in systems where the government holds enormous power over the lives of our children. Children who are separated from their families, children who may be moved repeatedly between homes, children who may be navigating trauma, instability, and uncertainty. If new publication restrictions make it harder for journalists, advocates, or even families to speak publicly about systemic failures, then we must ask ourselves a difficult question: who benefits from this silence? If children pass while in the care of this province, while in custody of the province, why are we banning that information? I mean, yes, sure, we should be, I believe, hiding the personal information, but we need to understand where the systems are failing. That's the only way we'll be able to make recommendations as to how things can be better, to better protect our children. And so, what is this government trying to hide, really, is the question that comes out of this. History has shown us again and again that the child welfare system needs independent oversight. When systems operate entirely behind closed doors, mistakes can be hidden. Patterns of harm can go unnoticed, and the voices of children themselves can be lost. And having this legislation brought forward, again, before we have a child and youth advocate appointed, is really concerning. Because then when and if this government decides to appoint an advocate, their hands are going to be tied by legislation as to where and how they can advocate. And this is why social workers, advocates, and organizations, again, across the province have called for the establishment of an independent child and youth advocate in Nova Scotia. And I've previously gone through a list of various organizations that have made those recommendations and why they believe those recommendations need to be in place. And once again, we see the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers at the front of this type of advocacy, the very body that this government is trying to silence using this legislation. When a child in care has a concern, whether it's being moved from placement to placement, feeling unsafe, or feeling unheard, there's no fully independent office whose sole responsibility is advocating for them. Social workers understand this gap better than anyone. So when a child in care has a concern, right now, who do they call? The department that put them in that situation? Social workers see this every day. And many of them are among the strongest voices calling for change. The concerns about secrecy in this legislation are not just being raised by the opposition or by social workers, but they are being raised nationally. I do have an article here that I'm going to be reading from and tabling. So this was in the Globe and Mail. The article is called "A Grotesque Cloak of Silence in Nova Scotia." And it reads, "A parent whose child dies has suffered an unbearable tragedy. Amid their grief, they will be looking for answers. And if the victim had been in child protection, they will naturally wonder how the authorities could have let this happen. But in Nova Scotia, those parents could be muzzled under the proposed law. They would be able to speak out fully only with the permission of the government." Imagine that. Your child dies in provincial custody and you have to go get permission from the government, who's very well could be responsible for the negligence that caused the death of your child, to be able to speak up on the death of your child. In the words of the wise member for Halifax Needham, make it make sense. Make it make sense. It does not. Amendments to the province's existing Child and Family Services Act were introduced last week. Among other changes, they broadened the ban on naming Nova Scotians in the child protection system. Under the new rules, that ban would continue, and sorry, I'm not sure how to exactly pronounce this word, posthumously, which basically means after their death. Posthumously. There we go. Thank you. Meaning that media covering the death of a child would be unable to report the involvement of the child protection system. The very system that could have been a big part of their death can't report on that. No one, including parents, would be able to post identifying details on social media without ministerial approval. To all the parents and aunties in this, and uncles in this chamber, could you imagine a beloved child in your family, or even in your friends group, dies while in provincial custody, and the parents can't speak on that without the permission of the minister? So again, when I first read the bill, I didn't realize all the consequences that would, all the things that this would impact. But it's much deeper than what it seems. This is not just, simply not publishing names. This goes a whole lot deeper. So the article continues, Opportunities and Social Development Minister said that the changes stemmed from a 2021 review of the law. However, that review floated broader exemptions to the publication ban, including with the consent of the family. Because those are the people that are really being impacted the most. It's the family, not the government, not the minister. They're not grieving the loss of that child, but they get to make decisions as to how you can speak on the death of that child. Make it make sense, Halifax Needham. The effect of the proposed change would be shielding the authorities from valid criticism, the exact opposite of transparency. If this passes, the media would be stuck in limbo, able to publish what happened without identifying the family or identifying the family, but keeping secret a key part of the story. Neither allows for proper disclosure. And this actually makes me think of guests or a family that I had spoken to from King South, who, their adult child had died while in custody of the province. So, not a child, but still. The issues with that is they have been told straight up that they're not going to get the results of the investigation, despite the fact that there's glaring evidence of potential negligence by the service provider that they were living in. Johanna was sick, visibly and acutely ill for 3 days. Nobody contacted the family, and she died. And only then did somebody from that service provider walk to the family's house, because it was that close, to tell the dad that Johanna had passed. So this is something that's already happening, and now we're extending this type of cloak to children dying in the custody of the province. Again, really shameful. If the media cannot report on a young person's involvement with the child protection after their death, the question of whether enough was done to shield them from danger would disappear from the headlines, removing pressure on the government to act. And so across the country, my apologies. So these are strong words that are spoken in this article, which I will table. But they reflect a real concern. When systems responsible for protecting children operate entirely behind closed doors, and where those closest to the children are muzzled, accountability suffers. Transparency is gone. Transparency is not the enemy of child protection. It is not the enemy of this government. It is essential for improvement. If we are to do our jobs better, if this government is to bring forward legislation that would actually improve the lives of children in care, of everybody really in this province, transparency is very much needed. And it's concerning that the exact opposite of that is happening with this legislation. Transparency is what ensures that when systems fail, we learn from those failures and prevent them from happening again. The same editorial also pointed out something that many advocates have been saying for years, and that's Nova Scotia's lack of an independent child and youth advocate. It's in every report that I'm picking up to talk about this bill. How many more voices need to scream about this for this to be finally implemented? And before we hear, hey, you know, there's a budget line for the child and youth advocate, that's $300,000. It's not an appointment of an advocate. It's maybe enough to put up an office and a website. But to properly fund this office, and looking at comparable provinces that have an independent child and youth advocate in place, we need an investment of $6.5 million. $300,000 does nothing to ensure that we have an independent child and youth advocate in our province in this year. And so now we have to sit and wait and hope that next year in the budget there's going to be more money. But hey, the budget has not passed. There's still time to fix this. So several organizations have called for the implementation of the Child and Youth Advocate Office. And for anybody who missed it, the last time I mentioned it, I'm going to go over those again. And just as a reminder, this is an office or an advocate that would be fully independent from the government. Somebody who would be only accountable and reporting to the people of Nova Scotia, whose sole job is to listen to the concerns of our youth and children and make recommendations accordingly. So the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers has been one of the most vocal, frequently submitting briefs to the legislature as to why we need to have a child and youth advocate, an independent child and youth advocate office. The argument is that Nova Scotia's existing services often lack the voices of the children they serve, leading to programs that violate child rights. The college points that the deep-seated issues in the child welfare system, particularly those affecting Black, Indigenous, and racialized communities, are deep. And only when we have an independent advocate in place would that come to light in a better way. So for all those maybe not sure what that looks like, an easy comparison is, and maybe this is not the government's favorite office, but how we have the Auditor General, it'd be the same, but for children and youth. What exists now, the system that we live in now for the protection of children and youth, is simply not enough. So the advocate, the office would then combine individual case advocacy with systemic and policy advocacy, ensuring that children are not just managed by the state, but that they have their legal rights protected. And so again, we're at a point with this legislation that not only is the voice of the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers for advocacy is going to be silenced, but we still do not have the independent child and youth advocate. The East Coast Prison Justice Society have also raised concerns about the lack of independent oversight for youth in the justice system, particularly regarding transportation and conditions of confinement. They emphasize that the need for an advocate who can investigate complaints from youth in the Nova Scotia Youth Centre in Waterville and other facilities where youth are often the most vulnerable to abuses of state power. There currently is no such body or office that would be able to take those complaints and advocate on behalf of those youth. And let's not forget what populations are overrepresented in those systems. This group, the Voices for Children and Youth, is various advocacy groups that operate under one banner. And they've highlighted that Nova Scotia is the last province in Canada. So many statistics when it comes to children that Nova Scotia holds that really should be shameful. The last province in Canada that doesn't have an independent child and youth advocate, along with the fact that we have the highest rate of child poverty in Atlantic Canada. Not a single thing was brought forward this sitting that would address that, not one. So the Voices for Children and Youth has critiques on the Ombudsman. So a commonplace stance among these groups is that the current model, the Office of the Ombudsman, handling youth complaints is simply inefficient. And that the Ombudsman is a generalist office and lacks the specialized rights-based mandate required to champion child-specific issues like foster care, mental health, and education. And the last one I have on this list, but most definitely not, this is not the list of every single one of them. There's much more, including the NDP, who introduced this before it actually passed in the legislature. So Community Justice Society advocates for a restorative approach for youth justice. They support an independent advocate as a means to ensure the first voice of youth is at the center of any judicial or social service process. And they argue that without a dedicated independent voice to advocate, children often do not know their rights or how to navigate the complex legal and social systems that govern their lives. And so that's actually an interesting point. The systems that these children have to navigate are systems that would be hard for an adult to navigate. So how are we expecting children to be able to do that for themselves without an independent child and youth advocate on their side, advocating for them and supporting them? And without the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers supporting the social workers doing that work. And so all of this should be, again, a concern for every member in this House. Across Canada, the idea of a child and youth advocate is not controversial. It is standard practice. Nova Scotia is not the norm, it's the exception. Provinces across this country have independent advocates whose sole responsibility is to protect the rights of children and youth. So that makes me wonder, what is the reasoning for not having this in place already? Is there an assumption by this government that children here are somehow safer than everywhere else in the country? That they don't face the same issues? They don't face poverty? Because the reality is, they do. So this lack of child and youth advocates really is a choice. It's a lack of political will. It's a choice to remain unaccountable, along with everything else in this legislation. It is the choice to keep the struggles of our most vulnerable Nova Scotians behind. So provinces, again, across this country have that independent office, yet here in Nova Scotia, the creation of that office continues to be delayed. And no investments or serious investments have been made. I suspect that the $300,000 that was put in the budget was just simply to say, look, we did it. Here it is. Legislation passed, promises were made, but meaning action remains elusive. What adds to all of that is we've had 5 ministers for this department in the last 4 years, and the name change. Yeah. And every single one of them, or at least the ones that I've heard, have said they are dedicated to ensuring that this office has stood up. Here we are. No office stood up, no advocate appointed. The same time that this government is delaying the establishment of independent oversight, it introduces legislation that could further limit transparency within the child welfare system. That combination should be a concern, again, for every member in this House. And the context for all of this cannot be ignored. We know that more than 40,000 children in Nova Scotia are living in poverty. We know that poverty increases the risk of involvement with child protective services. And we know that social workers are already carrying enormous caseloads, navigating complex systems every day. Which brings me to another question. Social workers across the province have been asking for additional supports to be able to do their jobs. The new child and family well-being policy has no mention of caseloads. No mention of it. And so the very people that are responsible for protecting and advocating for our most vulnerable citizens have way too much on their plate. And as has been alluded to in this sitting, there's going to be cuts in non-frontline employees. And so that means that now, I imagine, social workers are going to have to be doing some administrative work too. That work doesn't disappear when you eliminate the person from the position. It's still there, it still has to be done. And this is going to impact the work that they do. And again, protecting our most vulnerable citizens. These are professionals on the front lines of child welfare. And while, again, we know that there are not going to be cuts in those positions, cuts in those supporting those positions is going to impact the work that they do. And they are telling us that this legislation was introduced without proper consultation. The big bad C word. That should give us pause. We all have the honor of being in this chamber, elected by our people to properly represent them. And yet we have a government that brings forward legislation that impacts people without doing any consultation or collaboration with those very people that it's going to impact. What kind of representation is that? When this government drafts legislation, affecting vulnerable populations, consultation should not be an afterthought. Judging from all the news that we've heard today, that seems to be the case, but if we want to do our job better, that needs to be before we bring things forward. It should be the starting point. Before any pen is put to paper by this government about changes, there needs to be consultation. Don't bother writing it down. You're not the expert in this topic. Because the people who understand these systems best are the people working within them every day. Social workers, child advocates, community organizations, families, and youth themselves. Ignoring those voices does not strengthen our child welfare system, it weakens it. What imagined problem is this bill supposed to be solving? The Justice and Social Services Act may contain elements intended to improve services, but legislation affecting vulnerable children must be built on trust. Trust between government and professionals, trust between families and the systems meant to support them, and trust that the voices of vulnerable people will be heard before decisions are made about their lives. Right now, that trust has been shaken. Advocates are raising concerns, and the children at the center of these decisions remain unheard. And so the path forward is clear. This government needs to slow down. Stop. Take it back. Think again. Consult. And then we can have some more meaningful conversations about what you heard when you went back home over the weekend. This government needs to listen to social workers who are raising the alarm, and they've been doing so for years. And now even more so, as this government tries to silence them. It must ensure that transparency and accountability remain central to our child welfare system. How are we supposed to do better when we don't know better? And it must finally establish a fully independent and fully properly funded Office for the Child and Youth Advocate for Nova Scotia. Our children deserve this. They deserve to have somebody on their side when these systems have failed them. And according to many reports we've seen, this system has and continues to fail them every day. And if and when this advocate office is put in place, there's going to be legislation that controls what they can and can't say, what they can and can't advocate for, what they can and can't know. So before we have an independent office, this government is making sure that that office is not independent. Children in care and youth navigating the horrific systems that they have to navigate here in Nova Scotia deserve more than promises and more than the illusion of funding. They deserve proper protection. They deserve accountability. They deserve transparency. And they deserve a government willing to listen to the people who fight for them every single day. Thank you, Chair.
I recognize the Honourable House Leader.
Speak, echo, whatever.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to stand up and say a few words on this, Mr. Chair. The information that is being said here, some of it is troubling, to say the least. The spreading of fear amongst youth in care. I mean, they can laugh all they want. They can sit there and laugh all they want. But this is some of our most vulnerable population. And time again, when we stood in this legislature, whether it was indexing income assistance, they voted against it. The youth advocate voted against it. And they'll say, well, we voted against a bill, we voted against a budget. The funny part about that is the Liberals and the Independent at the time voted for it. But the NDP refused to vote for it. They voted against it. Not because they didn't agree. It's because they just won't vote for anything the government puts forward. I sat there and I watched as the two Liberals and the Independent voted for this. For the bill, for the budget that actually had some of these supports in it. And it's less about good ideas and more about if it's their idea. That's what it feels like. You know, we stand in this House and we try to make good legislation, we try to make good decisions, and sometimes we get it wrong. And I've seen many a past government who refused to say when they got it wrong, of all different stripes, including the NDP. They stand 10 toes down on it. As somebody who grew up in the system, I watched time and time again as politicians talked out of both sides of their mouth, as people talked out of both sides of their mouth, that we're going to do this for children in care, we're going to do this for the most vulnerable, and stand in the legislature and vote against it. And then stand up and lecture you as if they have some kind of experience in it because they have a university degree or they have whatever, you know, that has nothing to do with the lived experience. I don't stand here and lecture people. I would never stand here and lecture people on what it's like to be things that I don't have experience in. I don't lecture the member for Armdale who's a physician. I don't lecture him on what it's like to be a physician. I don't lecture people on their lived experience because that's arrogant. We look in the past, and I know people don't like to talk about the past, but there was many different harms that was done in this system to groups and individuals and communities for decades. And I could tell you stories about how people would say, you better behave or we're going to put you over in that home. And do you know what they do to kids over there? And when the NDP were in power and had a chance to rectify some of those issues, silence. Silence. Even at the time when advocates were coming out and saying, right the wrongs. One of my proudest moments as a Liberal, yes, I was a Liberal, was standing there with Premier McNeil at the time and Tony and the rest of them for the Home for Colored Children, admitting that leader after leader, generation after generation, decade after decade, people knew what was happening there. And they refused to do anything about it. And shame on every single one of them. I don't give a what their political stripes are. But to stand here and say that we're not doing what we can for children in care is atrocious. It really is. When I was in care, you were lucky. You were lucky if you weren't kicked to the curb at age 18, 19. There was no transition period. There was nothing. It was just, here you go. Hit the street. Now that's 25. Because of this government, that's 25 with transitional periods, with education, with help. And it may be great for people that had loving parents that showed them how to, that the importance of education, budgets, all that stuff. But when you're living in care and you're going from home to home, group home to group home, the only thing you worry about is survival. So things like budgeting, things like education, no one ever told me the importance of education. It was always get a job, support yourself. And it's frustrating to me to have people that are so privileged, to stand here and act like they have a clue. So for anyone to stand here and say that this government isn't doing anything for children in care is absolutely wrong. I was proud to be the first foster kid in this country to be the Minister of Community Services. And I'll tell you what, and I'm going to be completely honest, I went in there angry. I went into community services as a Minister of Community Services angry. I'm going to kick down every door. I'm going to rip everything apart because of the personal experience that I had. And then I got in there and I saw the good people in there. I saw all the hard work they were doing. And I saw their frustrations and I saw their joys. I saw all of it. But don't think that the social workers, the frontline staff, everybody isn't listening as we as leaders stand in this house and talk about them the way we hear some of the people in here talking about them. Some more confusing things. We've heard them say time and time again, stop spending money. Stop spending money. Yet, on the other hand, they're saying spend more money. I heard them say, you need to invest all that money in frontline workers. I agree. I agree. We don't, God love every single social worker and every single child protective care worker in this province. It is one of the most difficult jobs you will ever have. To fix the wrongs that were imposed on children by adults and to put them on a path and actually show them that somebody cares. Because one of the biggest struggles for child care workers and social workers is to build the faith and the trust with those kids who have been broken time and time and time again, whose trust has been broken time and time and time again. And until you're 5 years old and you're sitting at a kitchen table looking across at a parent who says, we don't want you anymore, you gotta go, then don't tell me what it's like to be in care. So I get upset about this because to say that nothing is happening in the system, to imply that we need to put the money in administration, like the assumptions that, okay, we're going to get rid of some of the administrative or management stuff, but that's all going to fall on the social workers? Wrong. Wrong. Because one person told them who happened to run for them in the last election. So, social workers are overburdened. They have a lot on their plate. They go home at night, and most of them can't turn off. Imagine what it's like to spend an hour with that child and leaving that house unsure if that kid is going to be safe. So to imply in this house that we are going to put more burden on them is wrong. We hear this over and over and over. You know, through this house, this session, I've heard a lot of things in here. Actually, it's been the last couple of sessions. I think last session they said that the Minister of Health was stealing all their information. And who knew what she was going to do with it? Right? Well, what they actually did with the stolen information, which actually wasn't stolen, was actually create an app that hundreds of thousands of Nova Scotians are using right now to get access to health care. Did they stand up and correct themselves? No, because it's easier to spread fear. We stood in here and we heard about how the lunch program, the breakfast program was going to be a huge failure and the rollout was going to be atrocious and everybody's going to be left behind. Wrong. Wrong. Do they stand on their feet and apologize? I've actually stood in this House and apologized for things I've said that were wrong. I have. I've yet to hear a member across that way apologize for anything. And maybe I'm not here when they apologize. But it's easy to say things and then just walk away and let it. We heard a member say that the film industry was going to be completely gutted and cut. Wrong. So when it comes to this bill,
Order. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to stand up on a point of order that we seem to have strayed really far from the bill, but he did just say the word bill, so I'm hopeful we're back on track.
Did you hear that? I didn't hear it. I'm sorry. I apologize. Could you repeat that? I didn't hear it.
I stood to identify the fact that we were quite far off the bill, but the moment that you called on me, I heard the word bill, so I'm hopeful we're back on track.
Just, I it's that point. So I just want to urge the member to stick a little bit closer to the bill. Thank you. I recognize the member for Halifax Atlantic.
I did wander a little off, and see, that's what happens. When you do something, you can admit to it, right? I did wander a little off, right? Sometimes you get a little passionate and you talk about it, and sometimes you go down different roads. So what I want to say mostly is we stand here and we get lectured on things that people have, and listen, it's democracy. Have at her. But I will remind them that when I stood up to speak today and they didn't like what I said, they tried to shut me down, right? So democracy and freedom of speech works both ways. And I'll remind them, whether it's this bill or any bill, we are here because people choose to have us here. And at some point, there's only two options. We'll either retire or people will get fed up with us. But while we're here, we have a moment in time to do what's best for Nova Scotians. And part of what's best for Nova Scotians is to speak the truth. And the truth on this bill is that, like every other bill that's before this House since you know, this session, the last session, every bill that's been brought forward, it's going to be the destruction of the system that the bill is impacting. This is not going to destroy or add burden to social workers. The member says that. If the member has evidence of that, the member could table it. And if I'm wrong, I'll stand in my place. And again, I'll apologize. But this government appreciates, as do all before, appreciates the work that our social workers do, our child protective workers do, every single person in the system. And I'll say it again, I said it before and I'll say it again. The most difficult system, I believe, no offense to the Minister of Health, Education, or any other system, I believe that community service, or OSD, is one of the most, if not the most difficult system, because there should be no option to fail. And if you fail a child, what's the outcome? And that's why we've extended supports. That's why we support social workers. That's why we support Frontline. And the members opposite can say, you need to put more money into the back end and the administration, all they want. But we will choose to continue to support our frontline workers. We will continue to listen to them. And most importantly, we will continue to support those children, the most vulnerable children we have in our society, to the best of our abilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to rise and say a few words to this legislation that's before us, the Justice and Social Services Act. And I want to begin by saying that everyone in this House is touched by legislation that moves through this House. We have a huge diversity in our members. We have members who were raised in care. We have members who were raised stateless. We have members who are raised with privilege. We have farmers and foresters. We have a diverse House. And our job as legislators is to bring that here, as the member just did. But to bring it here in service of making better law. And so I would suggest, and speaking for myself, that we take the opportunity of the privilege we have to sit in these seats to do the work that is required of us in this House, which, in the case of the opposition, is to scrutinize legislation. And that can be hard. I think we've all felt implicated in bills that have passed through the floor of this House in different ways. But that's okay. We can do that because we're grown-ups. And we can use this opportunity to make legislation better. And in the case of a majority government, if you wish, you can use this opportunity to ignore the opposition entirely. That's a popular tactic. And yet, the role of the opposition is crucial in a democracy. And so it is concerning when the opposition is constantly berated for doing our job. The points raised by the member for Fairview Clayton Park were not our criticisms. They were criticisms brought forward at law amendments by social workers who were concerned that this would increase their caseload. Concerns brought forward by the editorial board of the Globe and Mail, who took the opportunity on March 6th to write an entire editorial criticizing a provision of this bill. Were they right? I don't know, Mr. Chair. But I would hope that a government who is faced with a national newspaper who takes the time to write an editorial about a bill that is moving through the House would acknowledge that it's worth reading. When we brought concerns about the Personal Health Information Act, which the member referenced, it was because every regulator in this province brought those concerns to us. They were concerned, and our job is to take those concerns and bring them to the floor of this House. And I understand that that's annoying for government. But it's literally our job, Mr. Chair. It's our job. In this part of the bill-making process, Committee of the Whole House on Bills, this is when we can make changes. This is our opportunity. This is how we're making sausage. This is how the sausage gets made, right here, right now. So when there's a bill before this House, and we have the editorial board of the Globe and Mail and the president of the College of Social Workers and a number of other people publicly stating the challenges they have with this bill, we would not be doing our job if we did not bring them to the floor of this House. And I respect the member's experience, and I appreciate him coming to the floor of this House and sharing it. And I agree that when it comes to social services and child welfare, failure is not an option. And that is why we take so seriously our job to make the best possible laws that can protect children in the best possible way. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Speaker. When I think about this type of bill that is before us, that is looking at amending various pieces. So one is dealing with the Family Services Act. And Speaker, there's a lot of things I think could have been brought forward for this bill. We could have done presumptive coverage for all those who work in child protective services. That would have been a useful bill. As someone who is the daughter of someone who does work in child protective services, I can tell you that it is very much needed. If you look at departments where a lot of people are off on stress leave and that, you will find quite a lot of them in the department that deals with child and family well-being. And I think that would have been a good use of this type of bill, is to give them something that they need, and that is presumptive coverage. And so there's a lot that can be said about this bill, and there's parts of it, Speaker, I want to talk about what could have been on this bill. I want to talk about the preventative, to prevent children going in care. I want to talk about the realities of when they're in care. And so I'm going to go to the realities when they were in care. When the Liberals were in government, they put forward, I forget what it was. Maybe it was a mandate or a policy. But so those who were involved in visits, they were called, I think they were transport workers, or access workers. And a directive was made that they can no longer write notes about the visits. So, Speaker, up until the Liberal government, these access workers would write, good things like what mom and dad, how they interacted with the child, what they did with that child, how they interacted, all those good things. And now they can only report on incidents that occur. So when a child is an adult and goes to get their file, they're not going to see the good things. They're not going to see all those good reports that were made. They're going to see the incidences that occurred, which is really sad for those children, because they deserve to know mom and dad tried. Mom and dad were working. Mom and dad were, or just mom or just dad, what have you, that parent was showing up. They should have that in their records, not just the incidences that may have occurred. But the reason for getting rid of the good file, as I would call it, was to prevent these workers from being able to go to court. So now they can't go to court, which, again, as I said, can create harm. And I think what would have been great is if this government allowed access workers that are on those visits to be able to provide those reports to the children, especially when they're adults. It's so important. Speaker, working in this area of child welfare is not easy. It is hard. And so let's go to the preventative. Years ago, and still to this day, they have what was once called parent aid. And this was a call, a call of concern was made regarding a family. And what parent aid would do was come in, the real wraparound supports would occur. And if the family needed help managing their budget and with regards to paying bills and groceries, they would help them do that. If the parents, it's not a manual, you're not given a manual, but if parents don't know how to do corrective behavior with children, and instead the only thing they know to do is spanking, which, as we know, it can be and is considered a form of abuse, physical abuse. And if parents only know how to do that, what a parent aid or those that are in those jobs now, what they do is they teach proper corrective behavior techniques. And what works for each child is completely different than what works for another, as we all learn as parents. And that preventative program, I am sure, stops a lot of children from going in care. And that's something I think when we're talking about prevention, Speaker, what would have been great to see in this bill would have actually have been to see what kind of preventative programs the government wants to take to prevent children from entering care. And that starts with, Speaker, proper income, livable income. Many children are taken into care under the concept of neglect. Now, neglect takes different terms. Neglect can be poverty. Well, if a family is on income assistance and the children are living in poverty, the government created that poverty with regards to the income assistance amount. As simple as that. If children are taken into care because there is no housing, their family is homeless, the government has a responsibility there, because government can provide housing. It's whether the government is choosing to do so that becomes the question. But if a family needs help financially and a family needs help finding a home, that's where the government can step in and actually do something. That would have been great to see as part of this bill. Is we could have seen that idea of eliminating the concept of neglect due to the family's socioeconomic status. Because, Speaker, children should not be taken from their families due to poverty. What should be happening, Speaker, is those wraparound supports when family is living in poverty should come into effect. Speaker, the other aspect of this is that in reality, our system is broken when it comes to child and family well-being. I remember having conversations with the College of Social Workers, and the concept of universal programs were also brought to mind. Universal programs that allow anybody to enter them, Speaker, whether it's parenting programs for various different ages, would be fantastic. It would eliminate a stigma, and it would be accessible to all. And you would not have to actually be involved in the child welfare or family well-being system. Another aspect that I want to briefly talk about, Chair, is the concept of bringing back, I forget what it's called, but public health did it, and it was the public health nurse or social worker would go into your home, and this was for everybody. It happens in most provinces, and they're there on the journey with you over, I think, a year in the child's life. And in that time, they're able to see if there's some issues or problems, and then they're able to provide the wraparound supports. We don't do that here, unless we basically red flag a family, which is quite cruel, Speaker. And so I just wanted to flag what we could have done with this bill. What this bill could have been of more preventative work, of providing more help and resources to families, to providing more help to the whole, not just the social workers, but to every single person that works within the child welfare system. Now, Speaker, I am very concerned over the workloads of social workers, but I'm also very concerned of what my understanding is that there are jobs within that part of the department that are not being filled. And the problem with all of this is, and I've said this before in this House, people will try and fill in the gaps. It's just so nothing gets neglected. But eventually the house falls down. You cannot keep, Speaker, this government cannot keep making cuts or not filling positions and not thinking that the whole thing is going to sink. It eventually will. Every person that is in a, whether it's a clerical role, a scheduler, an access worker, a social worker, a team lead, what have you, plays a very vital role in the system. And when governments neglect or making the choice, I should say, to not fill those positions, what you're doing is actually adding further burden onto an already overburdened system, whom, may I remind you, are dealing with children within the minister's care. These are children and families that are within the minister's care. The government, therefore, the Crown, is responsible for everything that happens. The buck stops with the minister. And so if there's a system failure, which I hope there have been quite a few system failures. There have been children who died in care. There have been children who have been brought back home only to have died. Those are system failures. They're tragic. But it's the lesson from that is not to starve the system. The lesson from those system failures is to make the system stronger and better by providing the resources that social workers, access facilitators, the team leads, the schedulers, and the clerical workers need to ensure the protection of workers and the protection of the children. And in all of that, the hope and the goal of reuniting a family in a very healthy way. That is the absolute goal. The problem is we don't have enough foster families because I think actually if I look in this budget, I'm just going to check it out here because I remember seeing it and I want to make sure I'm getting it right. Foster parent resources has been cut in this budget. We already have a problem with the lack of foster parents. That's why some children don't go into care. That's why some children are taken into places of safety instead of a home. Because there's not enough foster families. And yet we've just now, this government, not we, this government has just cut more foster parent resources. This bill is talking about the safe protection of children, the Family Services Act. And yet I also, and dealing with social workers, and I also see a cut to child and family well-being community resource support. The Association of Black Social Workers also cut. Speaker, or Chair, I'm also hearing that the family resource centers will not be getting their funding back from this government, that the funding is cut. Now I know that the OSD relies heavily on the family resource places. Relies heavily to do work that the government should be doing. And now they're cutting their funding. I'm trying to make it all make sense because although this is one bill, as a colleague of mine, what's Lunenburg West, I believe the independent member from Lunenburg West, said it quite clear. The budget has an effect on most of these bills, if not all. So when the government puts forward, this is what we're going to do for Bill 212, or 201, I'm sorry, 201, and yet I'm seeing cuts in the budget that would also help to enable and help them within this bill, I don't have much confidence. I have a lot of concerns. And I want to see a strong Department of Family and Child Wellbeing, or Child and Family Wellbeing. I want to see it selfishly in some ways because my mother works within that department. And I want to ensure hers and her colleagues' safety. And I want to ensure that the children and the families that they work with every day, I want to ensure their safety and that they're thriving and that they're doing well and that family unification can happen. I want to see all that. And that's why I would love to see a bill that comes forward that enables all of that. And there might be some good parts of this bill. And there were some parts of this bill I thought, well, maybe it won't be so bad, until I heard from people in law amendments, or in public bills, I'm sorry, and then I started becoming concerned about those clauses, which I'm sure we're going to be talking about later, and I won't get into right now. And I actually didn't mean to speak for this long. I just got up for a few moments, Chair. And so with that, I'm going to leave my comments for the rest of the clauses, and we'll take my seat. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm actually going to walk through the bill because I know that a lot of folks probably haven't read it. So, Bill number 201, Justice and Social Services Act, because I think it's really important for us to know exactly what's in the bill so that we can actually refer to it as we go along. Because we will be doing, or there will be amendments coming forward soon, so then we can be refreshed and understand what those pieces look like. I'm a big proponent on making sure that we know what the bills say. I mean, I was taught by my previous colleague from Chebucto, Halifax Chebucto, and he always mentioned to me that it's important to go line by line because there might be some things in there that we might miss. And I will say that since we've been in here for this period of time, there were a lot of things in a number of the bills that have been put forward that have just been missed, and there was shock and awe, like, how did that happen? But I just kind of want to walk through it because I think it's important for us to know exactly what this entails. So the first part of the act is an act respecting justice and social services, and part one is the Beneficiaries Designation Act. And so it says in part A will allow for the designation of beneficiaries for all types of plans under the act by electronic signature, and B, provide that electronic signatures must meet the requirements for an electronic signature under Electronic Commerce Act. So that is a bit of a housekeeping piece, just to kind of update and modernize some of the stuff that's happening, just to kind of put the act in line with where we are in 2026. And then it says Clause 5. So we're going to move over to Clause 5. And it says it amends the Children and Family Services Act to allow the Minister of Community Services to provide services to a person between 19 and 25 years of age who was a child in care or was a party to a services agreement or a placement agreement. So it says, and this is Part 2, Children and Family Services Act, it says that Chapter 5 of the Act of 1990, the Children and Family Services Act, is amended by adding immediately after Section 14 the following section, 14A. The minister may provide services as prescribed by the regulations to a person who is 19 years of age or more and less than 26 years of age, who before reaching 19 years of age was a child in care or was a party to a written agreement pursuant to Section 19 or 19A. And I think, you know, my colleague from Halifax Atlantic said it best, you know, and we talked about this in the House in a previous reading about how, you know, we have some young people who are just not ready. They're not ready to be out in the world, and we want to make sure that they have services and programs in place to help them be successful. Because as we know, some folks have experience in the child and welfare system that, you know, it's not always the best situation for folks, and we want to make sure that, you know, we're safeguarding these young people in other ways. So it has been done before. I mean, mean, there have been services in community, like the Phoenix Youth programs. They have programs for young people up to age, I want to say 30, but that's for other programs. But they follow them along so that they have some adults in place that can help mentor them, guide them, and help them get through life in a way that will help them be successful. So Clause 6 corrects an error in the Act. So Clause 6 says, Clause 45A-B of Chapter 5 is enacted by Chapter 37 of the Acts of 2015, is amended by striking out less and substituting more. So that is an error in the Act, probably because of the changes and just to kind of fall in line. Clause 7 provides the name and other prescribed information of a person who receives an absolute or conditional discharge in respect of an offense against or involving a child is to be entered in the child abuse register. And I believe that one as well is housekeeping pieces. So that follows in line with keeping things up to date and modernizing. Clause 8 clarifies that the prohibition on publishing certain identifying information includes publishing through the use of social media. So we were talking about this in earlier readings about making sure that there are measures in place for children so that they're protected online and that they have these types of protections so that they're not targets of online types of scrutiny. And we know that the changes to the Children and Family Services Act and emergency protection orders are generally good. I'll get to those in a minute, but since I'm on this piece with safety, I'm going to talk about the extended protections that families and survivors and gender-based violence deserve is covered under that piece. However, the impact of these changes could have been larger, and we could have seen greater prevention measures added to the Children and Family Services Act. We know that there could have been greater education for judges, peace officers around emergency protection orders, because we know that these are a necessity. So I'm going to go back to the clauses. I went to Clause 8. And Clause 9 allows the Governor and Council to make regulations prescribing the services that the minister may provide to persons between 19 and 25. So that falls in line with the way that Clause 8 goes through. Clauses 10 and 11 amend the Domestic Violence Intervention Act, which is what I just mentioned, to increase the maximum duration for which an emergency protection order may be made or extended for a period of 30 days to a period of 1 year. Now, that's amazing because, this is also a part of the Justice Department. The emergency protection orders can now last up to a year, which also protects the survivors. It's a win for the sector like Transition House Association of Nova Scotia, who have been asking for this to be changed for years. So I'm glad that the minister has put this forward. It will offer survivors of gender-based violence a greater degree of protection. But I also have to say, because I've talked about this to the minister as well, that it's disappointing that this change is being paired with cuts to domestic violence courts. So I'm hoping that in some way, somehow, there will be some shifting around to be able to support the domestic violence courts. And it also means that it doesn't seem like this initiative is going to be paired with increasing efforts to make it easier for survivors of gender-based violence to get emergency protection orders. And we heard from folks, across the province, one person in particular, her name is Lucy Bowser from Pictou County, who had applied for an emergency protection order to keep her and her kids safe. She was initially denied, and when she finally got it put in place, there were no consequences when her abuser violated the conditions. So we hear stories like Lucy's far too often, which is really important for us to make sure that those responsible for emergency protection orders, including judges and peace officers, have the education and tools they need to keep the survivors safe. So, hoping to see a little bit more of an amplified education and movement on that and there. So we're going to move into Clauses 12 to 15. It enables the addition of social workers to the Regulated Health Professions Act. So 12 to 15 in the order, which goes under, so I moved under the Domestic Violence Intervention Act, which is also another. And then we're going to move into the Regulated Health Professions Act, which talks about them moving into the Regulated Health Professions Act. So, which means that the Social Workers Act is repealed. And I know folks have heard quite a bit about social workers and how amazing they are. We all can agree on that. We all believe that they do God's work, and they have a lot on their plate already. I want to put forward that, you know, these are all pieces where consultation is really important. And I would like to think that we would have consulted before the piece of legislation came forward. And I know that, you know, there's so much to do in the time that we have in our offices when we're not in legislature. But, you know, when we put legislation forward, it's really important for us to make sure that we make decisions with the folks that are involved in the work, because they're on the ground doing the work. They're doing the work that we are praising them for in this House, because as the member from Halifax Atlantic stated, you know, they do amazing work. They are hard workers. They are helping our young people, our children, our families each and every day. And, you know, social workers deserve, you know, at least a conversation, a phone call, a pigeon in the air, like I mentioned before, with a little letter on the leg saying, hey, let's have a chat, let's have a coffee, let's talk about what this might look like for your college of social workers, so that we can all be on the same page and do this work together. So, you know, families are doing their best to take care of their kids. And we know that, you know, they do their very best with all of these other layers that are on top of them. And as my colleague from Fairview Clayton Park mentioned, you know, we are in a province that has the highest rate of child poverty. And so we could be doing better. And, you know, this piece of legislation doesn't really touch on that, which, you know, we could put another piece of legislation forward and we can address it and maybe, you know, piggyback on some of the things that are happening. But in this particular bill, this act spans 3 departments: opportunities and social development, justice, and health and wellness. It would have been really nice to be able to hear from all 3 departments on what this looks like for you know, children in care, what this looks like for the acts that are in question and that are going to be amended in this piece of legislation. The Office of Opportunities and Social Development, the changes are made to reflect a recent review of the Child and Family Services Act. But we know that the publication bans on children involved in family court proceedings are extended to social media and after death. Clarification is provided to ensure that anyone found guilty of an offense against a child, even when an absolute or conditional discharge has been given, will be entered in the Child Abuse Registry. So those were the pieces that I mentioned in that particular part of the Act. Part 2, Children and Family Services Act. And, you know, and then it also adds in the 19 to 25. So, this bill could have done so much more. And the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers, as an organization who is intimately familiar with how this act is translating on the ground and in people's lives, has consistently called on this government to ground the act in a more preventative approach. There have been a number of emails by a number of folks across this province, and a lot of them have been social workers. And then as well, we've heard from the college. It has been read into the record, and then we had folks in public bills come and speak to us about some of the important things that could be in this act. And, you know, I'm hoping to see, you know, amendments put forward by the government side so that we can actually do the very best for our children in care. I mean, you know, I feel like like every child is our child. That is what the minister said, and I felt that deeply. Every child that is in the government's care should be treated like it's our child. And when they are our children, we don't want any harm to come to them. And when there is harm, what do we need to do? We need to protect them. So there are a number of ways to do that. And the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers came forward and they spoke about some of the things, especially within their framework, for safer social work practice. And one of those things is direct practice strategies. There are a number of those pieces, and I'm hoping to see some of those strategies inserted in the Act, because when we talk about the people that are doing the work and we praise them and we talk about how amazing they are, and we stand up and we you know, do statements on them, and we clap for them in the gallery, and we say, hey, thank you so much for doing the amazing work that you do, and then we don't do anything to reflect the work that they're doing in legislation, it's actually, you know, very scary, because they're the ones that are doing this work. The other part to that is community connection. I mean, I talked about this. Who are we as legislators if we don't talk to community and we don't talk to our stakeholders and we don't get feedback and use that information to make the work that we do easier and better legislation here on the floor? This is our job. Our job is to be here and to look through legislation, walk through it together, piece it collaboratively, and figure out what is the best fit for this piece of legislation to move forward for Nova Scotians, and how it won't harm, and we don't have to roll back, and we don't have to change ways. We should be doing this together in a collective way so that we do it right the first time. And when we do it right the first time, it doesn't mean we can't add. It doesn't mean that there's not room for improvement. It means that we're doing the best work we can while we're here. So I say all that because I kind of want to get back on, because I want to get through the bill so that folks have an understanding of what the bill is completely about. And I only have one more thing left. So Clause 16 provides for the coming into force of certain sections in the Act. So that pretty much puts the Act in force. But when I think about this, I think about we have 3 ministerial positions. We have 3 departments here that are all working for the greater good of children's safety. 3 departments. And we've heard from multiple stakeholders that there are some things that need to be changed. And then I also think about, you know, my time with the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Office of Equity and Anti-Racism. I feel like, you know, the role of that office, and the minister can correct me, but I believe that I got it because we talked about it multiple times, that the role of the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism is to go through all of the departments and view things in a way that would be acceptable in an equitable view, so that when we do things, we're doing them in the proper way that won't harm folks, and that when we put legislation forward, it's viewed so that it won't perpetuate the systemic racism or discrimination or any of these things, because we know, you know, we make mistakes, things happen. When we come together, there's a lot of different moving pieces when it comes to acts, and I get that, which is why, you know, when we put omnibus bills together, sometimes they don't fit like a jigsaw puzzle. Sometimes there's a little pieces that we gotta, like, you know, suss out in different ways so that we can do the right things. And so I'm curious to know, and I mean, the minister, you know, will also let me know. I believe that like how the legislation that we're putting forward here, has it been viewed through the lenses of equitable and anti-racism and anti-discrimination? Because as we know, children in care are all children in care. And we know, and we can talk about this, you know, throughout the time, but there are also some discrepancies when it comes to African Nova Scotians in care, and discrepancies when there's Indigenous folks in care. And I mean, we can go back to, you know, why care ended up happening, because, you know, colonization happened and folks didn't fit that same bill. And so children were taken from their homes. and removed from their families because they didn't fall in line with the rules that were stated by the government. So I kind of want us to be very mindful, because there is a number of pieces in the review of the Nova Scotian Children and Family Services Act, and there are recommendations put forward by this government. Actually, a review of the Nova Scotian Children and Family Services Act, final report and recommendations March 1st, so it's been a year, 2025. And I mean, I was here in the fall sitting. I didn't see any changes in any legislation that had anything to do with acknowledging diverse identities and communities, because it says right now, their interpretation currently provides guidance on unique circumstances and needs that should be considered when working with children, youth, and families. It could be strengthened with a comprehensive acknowledgement of the diverse identities and communities present in Nova Scotia, particularly the historical and ongoing injustices faced by African Nova Scotians. So the recommendation, it includes developing provisions within the Act, and I haven't seen it in the Act, so maybe, and I could be corrected, but when we sat in the fall sitting, we did not have any pieces in this particular, or I shouldn't say that bill, because this bill is full of 3 different pieces, but in the Child and Family Services Act, I didn't see anything come forward that included the recommendations developing provisions within the Act that explicitly recognize African Nova Scotians as a distinct group with unique needs. It was suggested that this should be included in the preamble, which is the beginning of the bill, if nobody knows what that is. In the bill that we bring forward as an act, it would state the name, and then on the first page it would say it in the preamble. It was suggested that it would be included in the preamble in a way similar that we have the acknowledgement of the importance of the cultural identity of Mi'kmaq children. So in addition to recognizing the distinct needs of African Nova Scotians, Section 3.2 should be expanded to include considerations for other equity-seeking groups. For example, persons with disabilities and those within the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. So by doing so, the Act can better reflect the realities of these communities while acknowledging and addressing their unique experiences. So, when we talk about, and I said this before, so this is not unfamiliar. I was told, when I first became a legislator that, opening up the Act is really complicated. It's really hard. And yet, we see multiple amendments to acts in small pockets in omnibus bills that only touch on small pieces. If we were, really thoughtful and caring about the work that we do, it would be really important for us to open up an act in its entirety and really walk through it piece by piece. Because number one, we'll figure out it clearly isn't modernized. There's a number of bills that are like 1970 something, 1960, whatever, years gone. So it could use modernization. But also, when we open up an act, we also have opportunities for consultation, opportunities for us to have conversations in community, bring in stakeholders, talk about what things could be done. And how do we do that? We bring experts in the room. We have a ton of those folks in Nova Scotia. We have a ton of researchers. I mean, folks are losing their funding, but at the end of the day, there are a lot of smart people that know a lot of things on a lot of these topics. So, there's a lot of things that we could be doing differently. Additionally, the Act should adopt an intersectional approach to Section 3.2. This means recognizing that individuals may belong to multiple equity-seeking groups and that their experiences are shaped by the interplay of these identities. By explicitly incorporating intersectionality into the considerations of Section 3.2, the Act can provide a more nuanced understanding of the diverse identities and communities it serves. The Act should also include reference to the importance of aligning with an act respecting First Nations, Inuit and Métis children, youth and families, recognizing Indigenous peoples' inherent right to self-governance. This would be an amazing act to put together as an omnibus bill. If you added all of these things together and really thought and put some robust heart behind the work that we do, this would be an amazing piece. So, you know, I mentioned that, you know, the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism, that's their role. And here we have it in recommendations. Here we have the work done for us. And yet, we haven't seen it in an act brought forward on this floor. This is a review by this government that has these recommendations that could be implemented in an act to make it better for all children in Nova Scotia. And then we move into, you know, the fact that, like I said, OSD has its place, justice has a place, and then we go into, you know, the Department of Health and Wellness. It eliminates the Social Workers Act and removes regulation of the profession over the PC government, over the government's 2023 Regulated Health Professions Act. So, we've gone through this before. And we talked about folks coming in here about regulations and how folks were not consulted. Once again, I feel like that's like the buzzword of the year. Like, why are we not talking to people? I just have no understanding in how we can get work done if we don't talk. So, you know, we've been told that this aligns with the Mass Casualty Commission's finding that all caring professions should have standard regulations across professions, and we don't disagree with that. However, the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers were not consulted in advance. And you know what? They have already expressed their concern that this change will have a negative impact on the advocacy role they play in the province. So as much as we talk about how great they are and you know, they do amazing work, which I know they do, I am a cheerleader for ABSW and for the social workers of this province, because it is not an easy job. But I also want us to remember that, you know, social workers feel like this decision marks a troubling shift. It erodes the independence of social work as a self-regulated profession and places it under government watch, rather than maintaining an independent voice that works in the public's best interest. So we heard this before, and I'm just gonna, you know, rewind the tape here, because, you know, we're back in the 1980s. You know, when we talk about independent voices, it's really important for us to have those voices on the outskirts, because they're actually not driven politically. They are nonpartisan. They are for the people. And when we bring them in the fold and force them to do the things that this government sometimes doesn't align with the values of the work that these folks have been doing when it comes to the ethical work and the advocacy work that they've been doing, it's a conflict, which is why it's not supposed to happen, which is why it's so important to have a separate body making decisions. We know all of this because that was what was being forced upon the AG. You know, we need you to do what we say. And the independent body is important so that we have rational decisions being made without that political influence. And then we can look at that and we can make best decisions or best choices on that. We have serious questions about why the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers were not consulted by this government before this bill was introduced. So, I mean, if we don't already know by now, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I can take criticism. I'm very good at that. Actually, I thrive off of it, to be honest. But if there was consultation done, and if there was any community input done, why is it not reflected in any of this work here? Like, I worry that every piece of legislation that we put forward, every piece, has lacked one main thing. Can we guess what that is? It's called consultation. And I get up here every single time and I talk about how important it is. You know why? Because communities matter. You know why? People matter. You know why? Nova Scotians matter. And the people that we have in the expert positions that know everything about that work, they matter when it comes to changing the rules. there seems to be maybe an allergy, and I have a bit of a little nasal congestion, but there seems to be a little bit of an allergy to doing that type of consultation. Let's talk. Tevin Campbell said it best, can we talk? So we have serious questions about why the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers were not consulted by this government before the bill was introduced. For this bill to be before us right now, and even after we had public bills that was rushed, and that's the other piece, like we don't even give people a breather to go to public bills in the morning when they're up watching us on Ledge TV till 11:59. Make it make sense. Oh, but that's okay, because I understand that folks are happy with nobody calling, happy with no oversight, happy with no accountability, happy with that. Because at the end of the day, when we do things at the dark of night, behind closed doors, without telling anybody and giving people ample time to even get themselves together to write a 5-minute speech, guess what happens? It comes to the floor without any consultation, and then everybody says, "Oh, well, nobody knew. We put it out there. Everybody knew." At 11:59, really? Are you serious? I'm not even up. If I was home, I'd be asleep. And then by the time I get up, I ain't got time to call in when I'm getting my kids ready, getting stuff situated, going to work. Like, who has that time? But I'm sorry. You know, at the end of the day, I feel like, you know, there could be a better process, and people wouldn't have to be so angry and upset and frustrated by having these conversations, because I think it's really important. I think, you know, we forgot about what the purpose of us being here. This is the people's house. We work for who? The people. And when we don't have the people's voices inserted in legislation, guess whose legislation it is? Not the people's. It's another version of something that's being told to somebody, or, you know, it's not for us, by us. It's, we tell you what to do. If you don't like it, well, then too bad. That's not the way to do business. That's not the way you run, you know, a province. And let's get back to where I'm at here. So to us, the lack of engagement suggests that this government does not have good motives to make any changes. And I would love to see what the amendments that this government puts forward that reflect some of these changes. Because as the government's own words say, you know, within the review of the Nova Scotia Children and Family Services Act, it says that, you know, we need to recognize the experiences of African Nova Scotian communities and acknowledge the historical harms that have caused trauma to them. This recommendation, which could have been added, we have the act open, could have been added. It says this recommendation calls for the act to recognize the impact of generational anti-Black racism. African Nova Scotians have played a crucial role in shaping the identity of Nova Scotia, yet these communities have faced both historical and ongoing systemic racism, and this has led to income inequality, which my colleague mentioned, unemployment, housing insecurity, educational inequalities, and many other social and health disparities. Nova Scotia is currently undergoing steps to recognize and address the needs of African Nova Scotians, but we need to do better. And here's an opportunity to do that. As well, recognizing the experiences of our Mi'kmaq communities and acknowledging the historical harms and trauma that was caused to them. I'm telling you, it's like, let's just add one word in here and then call it a day, and then add 3 bills together, and then we're just going to be done. That is not good governance. That's not the way we should be legislating. And if people in this house think that that's how we should do it, I'm telling you, like, there's going to be a rude awakening when things happen under this government's watch. So the other piece is prioritize and center child, youth, and family voices throughout the act. I don't see that. And one of those pieces is, you know, talking about the justice piece. It says every loss represents a failure to protect those most at risk. And we need to be doing everything in our power to strengthen the tools at our disposal to prevent gender-based violence, to prevent children in care, you know, falling through the cracks, to prevent harm to our kids in the system. And that doesn't mean hiding it. That doesn't mean that we need to not acknowledge that something happened and we have to do something about it. Like, so many times I'm hearing, and this is also in the justice file, it's like, why are we redacting information for the people that care about the person that passed away the most? Why are we doing that? That doesn't help them grieve. That doesn't help them, let their loved one go. In certain cultures, you have to know what happens. You have to know so that you can walk through it and experience that harm. But when we don't do that, we do a disservice to the people. And that's, I don't want to say that that's the intention, but that's not what we want. And we have to do better, especially when it comes to legislation. I also want to say that, and I'm going to, I have quite a bit. I do have quite a bit. And I say this because, when we stand up here and we talk about legislation, especially this piece of legislation, Bill number 201, and we talk about the amount of bills that are in here, and the minister's responsible, and then there's no thought or care about how it's going to affect our marginalized communities, how it's going to affect, any of our other communities across the province. Like, I don't see that. I want it to be explained because I really feel like we could have been doing amazing things for all of the people in Nova Scotia, but yet we continue to see time and time again that there's things that are wrong that need to be changed, and we just don't do it. Instead, we put forward things like, let's, not publish a picture. Okay, great, but there's more to that. There's more that we could be doing. So I also want us to also recognize the impact of socioeconomic factors on child and family well-being. Socioeconomic factors can significantly influence a child's life and create and exacerbate factors that can lead to a child or family's involvement with child and family welfare. The Act should acknowledge these factors by referencing them in the Act's preamble. And this is only in the beginning of an Act. They're only asking for you to put things in the beginning of the Act to inform folks, to educate people on what the law is going to pertain. And it will reinforce consideration of these factors when deciding how to support a child, youth, or family. So here we are. Here we are, talking about Bill 201, and really still nowhere's further than where we were when we were here a couple days ago. And yet, we had public bills where folks came, they talked, and then we haven't heard anything else, which is, another C word, communication. On some of the things that are important for us to do the work. Now, people in this house know that I really do enjoy talking. I do, especially about issues that I'm passionate about. Because I have 7 kids of my own. And I'm telling you right now, if I just said to you that we should be treating these kids and children in care like they're our own, I know what that feels like. I wouldn't want anyone to do any harm to my children. And we should all feel the same way, whether we have kids or not. When we put forward any piece of legislation, it should be like our baby. We should be looking at it with care, going through it line by line to make sure that the stuff that's in there is accurate, because we all make mistakes, and we all said that before. Things happen. Sometimes things don't fit. Sometimes legislation doesn't fit together. And we have to make sure that we're doing the best. And in this case, for the children in care. And so, like I said, there are some really good things in here, like making sure that our young people have services and programs and support available to them after they turn 19 or after they turn 18 and age up. Because in my previous life, I was one of those people. Definitely not a social worker, because it is a lot of work, and it was really hard to watch children, in different circumstances. But as a mom, I understood how to care for children and how to be in a position where we need to look out for each other. And coming from a community background, that's very important. We have to make sure that we're looking out for one another. And the fact that we don't talk and we don't consult and we don't collectively work together doesn't get us no further in making great legislation. I would love to be able to say, thanks so much to the minister for, giving me a fill-in on what that looks like. I appreciate that this is what the bill entails. I would really like to see this. Maybe we can kind of, change the wording on this because it doesn't sound equitable. I wish I could have a conversation like that because I think there are values in this room that we can utilize, and we have expertise in this room. So I say this because, we need to start thinking about all children that are in care as our kids. And we wouldn't want to fail them. And any mistake that we put forward fails them. Any accident that we put forward, oops, oh, I should have never put that in there. Oh, I didn't really look at that. I didn't really, view that properly. It can create chaos. And so I'm very mindful, and I would like all of us to think the same way, because when we talk about the Act Respecting Justice and Social Services, it's just that. We need to be respecting the social services that these young people and our families are utilizing so that they have the best possible care and the best support that they can have in place. So I mentioned the lack of consult, but my thought is, why is the government refusing to work with the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers to improve the lives of families in this province? And if I'm wrong, please, someone stand up and say that we've had this conversation and we're working towards a better, way forward. I don't know. None of us know what's happening. I mean, when we think about the cuts, my colleague mentioned that there's cuts to the Family Resource Center, but yet we're talking about how we're going to support social workers, but it's directly related to ABSW. How does that make sense? But when we don't talk and we don't have conversations about what's in the budget, who's being affected by it, how does this work, how do we help manage the issue that's happening if we don't know what's going on? And I think that comes back to, why are we not consulting? Why are we not talking with the folks and the experts on the ground that are doing this work about the work they're doing? And how can we help them do it better? And how can we support them? And what is that going to look like? My colleague from Halifax Armdale always asks, why? Why now? What's the rush? What's the rationale? I mean, these are all really good questions that we as legislators want to know, but as well, Nova Scotians want to know. Because we are their voice when we stand here in this House. I represent Halifax Needham proudly, and I am a voice for the people of Halifax Needham. And I have lots of questions as to why now. Why did we not insert this information in the Act while we have it open? Why are we not listening to the recommendations of your own government? Like, why? I'm confused. I mean, we get people to do this work. We have Nova Scotians who are in this field of work, who are doing amazing jobs, who are, day in and day out, doing the things that some of us just can't do or choose not to do. And I commend them for that, because there is some things that I just, I look at it and I say, wow, like I would cry every day if I was a social worker. I would probably be like on my knees just bawling, because children and watching children and things that may happen to children or families that may need help, it's hard. It's not an easy job. So, I mentioned the budget cuts. I'm wondering what is going to be in place of that support if that support's not there. And yet, here we are wanting to, change the Act and change it in multiple facets, and yet not consult with the folks that are doing the work on the ground. So my next thought is, when will this government take steps to implement all 20 of the recommendations that I only read 4. There's 20 recommendations. I mean, it's quite, actually, we should have an advocate, we should have an office, we should have a lot of things, but none of that is coming to the floor. It'd be lovely if we actually had, things in place to work with each other. But unfortunately, here we are, discussing a bill with three ministerial positions, and all of them are like just piece by piece. So I say this because there are 20 recommendations in your own government's review. And curious to know, when will the government implement all 20 of the recommendations from this review? That's clearly robust, and there's a ton of folks and members on the review committee that are very, very well versed in the work that they in this particular work. And then, my thought as well, because there are the 3 bills in the justice aspect of it, is, will this government take steps to strengthen enforcement of emergency protection orders? I mean, it just blows my mind that we have 3 bills in one, and then, like, these are even simple questions. Like, the questions that I'm asking have probably been asked like 15 times, and yet we don't see it in a bill put forward here by this government. And then we're asked to, to pass the bill at a time when folks aren't really engaged, at a time when, when a bill gets passed late at night, folks aren't going to have an opportunity to call in and be put on a list, and hopefully when they do call, they are put on a list. I'm just saying we need to make sure that we're doing our due diligence for all Nova Scotians, because the people that we serve and the people that we work for are the ones that are expecting really good work from us, because we're only here for a short time. And the amount of time that we're in here, we should be doing really, really good work so that Nova Scotians can be proud of the things that we do in this house. Because, I want to be proud to say that I, have really put my foot forward and making sure that things, that I've asked about and that I've talked about are being considered, that the ministers are listening, that the members are really taking into account, what's really being said here. And, it's really interesting because, we will be here, because I know there's a few more folks that want to talk, but we will be here talking about, a number of other bills, and I would love to hear and see, even just an inkling of a possibility that we're doing the right thing and that we're listening to Nova Scotians, and that, the work that we're doing here is the work for all Nova Scotians, not just a select few. As the member had mentioned, it's for all children in care. It's for all families. It's to support all folks in this particular work. So, I had a few questions. One was about consultation, and I know I mentioned that before to the minister, and this goes to all ministers. What are we doing about consultation and speaking with stakeholders about, some of the things that we're putting forward, specifically Bill 201, where it has to do with social workers, and yet I've yet to hear from anyone to say that they are working with social workers, or social workers are having a roundtable, or we're doing community work, or we heard from folks and this is what they said. These are their recommendations. We want to make sure that we're implementing them and that we respect the work that they do, because they are on the ground doing that work. So yes, changes made without consult. Once again, I said there are some positives. I didn't say that there wasn't. So there is some really good feedback about some of those other pieces. And then as well, making sure that we do the right thing. Like, this is the whole point of us being here. The public bills, which used to be law amendments, used to be a time where you could amend the law and folks could come in and give really good ideas and thoughts on how we can add in. We don't have that opportunity anymore. So this is our time as legislators, and all legislators, not just on the opposition side. All of us here have really good ideas and thoughts, and we should be thinking about amendments to put forward on any of the bills here in this House. Because when we think about the value we have, and I think my colleague mentioned it the best, this is such a diverse group. I'd like to think it's a mosaic, because when we talk about what we all bring to the table, there are different skill sets. And so utilizing those folks would be great. I also want us to think about, when I mentioned the social workers, I want to bring up the regulatory body section in the Act. It says, under the Act, the objects of each regulatory body are to protect the public from harm, serve and promote the public interest, subject to the public interest, preserve the integrity of its profession, and maintain public confidence in the ability of the regulatory body to regulate its profession. So the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers feel like the integration of the safer social work framework under the RHPA, which is what is in the Act that we are putting forward here today, they want collaboration with the government on integrating the safer social framework under the Regulated Health Professions Act. They are asking to collaborate. They want to be a part of the conversation. They want to be able to do good work for all Nova Scotians, specifically our children and families. And we know that the RHPA holds a broad mandate which aligns with the college's interpretation that advocacy is a central practice of social work. And advocacy is essential to serving the public interest and reducing harm. So there's a possibility for collaboration and collective work. What an amazing thing. Why aren't we having these conversations with the college that absolutely want to have those conversations? They also want to point out that the college has demonstrated that its regulatory model is effective and works. They have fair registration practices, and the college has met all Fair Registration Practice Act requirements, ensuring equitable and transparent processes for its members. They have regulatory excellence. The college has achieved excellent regulatory performance overall, as evidenced by strategic plans, evaluations, and adherence to standards of good regulation. The college was one of the first in Nova Scotia to evaluate their performance against the standard of good regulation. You want that. You want to do the best work. So now it's a requirement under the RHPA, which we see under evaluation. But here's the opportunities to be able to have these conversations. And then they have discipline outcomes. Recent discipline results highlight the college's ability to address complaints effectively and uphold public trust. Complainant acknowledged by the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers only is the only organization that believed it here. So I say this because they have high standards, and they've said that and they've proven that in the work that they do. So, we know that, and we said this earlier, social worker's job is a hard job. And public trust is one of those pieces. We want to be able to continue to have the public's trust when it comes to making sure that we're doing the best possible care and doing the things to support families and children. And the creation of the Child and Youth Advocate is a direct result of the college's work, showcasing that regulation and advocacy can coexist successfully. And so they have advocated for the Child and Youth Advocate for a long, long, long time. And we are so happy to hear that this government has embraced that. We would like to see when it will happen and how that will look. But until we know what that looks like, it's really hard to just go on an announcement and not on the reality. So I want to make sure that advocacy and regulation, they can work hand in hand to make the services safer, and as they demonstrated by the college, they can have a strong regulatory and advocacy performance. So, you know, I obviously say, why are we not coming together with this combined approach? Why are we not doing this work together with the people, and I mentioned it before, the people doing the work? You know, the college was consulted as part of the Regulated Health Profession Network on the idea of a common foundational legislation. The college was assured that the social work regulation would not be included under this framework multiple times. And they contributed because they saw the threat of government overreach. So they contributed so they could do the best work to help protect our young people, help protect our kids and families in the system. And, you know, there were multiple confirmations from the Department of Health and Wellness that the RHPA would not be reopened, leading the college to move forward with its own governance review, which is what they did, which included public consultation, a milestone, and, you know, then they received a phone call the morning of the tabling of the legislation. I mean, it's not really good communication when it comes to the folks that we applaud in this House. I mean, I absolutely love social workers, but, you know, when we do that, we're letting people know how much we care. So, you know, it's really interesting that they receive a phone call the morning of the tabling of this piece of legislation. You know, the impact of separating advocacy and regulation, you know, separating advocacy into a standalone association would likely not be viable in Nova Scotia because there are other jurisdictions where functions are split. Associations typically retain only 1/3 of their membership, and larger provinces have done this, and functions are separate. There's no viable associate. Even Quebec doesn't have a viable associate. In Nova Scotia, this would mean approximately under 800 members. So regulatory fees will increase significantly due to compliance and reporting requirements under the RHPA, with a standalone association social workers likely exceeding $1,000 annually for to maintain regulatory and association with strong advocacy voice. So there are some barriers. There's some things that clearly are not in the Act that the discussions were had that are not coming to fruition in this particular Act. You know, they had discussions, but it was not with this intent. And so they did their own work to show that this is the advocacy that we want to see. This is the stuff that we want to push forward in the House in legislation. And yet, then they come, then the Act, this piece of legislation comes forward and they get a phone call that morning. So, like, you know, when we talk about building relationships and keeping our connections and having really good stakeholders, that's not a good way to continue that relationship. And, you know, no, I'll keep that to myself. So, and as well, Social Work Month and missed opportunities. This discussion is taking place during Social Work Month. I mean, the same as African Heritage Month. Discussions were being made, and then things were cut in African Heritage Month. So I think it's fitting that this would happen during Social Work Month. But I want to mention these are missed opportunities. You know, this discussion is taking place during this month, a time to celebrate the profession and the support of this profession. And if, you know, we have a government that's truly supportive, it would join the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers in its governance review to explore regulatory modernization while preserving the essential advocacy functions. And I think, you know, these are all learning lessons. Here in this House, you know, we all have a role to play. And some of us really want to do amazing things. I really love my job, just letting you know. And not because, you know, I get to stand and talk, because I really enjoy community and I love people. And it actually hurts my heart when people are harmed or when things happen to people. And so I try my best, because I think that's the caring nature in me, and I talked about my West family side here the other day. I come from caring. And that's who I am. And so when I'm in here and we talk about, you know, doing our best work and putting forward legislation, I get excited. I really want to be like, okay, how can we work together? Who do we talk to? What are we going to put forward? And then we read the legislation, and we all have questions. We all should. We all should have questions, even if it's, I don't understand this, because that's important. But like, when we're excited about something because we want to do great work, and then we have all of these really great ideas, and then, you know, folks are like, oh, you know, negative, or no, you can call me whatever you want. I say the things that people want me to say because I work for the people. And at the end of the day, if the College of Social Workers want me to give me a call and say, Susie, I need you to speak up about this because nobody's listening to me, I'm doing that. If the communities call me and say, Susie, you know what? These are the things that I really feel are hurting our communities and they're not looking at it from our perspective, guess what happens? I stand up and I say the things that need to be said because I don't work for anybody in this room. I mean, unless you're my constituent. I don't work for anybody in this room. I work for the people in my riding and for the people in this province. So when I get up here and I stand up here for an hour and talk about the things that are passionate and give some feedback and hope and pray, because I pray every day when I come into this space, hope that we do the good work that needs to be done for all Nova Scotians, I really, it makes me happy when I see change happen. And I'm waiting for this moment, maybe in this sitting, and it has happened, not saying it hasn't, but when those moments happen, it tells me that we actually care about Nova Scotians in this province and that we're trying our best to do the work that needs to be done for all people in this province. And then with this bill being put forward, like, we really need to think about how we care for children and families in this province. So with that, Mr. Chair, I take my seat.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I rise and ask for just a few minutes. And I rise, Chair, because facts matter. And every bit as important as facts, I believe, is hopefulness. Hopefulness matters. And earlier a statement was made in error. I don't doubt that it was accidental, not on purpose, but it suggested that we cannot get foster families. Chair, the world right now is heavy enough. We have wars on 2 continents and plenty of challenges here at home. And in my view, that makes it all the more important that we celebrate successes. And the fact is that we currently have 810 foster care providers, including respite care, and that represents an increase of 27% since January of 2022. Chair, that represents 171 more households that opened their doors, their homes, and their hearts to offer care, kindness, and love to children and youth. And I am grateful to every one of those families. And yes, we are interested always in more people who have that really, I think, distinct, unique characteristic that allows them to accept into their lives someone who was not born of their own flesh, but whom they are willing to welcome and care for as if their own child. But it's not been accidental that we've had this increase. It was this government that introduced the Mockingbird family model, which is a constellation model wherein we have hub homes of experienced foster caregivers who provide peer support and respite. Very important. We have 51 constellations to date. We have block funding based on the child's needs. We have new placement types so that there is specialized care available for special needs, be they medical or emotional. We have an annual Years of Service Award to support the retainment of our most experienced foster caregivers. Mr. Chair, this is a positive story, and I felt that it bore correction. There is much good in this bill, and I continue to look forward to discussion with our colleagues.
Ms. West. Deputy, I recognize the Deputy House Leader.
Chair, I ask that you do rise and report progress to the House.
The motion is carried. We'll take a brief recess. Thank you.
Order. The Committee of the Whole House on Bills reports.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Bills has met and considered the following bill, Bill 201, and the chair has been instructed to report progress to the House.
I recognize the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Speaker, would you please call order of business public bills and orders?
Public bills and orders. I recognize the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Speaker, would you please call bills for second reading?
Bills for second reading. I recognize the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Speaker, would you please call bill number 198, the Financial Measures Act?
198 Financial Measures Act. I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So as I understand it, we are on the motion of Bill 198. What's it called again? The reasoned amendment. And so I'll be speaking to the amendment, which is to have a rethink of this act. And hey, while we're at it, why don't we rethink the whole budget, Madam Speaker? What has been happening for the last couple of weeks as we've debated this budget, in my memory and experience, is quite unprecedented. First of all, we knew in December that we were going to be in not a great financial situation. We had a press conference. The Minister of Finance said that we're looking at a deficit coming up. We knew that. We weren't surprised about that for a lot of reasons, which I'll get into. And then we hear that the public service is being asked to look at departments and look for places to cut. Look for where you could shave off 10%. This has happened before. I remember years ago, and when I was in the like a professional actor, and knowing that every year we'd be hoping for an increase in provincial funding, and we knew when things were not so great that the departments would be asked to be looking for these cuts. So everyone was worried about 10%. But, everyone understands that we're in a bad financial position and everyone needs to do their part. And then we get to Budget Day, and there are lots of cuts, Madam Speaker. And the Department of Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage has seen the lion's share of those cuts. The lion's share. Now, there were other departments that had cuts. We know that. But we also knew right away that 30 people who worked in museums and visitor information centers lost their jobs. They got their pink slips. They were laid off. We also then, over the last couple of weeks, have begun to really see the fallout in terms of human resources when it comes to these cuts. And I will say that when we talk about 10% cuts, the CCTH saw much more than that. In certain cases, programs were cut 100%. Certain cases, cuts were cut by 20%, sort of sweeping 20% cuts across the board. And then there were other cuts that were 30%, and there's sort of everything in between. It's really hard, actually, Madam Speaker, to figure it all out and to keep track of it all. So immediately, I heard from people who ran, like the Artists in Schools programs, Perform, Paints, the Choral Federation program. I think that's part of the Perform program, actually. And those organizations, or those programs, have been cut 100%. So those people who ran those programs lost their jobs. The people who coordinated those programs lost their jobs. They were laid off. And then we have to look at the people who make their money, or some part of their income, by being hired performers and hired artists who go into the schools to lead the workshops for the kids. Well, they're not going to have those jobs anymore. I mean, they're harder to quantify and quantify because, you apply, a school will apply for a project, they get the money, somebody gets hired to do it, sometimes they apply together. So that will take a long time to figure out the losses there. And then I got an email from a constituent who worked at a not-for-profit for people with disabilities. She got her job. She lost her job. Now, maybe she'll get it back. I don't know now that we've heard this announcement today. But what I'm trying to say here, Madam Speaker, is that the rollout of these cuts and the implication of these cuts, we don't know yet what's going to happen. But we have good ideas because we've seen these kinds of things happen in the past, and we know the kind of impact they have. But Madam Speaker, I am exhausted. I am exhausted by having to stand in this House every year. And now, listen, I have a good life, don't get me wrong. I am grateful to be an MLA. I am grateful that I have the opportunity to serve my constituency and the people of Nova Scotia. I am full of gratitude for that. But every year, I stand up, with the exception of 2 years ago, where I stood up to Alan McMaster, the then finance minister, and I said, thank you for finally putting some money into the operating program at Arts Nova Scotia or CCTH. But every other year, Liberal government, Conservative government, I have stood up and made what people would probably call impassioned speeches about the arts. People call me passionate. People really know that I care a lot about the arts. There's a little bit of a patronizing reaction when I talk about the arts, but I always do a speech into Supply about arts funding. And I'm exhausted by having to defend the importance and the contribution that the arts and culture sector makes to our province. I have piles of reports here that I will table. I'm sorry,
no
that's a prop.
props.
Yeah, I know. Well,
Thank
listen,
you.
I'm an actor. It's really hard not to have props. But I have a ton of information here that it's not just me going, oh yeah, what I do is important and it's, we should save what I do. This is not about me. Maybe it was the first year when I still felt like I had a foot in that world. I mean, I do have a foot in that world. I'm going to perform next week, actually. I'll give you all the plug of the show next time I have a chance. But this is about something much larger. This is about the economy of this province. And more, there is better and better research that explains and demonstrates the return on investment for every dollar spent in the arts and culture sector. I know that the Premier understands this idea, and I know the Minister understands this idea because every year they top up the film fund. Film and television has a huge economic benefit to this province, and the Premier campaigned on saving the film industry. He campaigned on it. He never did follow through on his promise to reinstate the film tax credit, but he did continue with the film fund that now is the thing that one of the things that attracts people to organizations, productions to shoot in Nova Scotia. Eventually, he did put money back into the script development program. That was there were two asks when the Liberal government decimated the film industry. Return the film tax credit and make it better, make it healthier, and make sure the money goes into the script development fund. And so those things have happened. Well, no, like I said, I want to be very clear about this. The tax credit is not a tax credit. It's a fund that you can apply to. But I know that the Minister and the Premier understand the value of the film industry. The value of the film industry, I forget now what the actual ROI for every dollar of the film industry is, but it's high, and we all know, and especially people who live or represent rural ridings know the economic benefit when a film production comes to town. I know that the member from Yarmouth knows that. I remember the former member from Yarmouth talking about it constantly, and I used to say, oh, ironic that your government cut the film tax credit. I know that I know that you probably know the benefit of it in your community, Madam Speaker. I know the members from Lunenburg definitely do, and the members in Cape Breton. The film industry is growing here, and that's really good. So I have two things to say about that. Number one, the return on investment for non-film related arts and culture is just as big, not as flashy, not as exciting when, insert Hollywood star's name here is in town, not that exciting. But nonetheless, has a very similar return on investment. But for some reason, this government thinks that it's okay or it's reasonable to call that part of our sector a fringe or a frill or not necessary. And even when I talked to the minister in estimates about this, he called his grants that his department offers discretionary funding. And I submit that there is nothing discretionary about arts and culture funding. The arts are not something that we can choose to have when times are good. It is because of art and culture that we know anything about ourselves. It is because of art and culture that we know about Greek society or any other ancient civilizations. We know about those societies because of the art and culture that came from them. We know about ancient Egypt because of the hieroglyphics. We know about Mi'kmaq culture because of the hieroglyphics that are in the caves in Kejimkujik Park. This is art. This is communication through visual means. It is ancient, and it is part of the way our society, our human society, has developed. I do not believe there is any aspect of human society that has not been evaluated or explained in some way, but through art. Everywhere we look in this building, we see art. We see oil paintings, very sort of, at this point, kind of typical art, right? We're used to seeing oil paintings. We can walk into any kind of Western museum and see a big oil painting in a gold gilded frame, and we're like, oh yeah, that's, I don't even know what century that is, but it's big. That's what I know about that. We can look at the little designs around the outside of the walls. I don't know what you call this. I'm losing my words. But the what do you call it? The molding. That was designed by an artist. You can look at that photograph of the king and queen. That was done by an artist, a professional photographer. The photographs of these members, professional photographers who make their living and pay their taxes through art. It's everywhere. It's in the color that has been, chosen for the carpet in here. It is in the food that we choose to order. Culinary art, which I think in many ways needs to be more celebrated in this province, because we have some real culinary artists here. So, as I said, Madam Speaker, we continually bump up against this question. Is art and culture a thrill that we can have when times are good? Or is it something that we have to have all the time because it's a necessity? The other thing that I want to say about this debate is that, well, this is what I was going to say earlier. If I was going to be talking about when we in committee of the whole, I was going to speak on the energy bill, and something that I was going to say is that this whole thing, the cutting of the arts and culture sector, the rallies that have happened outside, the protests, all of the social media hullabaloo, it's all a shield. It's all a distraction. It's not a distraction for the people who are out there shouting for their livelihoods. That's real. But for a lot of people, it's a distraction because the premier is able to say, oh, look over here, everyone, look over there. There's a big protest happening. Oh, we better, make sure that we're safe. And meanwhile, he's trying to get a bill passed that is going to allow the government to have all rights over natural resources of pieces of land. That will allow the government to say, oh, actually, yeah, you can frack this land. It's not yours, but you can frack on it. Look over here. Look at all the artists being funny in the streets, playing their brass instruments. But over here, don't look, because we are selling our province to resource extraction companies who are not only going to, or not, maybe not going to, but could have the opportunity to destroy the land, continue to put greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. It's not a good picture. The premier will say, we need to get economic development going. We need to stir up economics. Well, guess what, Madam Speaker? We have been giving ideas about how to do that for several years. There is not one mention in the budget address about the green economy. You could take the green economy and develop it and make it into such a huge sector that we would never have to drill for natural gas in this province. We would never have to do it. We do not need natural gas to stimulate our economy. I think we need wind energy, and I hope we get wind energy, but it's 10 years down the road. There's no one to pay yet to put, to do all of the stuff that has to happen for Wind West, but yet we could be paying artists to be working and stimulating the economy and keeping the economy going right now. So I just want to read a couple of things about the economic benefits of art. So this is a report that I'll obviously table, but there's some very quick things here. This slide says arts and culture are central to a higher quality of life. 75% of Canadians believe that attending arts and culture events positively impacts their sense of belonging in Canada. So think about that. Think about the 75% of people who have attended an art and culture event and say that it has made them, it positively impacted their sense of belonging in Canada, and imagine that they didn't get to go to those things. Arts improve other aspects of the economy and society. Knowledge stimulates the creative economy, increases understanding of diverse communities, changes attitudes towards community participation, increases employability, and improves skills associated with development in society. Arts communities drive socioeconomic outcomes in cities. And this is not just cities, and I'll get to that in a minute. Talent attraction and retention. Vibrant arts communities are magnets for skilled workers. Skilled workers. Do we need skilled workers in Nova Scotia? Yes, we do. We're going to need skilled workers to work in our hospitals and our world-class healthcare facilities and our wind farms. We need skilled workers. We're passing a bill about skilled workers, about NSCC, to make sure that we have the right skilled workers. Well, guess what? If you invite people to come and work in a province that is dead because of lack of arts and culture, and I'm not hyperbolizing here, they ain't gonna stay. Cities that invest in culture attract and keep creative class talent people in tech, science, design, media, and professional services, and driving higher innovation and growth. Cultural participation builds belonging and attachment, especially for equity-seeking groups. Cohesive, engaged communities are more resilient and better able to collaborate, which supports business growth and investment attraction. Immigrant integration. Participation in arts and culture life accelerates newcomers' sense of belonging and civic connection. Programs like the Institute for Canadian Citizenship's CANU provides newcomers with free access to cultural institutions, strengthening settlement outcomes. I don't know about you, Madam Speaker, I've got a lot of newcomers that live in Dartmouth North. Lots of people, in particular from the Southeast Asian diaspora. And they're doing their best to integrate. But it's tough. Many of them, I shouldn't say all of them, but many of them are on temporary work permits. They were promised that they would have a pathway to permanent residency, and then they get here, and then their work visas run out, or they're waiting for their PMP applications to come through. Meanwhile, their work visas run out. The minister is making a lot of faces at me right now, so if he wants to have a discussion about this,
Order. First of all, we all know this, you cannot state that somebody's either in or not in the room, nor can you state if somebody is making faces. I ask that you retract that, please. I recognize the honor, and I'm just gonna say one last little thing. Even the people in the audience probably noticed that members have conversations with each other. So I get what you're thinking, but we have to stop putting our perception of others out there, because it might not be true. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I retract that and I apologize to the minister.
Thank you for apologizing. I appreciate that.
Okay, I'm going to put down this amazing article that I hope that the Minister of Culture will read eventually, and go back to my notes here. So I was talking about the film industry earlier, and I said that I would say two things about the film industry. So number one, I said. Number two, I want to say that the film industry cannot be separated from the arts and culture industry. So in question period last week, we asked about cuts to the film industry, the Script Development Fund. Thank you. And the reply was, oh, but we are investing so much money in the film industry. Totally true. But I want to talk about that for a minute, because people in the film industry have come out very publicly and said that we cannot separate these two industries. They are connected. People who work in one work in the other. And not only that, the non-film arts and culture sector trains a lot of people at Dalhousie, the Fountain School of Performing Arts, in acting and tech and all those things. So all of those folks, they can work in our film industry, but if they cannot piece together their income in the sector, they will have to leave. So there is a massive connection between the two. You cannot separate them. When one is strong, the other is strong, and vice versa. Which is why, when the film tax credit was cut, the arts and culture sector, the non-film arts and culture sector, were out on the streets. I came to law amendments and spoke on the Financial Measures Act about how I was a live performer that did a little bit of work in film and television, but I was deeply concerned about this cut to the film industry. Because it meant that people would go away, and they did. They did. And some of them came back. And now they might have to go again. I mean, listen, I'm not being, what's the word? Hyperbolic? What? Hyperbolic, or I'm not trying to stir stuff up. I'm correct in what I say. So, one of the ironies of this whole week is that, you know, the government, the premier especially, will talk about, you know, again, when we're in good times, we can spend money on the good things, and when we have to tighten our belts. Well, again, I will say that that's just fundamentally, it's the idea that art and culture and the cultural industries, and I'm going to get to libraries in a minute, are frills, is simply wrong. So another thing that I want to talk about is libraries. Libraries, Madam Speaker, didn't get cut, as the minister likes to point out to us. They didn't get cut. Oh, but wait a minute. Hang on. They actually kind of did. Because every year for the last 3 years, I think at least, there has been an extra appropriation, an additional appropriation out of budget spending, which it's true, we think is not the best way to budget things, or we think at the least they should come to the floor of the legislature, $800,000 to the library systems for the last 3 years. So there's $1.6 million plus $800,000.
Order. Oh, wait a second. We've been like 27 minutes now. We haven't really talked to the resend amendment. So you can talk about meat inspections, but there was nothing in the honourable member for Halifax, Sidney, Sable Island about arts or library. So I ask that you get back on to the topic of the resend amendment. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
So I will talk about the resend amendment. The reason we made the resend amendment is because the bill is so egregiously bad, Madam Speaker. Because the bill does nothing for the very important industries that we're talking about. So yeah, I can talk meat inspection. I'll let my colleague from Halifax, Shabakta, talk about meat inspection. I can talk about EVs though, Madam Speaker, and I will get to that. It's on my list. But I will say that the motion that we're actually speaking to right now is the motion to send back the Financial Measures Act. And I would say we can talk about the reasons we want to send that back in what is not in the Financial Measures Act. There is no financial measures in the Financial Measures Act to support growing arts and culture sector. There's no measure in the Financial Measures Act to help professional artists with, say, tax incentives. This is something that has been talked about world over, and in fact, Ireland has recently adopted a universal basic income for artists, because Ireland understands that artists are paramount, tantamount to the I'm talking about tax incentives. I'm talking about a basic income. And I'm talking about the fact that nothing like that is contemplated in this act. Because, Madam Speaker, this government and this budget And this Financial Measures Act is completely short-sighted and bad for the economy. If we really wanted to grow our economy, we would see things that support the industries that we are actually making money from. Tourism. The minister talked about $18 million of financial benefit from the Celtic Colours Festival. That is not nothing. $18 million is a heck of a lot of money. But without artists in schools programs and without lower, smaller level performance venues and opportunities for the people that wind up at Celtic Colours, there will be no Celtic Colours in several years. Without the opportunities for technicians to practice their craft, sound technicians and staging technicians, stage managers, if the arts and culture sector, if the performance sector is negatively impacted through this budget, or when it is, I should say, then those folks are going to leave. And then Celtic Colours, the thing that puts $18 million of investment into Cape Breton Island, and that we're very proud of, it'll be looking for workers. How is it going to function? I'll just read a quick thing from the CCPA about this. Undervalued and underestimated, the arts and culture sector continually finds itself on the defensive in the political sphere, when it makes it into that sphere at all. Rarely the topic of political debate, the Nova Scotian arts and culture sector has suddenly skyrocketed to a top position among issues garnering public attention following the Nova Scotia government's recently proposed budget. On February 23rd, we saw that the elimination of $130 million in grant programs. The bulk of those target programs in the communities, culture, tourism, and heritage sector, where artists and arts organizations draw their government grants. All of this happened while the arts sector in Halifax is already on the defensive, campaigning against a proposed 10% cuts to arts funding at the municipal level. I'll follow down here. The arts sector continues to be perceived as something nice to put money into if we can afford it, but the arts are not a luxury good. They are a fundamental asset to any city or community, and to amplify the return from the arts, we first need investment. It's been demonstrated time and again that the arts can contribute to community well-being, education, tourism, and economic development. Every dollar invested in the arts returns value to a city or province, supporting jobs, local businesses, and cultural vibrancy. If I can table that. So when we're talking about economic development, let us talk about rural economic development for a minute. There are many people in this room who represent rural ridings. And I'd like to just share a letter, let's see, which one is it? To one of them. This is a letter that I was copied on, and it was addressed to the member for Cumberland South and me. And it's from the artistic director of Ships Company Theatre. Ships Company and other organizations in your riding, such as the Joggins Fossil Cliffs and the Fundy Geological Museum, and local businesses would like to host a town hall with you. I don't know if that ever happened. I want to take a moment to summarize the key takeaways from our conversation and ask that it be read into Hansard. When I asked you about the harsh cuts to communities, culture, and heritage, you said that you were as surprised as everyone else and you were not aware they were coming. You also said that you did not agree with the cuts and that you understood how deeply they will affect your riding of Cumberland South, which relies on arts and culture tourism as one of the primary economic drivers. I said it was deeply encouraging to hear that you were on our side. I then asked how you can be a part of a party that doesn't align with your values. You told me that you feel you can affect more change from within the party than outside of it. and that you would fight to reverse the cuts from within. I told you to continue to reiterate to the members of the Conservative Caucus, Progressive Conservative Caucus, says Conservative here, that arts and culture contributes to the economy, and that for every dollar the Nova Scotia government contributes in grants...
Order. So, we're not on the rescind amendment. Meat inspections, community, conservation easements, tax credits, EVs. In the actual bill, that's not there as well. We keep going back to that, and we can't. So, community, conservation easement, tax credit, EV, meat inspections. I never made the speech, so I'm sorry. I have to stick to that, though. So I asked that we get back on topic. It's like 25 minutes left, and we haven't gone on once. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, I
Please.
appreciate that, and I would. What I'm trying to submit here is that this is about community. This is about community. This is about rural economic development. All of our communities are affected by this, and so I'll just quickly finish this, and then I'll move on to EVs. Okay. So. You also spoke about how your primary concern as an MLA was at maintaining fiscal responsibility and that you felt there are some good things in this budget. However, we discussed how this budget is not fiscally responsible and these cuts will not make a difference to the deficit, and you agreed with me. I brought up this government's poor fiscal management over the last 5 years, including cutting bridge tolls. You told me that the provincial government didn't see money from bridge tolls. I was a little confused, so I did research. Now the bridges are under provincial jurisdiction, and they have to be maintained by the province without bridge toll income. Could bringing back bridge tolls provide the province a new source of revenue in times of economic insecurity? On the subject of the government's fiscal mismanagement, we also discussed the 1% HST reduction, and that has made little to no difference in the lives of average Nova Scotians. You admitted that most people have not seen the benefits of that reduction, and we talked about how that lost revenue of $265 million this year could cover nearly all of these proposed cuts, not just to arts and culture, but to health, early childhood education, etc. I spoke to how the Ships Company 2026 season is now in jeopardy, and that we may have to consider cutting shows if these cuts go through. This means telling artists that they no longer have work for the summer.
Order. You said quickly. It's been about 2 minutes. Now, we can talk about meetings. I'm going to say it one more time. And again, I never gave the speech. I'm just sitting here listening. Meat inspections, community, conservation easements, tax credits, EVs. We're now 23 minutes. We haven't talked about any of these topics. Please, member, please. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. And just while I'm, while I am finding my EV speech, I beg your.
You take your time.
Thank you
finding
so
your EV
much.
speech.
Thank you so much.
You.
Here we go. Here we go. So, Madam Speaker, EVs. Once upon a time in this province, electric vehicles were looked at as part of the future of our low carbon emission economy. We used to give rebates to people to buy electric vehicles. We gave rebates for people to put solar panels on their homes. Some people who have a really good setup and can afford it, which is not that many people actually, have solar panels and an EV. So their solar panels charge their EVs. They are doing a lot of work to help Nova Scotia meet its greenhouse gas emission goals, which the Minister of Environment promises we are on track to meet. We are. That is great news. But we need to do a lot more. We need to do a lot more. And so instead of increasing rebates or incentivizing driving less by, for instance, building less highways and more transportation, light rail transportation, that kind of thing that will get people from the outskirts into the downtown. We're talking about bus rapid transit, focusing on that kind of thing. What we're doing instead is we're going to make it more expensive for people to drive electric cars or hybrid cars. So, Madam Speaker, what we've heard about this is that the sort of the rhetoric around it is that, oh, well, because people drive electric cars or hybrids, they spend less on gas, and so they are not paying as much fuel tax. That was the point, I believe, because we don't want people using gas. We want people to be using clean energies, and so they need to, put their contribution toward the roads and the department. Well, oh yeah, and then the other part of it is that they're heavier. Well, where is the analysis for this, Madam Speaker? Where is the analysis? We look, I don't think that a little Prius, electric Prius, is as heavy as an F-150 that's not electric. I mean, like, where's the scale? Where's the proof of any of this, Madam Speaker? It's what this is doing. I don't even know what it's doing. I don't even know what the purpose of this is, except to play to a base. I don't know what it is. Who wants us to have higher greenhouse gas emissions? Why would we not be doing something to curb those emissions? So I've received a number of emails about this. Hello, I am writing in concern to the newly announced tax on EV and hybrid vehicles starting this fall. While I understand a tax on an EV or plug-in hybrid as they are using electricity and no less gasoline, a regular hybrid vehicle only uses the same gasoline as other combustion engines with no plug-in charge. Adding on an additional tax to a vehicle that is using the same fuel and no other source does not make sense. I hope this could be brought to a higher attention and that this additional tax on myself and other regular hybrid drivers is an unfair taxation. At the very least, perhaps a lower tax than a regular plug-in hybrid. I mean, that seems very reasonable. I mean, I would go further and I would say that we just shouldn't have the tax at all. The Electric Vehicle Association of Atlantic Canada strongly imposes the Nova Scotia government's new $500 on every 2 years fee on electric vehicles. While we support the principle that all drivers should contribute fairly to road maintenance, this flat fee is short-sighted and irresponsible, both fiscally and morally, and it will slow the clean transportation progress our province needs. Fiscally, the modest $1.6 to $3.3 million in expected annual revenue pales in comparison to the much larger long-term cost this policy will impose on Nova Scotians. Peer-reviewed studies from Canada, the U.S., and elsewhere show EVs provide substantial public savings. Zero tailpipe emissions dramatically reduce air pollution, cutting healthcare costs from premature deaths, asthma attacks, heart disease, and other illnesses. How much money are we putting into this budget for health? A lot. A lot of money. So why are we doing something else that's going to contribute to healthcare illnesses or health illnesses? Lower greenhouse gas emissions help combat climate change, avoiding billions in future taxpayer burdens from extreme weather, flooding, coastal erosion, and adaptation measures here in Atlantic Canada. These avoided costs, health and climate, far exceed typical road contributions. By discouraging EV adoption, especially now as federal rebates return up to $5,000 for EVs, the fee delays fleet electrification, leading to higher provincial spending on healthcare, disaster recovery, and environmental repairs. The fee also misrepresents road damage responsibility. Engineering science, including the well-established fourth power law from decades of pavement testing, shows damage increases roughly with the fourth power of axle weight. Doubling axle load causes about 16 times more wear. Passenger vehicles, gas or electric, cause only a tiny fraction of total road deterioration, often negligible, while heavy commercial trucks cost thousands of times more per mile. Now, Madam Speaker, we need heavy commercial trucks in this province. We need them to bring the wind turbines down the road, to help build what we need to build our green infrastructure. We've talked about how roads have to be maintained and built in rural areas like Guysborough, I believe. And we've talked about this before, Madam Speaker, that if we're going to put all that money into those roads to make sure that, that those industries can thrive and that we can green our economy, or green our grid, I should say, then we need to make sure that we're also greening. We're making sure that the power that's being created by those things is going to actually come to Nova Scotia first, and our power bills will be lowered, and that we can own some of that power to stimulate our economy. Then maybe we can get the arts and culture funding back together once everything's rosy in the province. Road maintenance is thus far more tied to freight volumes and our collective spending on delivered goods than to personal mileage in light passenger cars. A flat fee on EVs unfairly targets low-damage vehicles while ignoring this reality. Morally, this policy undermines public health and our collective duty to protect vulnerable Nova Scotians, children, seniors, and those in polluted areas who benefit most from the cleaner air. EVs eliminate local tailpipe pollution, with proven gains in real-world studies from Canada and the U.S. regions. Penalizing EV owners now, amid cleaner grids and renewed incentives, sends the wrong signal. It punishes those choosing sustainable options for our air, climate, and future generations. A better approach would be to implement weight and distance-based fees for all vehicles, heavier on higher damage axles, or to fund road maintenance from income-based general tax revenue, while preserving incentives to speed EV adoption. As advocates for clean electric transportation across Atlantic Canada, the Electric Vehicle Association of Atlantic Canada calls on the government to reconsider this counterproductive fee. It hurts wallets, lungs, and our planet for far more than it helps highways. And that's from Kurt Sampson, the Executive Director. So, Madam Speaker, I'm losing steam here because there is so much that is wrong with the Financial Measures Act. And again, I will go back to the fact that, you know, it is about community. There are sections in the Financial Measures Act about communities. And the problem is that if we want healthy communities, we need to reprioritize what's happening in this budget. We need to figure out how to grow our economy in ways that keeps our communities healthy and doesn't cut the life out of the stuff that's happening in communities to make, that makes the province a place where we want to live. It's going to be no good for Nova Scotia if we lose our artists. It's going to be no good for Nova Scotia if our greenhouse gas emissions go back up because people stop buying electric cars or hybrids. It's going to be no good if our healthcare system gets overwrought again and taxed higher than it already is. The bulk of our budget every year goes to healthcare spending. Why would we not be looking for ways of saving money on healthcare spending? Why would this is about community, Madam Speaker. Why are we not looking for ways to bring midwives to every rural community, or every zone at least? Imagine the cost savings if we had a robust midwife program. We'd have less money, we'd have less surgeries, births by surgery. We would have better outcomes for postnatal care. And our primary care physicians, who spend a lot of time delivering babies, could have their load lightened a little bit. So my point about all of this, Madam Speaker, is that this government and this bill and the act the amendment and the act completely, well, the amendment doesn't miss the mark. The amendment is what we're trying to, the amendment's good because we're trying to explain that the act and the government and the budget are missing the mark by a long shot. I haven't even talked about food security, Madam Speaker. Speaking of communities, a lot of rural communities and urban communities, neighborhoods like mine in Dartmouth North, are food insecure. There are cuts in this budget to the mobile food market and to organizations that do incredible work to help people stretch a dollar. And in this climate where our power bills are going up, our rents are going up, it's impossible to buy a house. Now we're going to spend extra money on our EVs if we're lucky to have one, or our hybrid vehicles. People are living on the edge. And when people live on the edge, they cannot contribute to their community in the ways that they would want to. Maybe that's why we think about art and culture sometimes as a frill, because like, if I'm working 3 jobs and figuring out balancing childcare and figuring out where I'm going to get the money for a power bill, maybe I'm not going to go to a play. Maybe I'm not going to choose to go to a play. But the artists who are in that play are also artists in communities, working with my kids, helping them to understand that they have a voice, that they have a place in this world. Nothing is disconnected. The Artists in Communities program is gone. The Artists in Schools program is gone. Madam Speaker, this is about the health of communities. I don't know how else I can say that. If we're talking about, if this act is talking about communities, then I need to talk about the impact on removing community programs. The department is called the Department of Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage. It suggests that it is all connected. Haven't even talked about museums and the economic impact that cutting small museums is going to have for rural communities. The job losses, first of all, the lack of tourism. People come to little communities to find the Prescott House or the is it Cosset House in Sydney? Yep. There's small museums everywhere who are going to be cut, who are cut, have been cut, they've been closed. We need these aspects of our community. If you go anywhere else in the world, if you go, I shouldn't say that. I don't know for sure if everywhere in the world does this, but in many places in the world, when we go to another country, when we go to another place, we look for those things. We look for the culture, the food, the nightlife, which is also culture because it's music and it's entertainment. We look for museums. We look for language. It is what makes a place a place. And it is what makes Nova Scotia a place where people want to live. A place that people want to visit. I am planning a conference right now for the public, helping to plan a conference. Member from Timberley Prospect is on the committee. We're planning a conference for the public accounts and the Auditor Generals to come here in August. And when we pitched Nova Scotia as the place for the next conference, we used a video that Destination Halifax made. And it's a beautiful video. And it says, I think the tagline at the end is Canada's favorite city. And I was a little embarrassed about that when I was like in Saskatchewan and we were showing this video. And it's like, oh yeah, I forgot that it said Canada's favorite city. But you know what? It's a pretty great city. It's a pretty great city. There's a lot going on here. We have an amazing art gallery across the road that just got $1 million cut from its budget. $1 million. What does that mean? Does that mean when the tourists come in the summer that the hours are going to be less? Does it mean that there's less exhibits on? Are they not going to purchase I'm sorry. Someone else can correct me. What I'm trying to say, Madam Speaker.
Order. We ask that whoever's speaking, you respect that they're speaking. I will ask this, I don't know how many times I've asked this, so I've lost track of the amount of times I've asked that people respect who's ever speaking. If your mic's not on, and if you don't have a mic, then you don't talk. I recognize the honourable member of Dartmouth North to speak about the recent amendment, which relates to what is in the bill and not what is omitted from the bill. I recognize the honourable member from Dartmouth North.
Well, okay, Madam Speaker, just to clarify, you did say when you read what's in the bill that communities are in the bill, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
There's a little bit of a wide berth. Oh, wait, your call. I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise on a point of order. The motion tabled last night is that, I'll read the text of the motion. I move that this bill be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act, be not now read a second time, but that the order be discharged, the bill withdrawn for the reasons I have stated in my speech. The moving speaker, in their speech, outlined a number of reasons why this budget was inadequate to address the needs of Nova Scotians and protect them. Further, Speaker, I draw to your attention that in an overview of the Nova Scotia Legislature's procedures and practices, on page 22, a reasoned amendment is defined that the bill be amended in a way that is totally contrary to the principle of the bill. And this provides substantive leeway for people to speak to things other than the content of the bill. The purpose of the amendment is to indicate why this bill is insufficient and needs to be reworked. Thus, any comments on that topic are in order. To consistently interject and call someone out of order for speaking in a manner that's consistent with the motion flies in the face of the procedures of the House.
No, honestly, it doesn't. The only thing that you've done here was eat up your colleagues' time. The reasons were in your colleagues for Halifax Citadel Sable Island. I'm sorry, it's not a point of order. The honourable member of Dartmouth North has 3 minutes and 18 seconds left. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, I agree with them. But I'm not the speaker, so...
Order. Okay. So these rules are older than me because I'm not over 100 years old. This is why we have lawyers as clerks. Okay? Well, your time seems to be disappearing, and it's technically not my fault. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to close, Madam Speaker, with something from people in a small community. Again, I'm going to go back to Parsborough for a minute. The following statements were supplied to Ships Company Theatre in response to the following prompt. How has Artists in Schools programs, such as we provide through Ships Company, affected your family, and what would it mean to lose those programs? And I'll just read as much as I can. I lack an imagination or what I consider creativity thanks to my dose of tism and preference for literal thinking. Based on this, I don't have a propensity towards theatre, which as a parent would normally lead my children to not being exposed to culture in a meaningful way. Thanks to the work of the wonderful people like yourself who make theatre so easy to access in this community, like the picnic plays and the drama club at school, my children are getting the opportunities to experience theatre for themselves and have found a new love for the stage. Thank you for what you do for this town's youth. Another parent says, my kids have all benefited from the SHIPS programs. It has been harder for kids from the LGBTQ communities to find spaces to be themselves in Parsborough, and you are changing that. I want my kids to be able to be whatever they want. That's why I teach guitar on Fridays. I want all the kids in Parsborough to get to play the guitar or paint if they want to. Another parent says, arts tell who we are in our communities, as well as opening up a world of information and skills. Cutting programs and funding like this is so short-sighted and wrong. And then lastly, I'll say, my kids have always struggled to sit still. They get it from me, and this has meant that they are often less favored by their teachers. I understand that low resources can make it hard to recognize and support the strengths of all your students. If it wasn't for the work that you do at the SHIP, I don't know if my kids would have known that they had strengths. I know that they have become stronger students, happier and more confident in themselves because of the programming you run here. I moved here because I wanted my kids to grow up in a community full of art. I am worried for them if arts programs and artists leave the area because of these cuts. With that, I'll take my seat.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak a little bit to the reasoned amendment offered by my colleagues. And I think my colleague that just spoke did a really good job talking about the value of the arts and culture sector and how that impact is still going to continue without any changes to date. We still have time, I guess, for the government to start to actually do the homework and analyze the program cuts that they brought forward after many months we heard that were being worked on in this budget. But I think the theme remains in terms of where this government stands and where they don't stand. And when they looked at making some changes for this budget and bringing forward the Financial Measures Act, which is a companion to the budget, that they looked at vulnerable Nova Scotians when they were looking at cost reductions. And when they looked at programs that were outside of the so-called core services, which we would take as education and healthcare, according to the Premier and ministers, that those 280 some odd programs didn't qualify under those core services, and that this was not going to impact education of Nova Scotians and healthcare of Nova Scotians. And opposition, I think, did a good job, and community especially did a good job drawing the link to the impact on their daily lives in terms of how they get those core services. Whether it's populations that have been hard done by for generations, and there has been some movement there, whether it's the environmental programs that Nova Scotians hold dear, or whether it's nonprofit organizations that do tremendous work in all of our constituencies. And the very existence of most of those nonprofits is because governments didn't stand up to actually do the work required to protect those most vulnerable. And I feel like there still is a misunderstanding of how nonprofits and community organizations work, and the good work that they do, and the outcomes that they provide to make life better for Nova Scotians. There obviously is still a misunderstanding in the value of research and the value of science, which is consistent with some conservative brands, that's a fact, in our country, and expert opinion, because we still have reorganization within major departments that undervalues the opinions of experts that provide data on populations of wildlife and work on habitat protection and a whole bunch of things at the director level, at the decision-making table. So the theme remains, but the major theme here is frivolous, unchecked spending over the last 5 years. This is not new. This goes back to, and in fairness, in 2021, the government said they were going to come in and they were going to spend whatever it takes. I'll give them that. But the unprecedented amount of spending that was not budgeted for has never been seen in this province. And that's important when we look at this Financial Measures Act being brought forward and the attempt to look at revenue sources, because spending is still growing faster than our economy. Even you look at the current budget year that we're in, we're getting close to that $1 billion figure that we're accustomed to that is normal. So revenue is up 88.3 million. Expenses up 600 million. That is not sustainable. And that's the government's forecast that they presented to us. That's a symptom of the decisions in this Financial Measures Act. And you look at the debt to GDP issue, and I think this is important. You go back to when the McNeil government came in, and I will say that most governments, since I've been around, had the courage to say when some good things happened in prior governments. We don't see that anymore in this House. But the McNeil government did comment on the forward-looking policy around the economy of the Dexter government to look at the One Nova Scotia coalition and the Ivany report that started under a prior government. And he was thankful to have a roadmap ahead to ensure that we had the revenues, and the Financial Measures Act speaks to revenues. Premier spoke to revenues today when he was asked about future cuts and the cuts he's implicating today. But at least that plan looked across not only government, but community, businesses, post-secondary, and all political parties, in fact, were working on that. And guess what? Exports in seafood doubled. And diversified markets, year after year after year of record revenue from tourism. Population growth, immigration, which this government has actually benefited from and spent it all. So much so that they're embedding structural costs without doing the work to slow departmental growth of expenditures on their march to doubling the net debt. We're going to go back to where we were in 1993, and I would encourage members to look at what was said in the House in 1993 when we were at the edge of a fiscal cliff. When net debt went from less than $1 billion in the late 70s to $6 or $7 billion when that PC government left. That might sound small now that this government's actually running yearly deficits in the billions, but $1 billion back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s was a massive number. But the point is the patterns are the same. No regard for future generations. And I think of my friend Premier Dalton McGuinty, and I think one of the best things he said, I'm paraphrasing, but good leaders and good government, they represent the future today and the present. And this government is failing to represent the future. They are in this budget that we're still in. They are with the $7.6 billion that they spent of future generations' money, unchecked. They are with untendered contracts to a whole bunch of businesses. Some we know they're closely linked to. Some are good corporate citizens that provide good services. In the scale of multi-billions and billions and billions of dollars. And in that Ivany report, there was a recognition that this is unsustainable where the province is relative to other markets that are trying to compete for investment, for foreign direct investment. This is unsustainable that we're on a march to 40% net debt to GDP. So we need to set a target to get down to a level where business can see a future, where we're not going to have to rely on the Financial Measures Act to increase revenues. And there was a target set that was agreed upon by all political parties, 30%. And you can argue whether that was that figure or not. I'll leave it up to members to do their own analysis from data, since government doesn't seem to be interested in data. I'll just share that once you get beyond a certain level of debt to GDP, that there is less proclivity for investment from the private sector. And so this government said they're going to spend. Fair enough. We're going to set aside that target based on evidence and economic growth. We're going to say we have a new guardrail, 40%. 40%. It was less than 2 months ago that the department officials told us before the budget came that we have a guardrail that we won't go beyond 40%. This budget is forecasting to be at 40% next year. And by 29-30, 46%. And I think I'll get into this soon, but I would submit that on the path they're on, that it is completely unachievable. Completely unachievable. So we have their own targets being blown through because of frivolous spending. Literally building structural spending, structural expenses on temporary revenue. That's what a structural deficit is, folks. There was temporary revenue coming in from population growth and windfall revenue from the feds, and program spending continued to grow, and it's structured in the cost of doing business now. So we're marching forward to that same fiscal precipice as we were in the 1990s. Now, it was asked to the Premier today, well, what's going to happen next year? Are you going to stick by this fiscal plan? They call it fiscal stability plan reductions. Well, no, we're going to grow revenue. We're going to grow revenue. What's examples of growing revenue on economic growth? Well, you know, we got some big defense opportunities. We got some big Wind West opportunities. Both of those rely 100% on federal support. Significant multi-billion-dollar federal support. And it's not going to happen in this year or the next year in terms of revenue. The government has it right in their books and their projections. They have next year 1.5%, the year after that 1.5% GDP. That's not the kind of growth that you need to keep up with the ambitions of these expenses in this budget. You can't redistribute what you don't have. That's what I agree with that. Prime Minister Carney has said that. And so let's just look forward to what the government is prognosticating. So slow population growth in 2027 continues to limit labor force and employment growth. Residential investment slows. Other investment slows. Government capital, export growth, somewhat slower. Import growth slows. And that's already when we're in the last of GDP in the country, the last of productivity. Amongst the last in terms of our size of government, our net to GDP, and literally every metric you can imagine when you assess our economy relative to our government. So let's look at their financial mitigations, why don't we? Since I was impacted today, and it's very relevant to this bill and the need to take a reasoned amendment and go back. So this year, they had a total reduction of $300 million. Next year, $622 million. So next year, the government would have all of us members that are voting on the budget believe that they're going to come back into the House with the same scale of cuts. Not the revised cuts that we're hearing today, because they've adjusted it from $130 million and reduced it by $55 million. But the original, plus more, plus the $55 million they took out. That's what they're forecasting. Because in order to achieve the things in the Financial Measure Act, Mr. Speaker, these financial mitigations have to come to fruition, right? This is what triggers the budget. That's why I'm speaking to the multi-year fiscal stability plan. The government never came with a fiscal stability plan until this year. In their 5th year of government, they all of a sudden are trying to figure out a forward multi-year plan. That's different from what the Premier said in 2021 when he would balance the budget by 2027. But he couldn't resist the revenue coming in and spending. Spending, 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 much of it structural. And now the language is changing that they have to protect future fiscal capacity by slowing expense growth. Well, that would have helped 5 years ago. But yet we still have government officials talking about how departments are going up by 20, 30%. That's not sustainable. They literally admit that expenses have not matched revenue. And the line that we will always do more than we can.
Order. So we had 15 minutes. The reason for we need to talk about the recent amendments and get back to the content of the bill and the reason for the opposition to the bill based on the content, please. I recognize the honourable member from Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the advice, and I will continue to turn to praise. So it is about the symptom of where we are today is, I would submit, very much relevant in the need to take this reasoned amendment, especially for future generations. And the irresponsible spending that we have seen over the last 5 years. And don't take it just from me. I received commentary from young Nova Scotians in my riding that are now in high school. And I will just give you some of what they had to say, because I think it's important to bring forward. Halifax West High School students, much of them that live in Prospect, said that I've waited my entire life to be a teenager, to have the life you see on TV. Instead, I received a mass erasure of teen-dedicated spaces. Everywhere I go, my friends and I are met with, "You aren't old enough to be here, you need an adult." And if not, they say, "We don't want you loitering around, children." And that is why our arts programming is so important to teen culture. Creative arts programs give teenagers a chance to express themselves without constant dismissal. Drama programs, visual arts, music, all ways that myself and my friends have discovered ourselves, who we want to be and where we want to go with our lives. Taking this away could destroy self-esteem, direction, life skills, and the ability to work with others. Each of these is an important skill needed to function in our society. I think it's really important that they share their views and why we are taking this reasoned amendment to go back and ensure that this Financial Measures Act is looked at in a different way, from the lens of these teenagers that are impacted by this budget. Because they say, we are the future of this province, your province. We are the next generation of voters, the people you need in order to be re-elected once your term is over. Do not take us lightly. We have learned from the mistakes of the silent and docile generations that came before us. We are determined to not follow in their footsteps. We will fight for our opportunities, for our futures. We are organizing, we are rallying, planning, gathering. You cannot silence us. We will not stay idle as you strip us of our spaces, our friends, and our futures. You claim these cuts are in the interest of saving money, but what of the $3.5 billion that tourism contributes to the Nova Scotia economy each year? Really important point relative to the Financial Measures Act and the reasoned amendment. How much of that are you willing to gamble? How much of that will be affected by the loss of arts funding? Think about all the restaurants downtown that fill up each night. There is a performance at Neptune Theatre, the Buster Festival, parades, mural painting, and any one of the various arts events that takes place in downtown Halifax. You are all about the business, aren't you? It's meant to be your whole shtick, right? You can cut the funding all you want, but you'll never cut our voices. My question is simple. Will you invest in the future of our province, or will you cut it to pieces? The ball is in your court. That's I would say, a very well-written letter by a 15-year-old, very precocious student at Halifax West, concerned about what's happening in the budget and the Financial Measures Act, and speaks directly to why we need this reasoned amendment, and why I'm speaking in support. Another quote is, "What sense does it make to stagnate the youth in order to build a better future? Removing funding from these programs isn't going to contribute towards a thriving province. Removing funding from programs helping Black communities will only accelerate our province's downfall." And on that note, we still really haven't got a full list of those walk-back cuts. Like we heard about educational programs being reinstated for marginalized communities, but there are a myriad of programs that were on the chopping block that we still, as members, haven't got a full list on. And it's really important to ensure that we know where government stands on diversity, equity, inclusion. I think that's really important. It speaks to this act. I mean, DEI is under attack all over the world, especially in the country just south of us. And so I'm not saying that members opposite are necessarily against those initiatives. I appreciate that the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism was kept. But when those things are even proposed for cuts, respectfully, the government is fanning the flames, especially on social media, of primarily, I'll have to say it, young men that are angry, that feel like something is taken from them. So leaders need to stand up and need to say no. These programs make us better. Equity is not a zero-sum game, and I believe the government has completely misunderstood what equity means. These students can teach us a lesson. Which brings me to ensuring that we support this reasoned amendment when we see the slashing of our arts and culture that my colleague spoke very well about.
Order. The terms of a reasoned amendment moved by the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island provided that the bill be discharged from reasons stated in the member's speech. That speech defines the scope of debate. However, I ruled that parts of that speech were not relevant to the bill and urged the members at various times to return to the context of the bill. The parts of the speech that were not relevant were not in order and cannot form the basis of remarks on the reasoned amendment. Before I recognize you, earlier the member for Sackville-Cobequid stood up on a point of order. I've got a copy of that paper. I'm going to read the paragraph that the honourable member neglected to mention. This overview of the practice and procedures of the Nova Scotia legislature is designed preliminarily to give new members of the House, its staff, and interested members of the public a general idea of how legislature works procedurally. It is not an authoritative work or parliamentary procedure to research a point on parliamentary procedure or to paper an argument for the presentation on the floor of the House respecting a point of parliamentary procedure. Consult the standard textbook, speaker's rulings, and usage of House. So in other words, the Jansen LeBlanc is persuasive but is not the rules. I ask that the member and every member going forward, doesn't matter who, speak to the rescind amendment. I recognize the honourable member. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Point of order, Madam Speaker, and germane to the points that you were just making. I would ask for a ruling on relevance in speaking to the Financial Measures Act as a whole. Clearly, this is a source of confusion for the House, and I do have some of the precedents that you just mentioned that would suggest more latitude than is being given. In Erskine May's Treatise on the Law, Privileges, Proceedings and Usage of Parliament, 25th edition from the United Kingdom, on page 924, under Scope of Debate on Second and Third Reading of the Finance Bill, section 36.4 reads, while the normal rules relating to the scope of debate on second and third reading apply to the Finance Bill as much as to other bills, Some latitude is permitted, provided that this does not extend to reopening an entirely general debate on policy or public expenditure unrelated to the bill. From the House of Commons procedure here in Canada, second reading and reference to a committee, section 16.44, central to the second reading stage is a general debate on the principle of the bill. Although the standing orders make no specific reference to this practice, it is deeply rooted in the procedural tradition of the House. Accordingly, debate must focus on the principle of the bill and not on its individual provisions. Madam Speaker, there is some precedent in this House, and in particular, Speaker McFarland did rule when speaking to my colleague, the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island in 2004, and I have answered of that she should stick to the provisions of the Financial Measures Act. However, the reason that she gave for that was that she would have an opportunity to debate the budget in the Appropriations Act. That is not, in fact, the case. We cannot debate the Appropriations Act. Our only opportunity to debate the budget is with reference to the Financial Measures Act that is now moving across the floor, and that is why in Erskine's treatise, he says that we are speaking to the spirit of the bill. And the spirit of the Financial Measures Act is, in fact, the budget. This is our only opportunity to speak to the budget. I also offer for your consideration, Speaker, two portions from Hansard, one from Thursday, May 5th, 2016, another from Tuesday, April 28th, 2015, where the member for Pictou East, now the Premier, speaks at length on the budget in second reading of the Financial Measures Act and fails to reference a single provision of said act. So I would ask that you take that point of order under advisement and give us a definitive ruling on what we can and cannot speak to. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So, first of all, the UK is completely different than us. I was not. They're not. They are different than us. Last time I checked, we were in Canada. You can speak at debate resolution. That is where you're supposed to speak at. I was not the speaker in 2016 or even elected here. I was actually a municipal councillor then. But what we are going to do, because I see you did put a lot of work in that, we're going to draft a response for you. Yeah, great. But the reality is here is I am following the rules. And I can't help what happened in the past before I was elected. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the interjection, and I have been tying back the decisions of the fiscal situation in this province, which hasn't been this precarious since the 1980s, leading up to the 1993 government, to the Financial Measure Act. Subsequently, the reason why we have a reasoned amendment to address the fallacies presented in the companion bill of the Financial Measures Act relative to the budget before us. And history is important so that we don't repeat the same mistakes of the past. And I will remind the members that there is a number of things in the Financial Measures Act worth reviewing, and even some of it hasn't been walked back yet tacit statements have been given in the House on record that maybe it could be. So sections 52 through 55 and 60 and 61 hurt or at least punish conservation groups that have worked for generations through successive governments, namely the Nova Scotia Nature Trust, Nature Conservancy, Woodlands organizations, in the bill, directly in the bill. And the minister in debate had said that there could be potentially amendments introduced. Nothing since. it's really important that we look at ensuring that we have permanence and durability of easements by removing the proposed landowner hardship pathway to easement termination, and by ensuring the Conservation and Community Easements Act retains a viable succession pathway for easements if an easement holder ceases to exist or is otherwise unable to uphold their easement responsibilities. This impacts the revenue and the contributions of Nova Scotians when they're looking to protect land. And I go back to my statement at the start, how there's a theme here. This speaks to the anti-environment theme, woven through the budget and the Financial Measures Act itself. You know, we've already established that this government has not protected more Crown lands, and that they've come up with a figure of 14.55%, had to get drawn out in question period by counting other measures of conservation importance, and there are some. I will acknowledge that there are some important pieces of Crown land that could be counted, and we went over some of that in estimates for sure. But what is irrefutable is and the government acknowledges it themselves with their iteration of the last Parks and Protected Areas plan that is supposed to be continuing to be consulted on, that private landowners, private land has to be a really big part of that. And you know what? I agree. When you have the majority, 65% or more of the land in the province private, when you have even higher percentage of land along the coast of our province private, that we have to work in collaboration with these land trusts. Ducks Unlimited, Mi'kmaq. Also, a theme woven through this, a lack of value on the importance of working together with Indigenous partners to advance Indigenous protected areas and advance collaboration with economic development. And so I am interested in if a government member can actually put some ease to all the Nova Scotians that care about the environment if they are going to walk back this piece. Could have been a simple part in the Premier's walk back earlier today to mention, you know what? We not only hear the community from the disabilities, we not only hear that we need to protect seniors, and we not only hear that we need to protect African Nova Scotia Indigenous students, but we need to support the environment for future generations. This is what people are asking for. And there's a lack of trust when the government had the ECRA bill presented, and in that bill, in the Climate Action Plan, there was a commitment to pass the Coastal Protection Act. Implications on private land that the government admitted themselves that they were uncomfortable with, that they did not want to enforce a setback where there was no building allowed. So leave it up to these organizations and ensure that land stays protected in perpetuity. That's the point of actually protecting land officially, once it goes through the process, that it does not have a risk of being vulnerable to the wishes of a minister, future ministers, any minister. They're asking for certainty on a succession pathway. Which brings me to the other piece under attack of the Financial Measures Act and the insurance of why we need to have a reassessment of this, reasoned amendment, rather. And that would be the EV. And no, I don't drive an EV yet. I do have a charging station for when that day happens, but I do believe that it's important that we support those that want to help transition the province to a lower economy, lower carbon economy. And by the way, they are doing things that are in that same act. The ECRA Act actually establishes the importance of moving towards electric vehicles. It's wrong fiscally because it saves costs to our healthcare system. It's wrong morally because there's less emissions. And this is yet again another example of the government being short-term and not thinking of the long-term impacts that you could cut healthcare costs, prevent premature deaths, asthma attacks, heart disease, and other illnesses. The same arguments that have been made over time to close the coal plants early. So the government is in effect delaying fleet electrification. They are delaying Nova Scotians moving off of more expensive and volatile fuel. And that is about to become a lot more volatile. MLAs will start to get to know the word interrupter clause a lot more in the weeks ahead. And needing to ask the officials in finance how to explain how gas pricing works and how it's modeled after the New York Stock Exchange, depending on which region you are, and how that rate is set originally by the oil price, but also other factors. But what Nova Scotians can do to try to avoid that spike, just like in our electricity grid, what we can do is move and electrify. And the second biggest percentage of greenhouse gas emissions in our province is transportation. Transportation. And yet, this government wants to penalize EV owners now as we are cleaning our grid. And there is an argument that, well, our grid is still 40-something% coal, but we are moving, if you accept the government's intention to move and meet their obligations to 80% renewables, as it gets cleaner, the better the argument is for Nova Scotians to move towards that cleaner engine for their vehicle. And for the country. You know, we're supposed to be working together with other provinces, and the country is clearly moving in the direction with a new rebate program that this government scrapped, wasn't interested in, towards actually even manufacturing EVs here. What better multiplier for our economy is there than manufacturing, especially in the vehicle space? So even though it is likely in Ontario or other provinces that have the infrastructure and the supply chain, that will benefit us. Remember, most of our revenue comes from other provinces through transfer payments. And it would be a good thing for our country and for our province if we could become a leader in manufacturing EVs. Yet this government sees a tax grab, increase of tax for those that drive not only EVs, but being the only province that's looking to tax hybrid users. Hybrid users, $250 to raise $1.6 million out of a $1-point-something billion deficit. It's moving every day, what that deficit actually is. But as many would say, that'll become a deterrent to buy something that helps with affordability and that helps the environment at the same time and helps jobs in our country. And there's studies that I can table, but I think I've been clear that Health Canada says on-road vehicles contribute to smog, lung disease, asthma, and about 1,200 premature deaths a day. And nearly half of Canadians live close to busy roads, while a similar percentage of long-term care homes and schools are situated nearby, increasing the risk of exposure to air pollution from vehicles. We need to, as a government, incent healthier ways of getting around. And when hybrids are buying gas and fueling up their vehicle, comparatively to same vehicles that are, I have lots of examples, but you know, I think members are getting the emails that hybrid users are using 8 to 10 liters per 100 kilometers still paying the gas tax that doesn't even come up to close to the revenue needed to pay for the roads anyway. But yet a political decision was made in this Financial Measures Act to scoop up a little revenue from those that are trying to protect the environment. And for what? These small little things are a tiny, tiny fraction of what this government is proposing. And I do think the government wants, I do think they want Nova Scotians to believe that they're all about reducing the public service, that we're overmanaged, and that there won't be much impacts to the decisions that they made. But they're proposing $900 million, close to $1 billion, in what they call the Financial Stability Plan reductions. Do you know how much of that is a civil service reduction? $94 million. 10%. 90% of the actual reductions will come from things like they just proposed and walked back in this budget. I would love for someone to answer to me, what's next year? Just have the courage and say it. All those programs that you just kept that were reduced by 20%, whether that's students not being able to get to school on the bus, whether that's a multitude of arts programs, Music Nova Scotia, that has a massive return on investment that's cut 20%, just have the courage and come up and say, the status quo budget for next year will be an additional 20% cut. Boom, 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 until it's done. Or what other department is there that has all kinds of grand opportunities to cut from? Since there's a fence around education and healthcare, but everything else is gain. The scale in the next budget is actually more. Next year. And the argument that more revenue is coming in, well, why isn't that in the budget? It's not in there. You're proposing to cut $1 billion, and all you have here in front of us is 100. Less than 100 now. You know, the finances are actually worse. We knew it was bad. We were saying it was unsustainable path. This is much worse than we could ever imagine. That despite these cruel, not well thought out cuts and a walk back, we're still on path to doubling our debt, our net debt, with an unsustainable debt to GDP. And already one credit downgrade, one of maybe 2 provinces. And we're going to have more of that because of decisions related to controlling the budget, but also revenue decisions. And the part in the act that speaks to the Bridge Commission being dissolved. You know, I was talking to folks that are involved in finance, and they said, you know, when you look at guaranteed revenue and a government makes the conscious decision to give it up, that is absolutely considered in terms of assessing the ability for the province to borrow and credit ratings associated with that. So a $300 million immediate hit to future generations. And the idea that folks are going across the bridge free, that is just factually incorrect when we're in a deficit. Somebody's paying for that. And the ones immediately paying for that are those that are being cut. The ones that literally just lost their job are paying for that. Like, there is so much misinformation in this. Now we're hearing that long-term care, the 3% reduction on a different line is protected and reversed. That's not even the grant line. So what about the 3% that's going to the Nova Scotia Health Authority and 3% that's going to the Centres of Education, all the other agencies? This is so ad hoc, it's unbelievable when we're 80% through the budget estimates. It's an inability to manage. And we're actually potentially on the eve of a massive economic disruption, not of this government's cause, but that's why you have to try to prepare for these situations. We could not only have a hit to our economy, but we could have massive inflation. Stagflation could be impacting us in a way that this government has zero capacity to try to figure out how to support people that are dealing with mass layoffs. We're in a very scary situation. And we're relying on revenue from a federal government that is going to support jobs with no plan for the economy. And we're bringing a Financial Measures Act forward that's trying to get $2 million from people that drive EVs and hybrids. And we're trying to get municipalities to get some more funding if we change tax rates for those that are not using their land for forestry use. We have less money for infrastructure now. Less money. And, you know, there's a lot of people saying that it's a good job that the Premier changed his mind for the 4th or 5th, or I can't remember how many times, but certainly it's been almost every session. Last time was the AG. I think there was stuff around the wine industry, the real jobs. And I could give some credit because it's never too late to do the right thing with respect to those that have diverse abilities and reversing the cuts that were going to be made to them. I sincerely hope it is the start of a full walk back. Because obviously, whatever analysis that all of those programs that were reversed went through was a flawed analysis. And the remaining cuts that went through that flawed analysis, if there was one, should be looked at again. There is a lack of understanding and a lack of value put on how these programs, how these sectors really help grow the economy. And we look at the revenue loss. The revenue loss is important. And my colleague spoke to the value of arts and culture and the multiplier effect. That's very real. Those are economic analysis. And when you look at how they're only forecasting less than $100 million extra revenue this year, we're in the fiscal year, yet they're fine with spending $600-some million more. Something has to change with the structural costs embedded. These are drastic decisions that are made out of the Premier's office, and there's still programs that need to be looked at. There's still programs, unless I see different, that support, you know, educational opportunities for women in STEM. Yet, that's not as important to rectify as scholarships for other communities. Now, again, it's great that we have reversal on the transition year scholarship program for Black and Indigenous students. That's a good thing. But how was that even considered when it's been a program since 1965? A long-standing program that helps so many people. And it took weeks and weeks and weeks to get the government to listen about that being misguided. So that's why this reason amendment is important, to support those that are still out there concerned about their job and their livelihood. The decisions are impacting folks, whether that's folks in the arts and culture, musicians, book publishers, students that are voicing their concern. I think there's another event tomorrow where students at NSCC are concerned about the squeeze on that institution and the changes there. But mostly this all goes back to a lack of ability or interest, or maybe both, of managing the finances. And a lack of interest in competition when we're sourcing multi-billions and billions and billions of dollars for important services. So the Financial Measures Act and the need to look at this amendment is important. You know, you have so many different aspects to this, and the bridge giving up $40 million of revenue. Of course, there might be some people that like driving across and not paying for it. But somebody's paying. Somebody's paying, and organizations are paying. The organizations that are impacted. And how many people, I'm a Halifax MLA, how many people are getting emails saying that that was top on their priority list to reduce? You know what, struggling with all kinds of things, but the one thing I'm struggling with the most is being able to get across that bridge. I would venture to say, at least in my constituency, the thing that happened that, probably the saddest thing that happened over the last few years, I'm not going to put this completely at the feet of this government, is that the food insecurity got so high and the lack of access to food is I had to put a food pantry right in my office that is busy every single night. And my friend down the street, Dr. Legier, is a dentist. He agreed to put one there too, same thing. And then we just got a third one set up down the road. That is a change. The increase of working families needing to access food, and they often come at night to get that. And, you know, they'd rather be able to eat and pay their power bill than get across the bridge and save $1 each time. Same with parking at the hospitals, I have to say. I hear from healthcare workers all the time about that issue and how sometimes they can't find parking and that they have to pay $60, $70 a month. These are decisions, and the timing of these decisions, for political reasons, impact programs. And I wonder what analysis went into all of that. What return on investment did they have when they looked at giving up $40 million of guaranteed revenue? What assessment was there on the lifespan of the bridge? What assessment was there on needing to build a bigger bridge for the better flow of traffic? Experts are saying we need 6, 7, 8 lanes to make sure that we're able to get across and less congestion. And the less likelihood of being able to leverage federal funds to construct a new bridge. Now we have less ability to build other transportation infrastructure and support rapid transit, support the ferry, buy the land, finalize the land acquisition for the ferry in Bedford because of our fiscal situation. And the reason amendment really does speak to the heart of this bill. And looking at how we can think about this differently. So I think it's important that we acknowledge that there were choices to make. There were choices to make on revenue, and there were choices to make on expenditures. There were choices that all the government had to do is constrain expense growth so that they would not have to look at things like this. It's all connected. Choices on revenue, choices on expenditures, choices on ensuring that people can transition to a lower carbon economy. And that's why I say this government has been known to be anti-environment, anti-science, anti-research. And I think that the overspending and the non-tenders have brought us to the brink of financial ruin. Those are the kinds of things that were mentioned in this House, check the record, in 1993. And part of that is because of the revenue in the Financial Measures Act and the need to entertain this reasoned amendment. You know, there's lots of talk of other revenue sources. And I know the government likes to point at opposition to say, you know, you want to raise taxes and all that stuff. But the fact is, we haven't been in government for 5 years. And we would not be in this position financially to have to be making that kind of decision today. Our Financial Measures Act would look much different. And the reasoned amendment really speaks to the need to address those gaps. You know, we have lots of commitments and infrastructure, and there is important infrastructure that I think will be delayed. We've already seen it with the redevelopment in healthcare and the Glace Bay. No sign of that moving forward. It seems like the VG is still going to be part of the plan now, instead of taking it down, where there's no potable water. The power outages the other day are causing delays on surgeries. Why wasn't the original plan? Why did that not move forward? And then if there was additions to make later, why couldn't that have happened? No, instead everything was paused and a redesign was pushed down. Now nobody knows when or if the cancer center will actually even be built. Now I do want to address that. Infrastructure is important. And this idea that there wasn't any infrastructure or deferred maintenance deficit and all that stuff from the last budget. Guess what came out of the QE2 redevelopment? Dartmouth General expansion, work at the IWK, the Hants Hospital, the Bayers Lake Outpatient Center. We're talking about multiple billions of dollars of investment in the last government. That doesn't sound like nothing to me. But I remember when the governing party was against projects like that. And yet they were fine to cut the ribbon at the outpatient center.
Order.
I got dazed and confused.
Going to recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect. After I make a statement, there is a rule. I know it's silly, all these rules, but no one is to walk between myself and the mace, and I ask nobody to do that. I'm going to recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect and ask the honourable member to speak on the rescind amendment. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Yeah, no, I think it's really important that we support the reasoned amendment for a whole bunch of reasons, but the basis of those reasons are the financial mess that we find ourselves in today. Both sides of the ledger. A government that has consciously decided to give up revenue from bridge tolls and from other sources, and yet continues to look first at groups that support the most vulnerable. Continues to. You know, I saw something Barack Obama said the other day, I think it was at Reverend Jesse Jackson's funeral, where there's conversations happening in that country, and there's a parallel in our country where some people are not being heard to the same level at the table. They don't have enough of a voice. They're not given enough of a voice. And that some people aren't heard at all. And I think the message today is that some people are heard a little bit. The impact of some programs are going to be reversed. But yet there's still a whole host of programs that still aren't heard at all after 2 weeks. 2 weeks. And those 2 weeks there is irreparable harm in communities, even those communities that had their funding reversed. There were impacts to their livelihoods that I think they'll always remember. They should not have to take time out of their day to come down and voice their concerns. They should not have to come down and explain to government officials that have hundreds of experts behind them that understand equity, that understand the importance of programs and the value and the return on investment to our economy and to our social fabric of our province. They should not have to do that to get their funding reversed and back and restored. And I'll say it again, because I do think that how the budget and the FMA and everything together was packaged was an attack. Was an attack on environment. It was an attack on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And that is a very politically sensitive topic and something that we need to protect. We need to be leaders in this area and resist the temptation. I'm not sensationalizing things. I know there's members that understand it better than others, and I would not say that any member of this House wants to cause any harm to marginalized communities. But what I would say is the fact that those kinds of programs and the fact that the steps backwards that would have taken, the fact that that was entertained for weeks and defended, both in the House and online, is a step back. And actually encourages those. And we all see it online, we all see it on social media. When something's posted about celebrating diversity, we see it. Now, I'm an optimist. I don't believe it's the vast majority of Nova Scotians. I wouldn't be in politics if I wasn't an optimist. But being an idealist, I don't have any illusion to think that there isn't some folks out there that are ignorant and don't understand that it's not a zero-sum game, and that we are all better when we support groups like DPAD and the good work that they do. You know, that work that they do resulted in a really important infrastructure piece, a social infrastructure piece, not on the physical side, but very much on the people power piece when you look at the beginnings of the African Nova Scotia Justice Institute. These are the kinds of community organizations that do work that government either can't do or is unwilling to do. And I think that's why we need to take the time to actually listen. First of all, the government members. Maybe Cabinet wasn't even aware, because we know Cabinet members were protesting a lot of the decisions. But beyond the government benches, go out into community. Talk to the employees that are working at museums. Talk to the people writing the books that are telling the stories about the great things that are happening in our communities and the history, not all of it good history, in our province. What makes our province unique is the celebration of culture, the awareness of culture, our founding people, the evolution of our relationship with our First Peoples of Mi'kmaq, how we include voices that aren't always heard, how we build the systems to counteract the systems that have been there that stood in the way of progress. And I think that's why this reason amendment is so important, because the Financial Measure Act it's a companion to the budget. It really is. And we need to support groups that are doing the work. You know, imagine if government had to do the kind of work that nonprofit centers do. Imagine the pressure and the cost of government if they created the bureaucracy to try to match what all these nonprofit organizations do to support those most vulnerable, those that are working part-time without benefits, that are doing things out of their own interest to support museums and culture. And, you know, these are the types of organizations that had to step up because government wasn't there for them. And yet, next year, we're going to be right back at this again, not with just $300 million of cuts, but $600-some million of cuts. I challenge any member opposite to bring forward what the plan is in future years. And don't say revenue, because if you say revenue, that's not lining up with what's in your own budget. So this reason amendment, I think, should give some reason to members to think again about their support for the Financial Measures Act. And if they want to be on the side of future generations, or if they want to continue down the path, which they are on, of spending our kids, our grandkids, and future generations' money, and have to have governments in the future try to clean it up. It's happened before, and we're trying to prevent it from happening again. So stop the attacks on environment, on nonprofits, on marginalized communities, on science, on expert opinion, on wildlife experts, on those that are just trying to do their best with the cost pressures, participating in government programs, those that are trying to celebrate culture, kids that are trying to get to school, and all the educational programs that are important for all Nova Scotians. I ask those members to think about that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak to the reasoned amendment to send Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act, back. And it was 24 hours ago that my colleague, the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island, moved this amendment. And when she did so, she made clear, and we have subsequently made clear, how important it is. I think that partially in response to that, partially in response to pressures in constituencies, partially in response to kind of understanding the basic human cost of the budget, and partially in response to protest and hard work by community groups, this government had made an announcement this morning walking back some of the cruelest cuts in this budget, notwithstanding the fact that this time last night they couldn't say if that would happen. Of course we're glad to see that change. But once again, you know, this government will sometimes do the right thing, but only after they've tried everything else. And I would suggest that this Financial Measures Act, both in content and in process, is a good representation of the everything else. So, you know, in content, we are looking at, once again, a completely unrelated omnibus bill. And now, you know, the Financial Measures Act traditionally is one of the few sort of somewhat acceptable omnibus bills because it's all the things that need to be amended to enact the budget. But nonetheless, this one is particularly egregious, and my colleagues have canvassed this. The member for Dartmouth North made the case for the arts as integral to everything we do. Certainly, as you know, I think if this budget is to defend Nova Scotia, well, what is Nova Scotia? What do we think of as Nova Scotia? We think of our culture. We think of our songs. We think of our ships. We think of our paintings. We think of our languages. Those are the things that are getting cut in this budget still. But in this Financial Measures Act, and I'll come back to some of the cruelty that we continue to see, and I would echo also some of the sentiments of my colleague, the interim leader of the Liberal Party, around the cruelty of making that decision and walking it back. But right here in this bill, there are so many strange provisions, and provisions that really require some sober second thought, and that should go back to the department. And to the point of going back to the department, why go back to the department? Well, we have heard over and over again on the floor of this House and in media scrums, this government blame the department for cuts. So several ministers, when asked about cuts explicitly, have said, well, it was the department. And I'll tell you, morale in the public service is bad. That is objectively true. And no one's allowed to talk about it publicly, and everyone knows it. Imagine you decide on a career in the public service. Your job is to give the best possible advice to your minister, to be the subject matter expert who is relied upon to move the ball forward. And then, when seemingly a budget with a ton of cuts presents itself as if by magic into thin air, because nobody has yet to take responsibility for this budget or what's in it, it is you who is blamed. That is deeply problematic. And so, you know, I think we need to look at what's happening in these departments, and we need to be honest about the ways in which almost nothing in this bill could have actually come as good advice. I think my colleague spoke to the anti-science, anti-expert bent of this government, and I think looking at this Financial Measures Act, you see it plain as day. And I'm going to start with the Bridge Commission. We've been talking a lot about the bridge, and guess what? That sits right squarely, half in Dartmouth South and half in Dartmouth North. And so I can say something about the bridge. Do people like to save a little bit of money crossing the bridge? Sure, of course. Have I ever heard a constituent ask for the bridge tolls to be removed prior to that campaign announcement some weeks into the last provincial election? Nope. Not one. They're not clamoring for it to be put back, nor am I suggesting that. But on the theme of solutions to problems that never really presented themselves, I think we could put it in that category. And I want to address something that actually hasn't come up regarding the bridges, and that is this idea that the removal of the tolls has helped with safety in traffic. What some members of this House might not know, although it did come through this House in a bill from Public Works sometime before the election, is that in fact, even if the bridge tolls hadn't been removed, we wouldn't be going through those toll booths anymore. So the plan was already in place to remove all the toll booths and to move to photo tolling. So we were going to have, and you see this in other jurisdictions. So you go through, they take a picture of your license plate, and then they send you a bill at the end of the month. That was already in place. And in fact, not only was it in place finally, but the Bridge Commission had been pushing for this legislative change for years and was getting nowhere with the Department of Public Works. And they would come back again and again, and they would say, we got to get rid of these toll booths. It's not safe. It's not safe to have these commissionaires in the road anymore. It hinders traffic. But Public Works wouldn't move on it. Maybe they were already thinking about removing the tolls. Maybe that was the reason. But anyway, you know when the Crown Corporation, the Halifax Dartmouth Bridge Commission, found out that this government was planning to remove the tolls from the bridge? When a bunch of people in blue parkas showed up with PC signs in front of their office and announced it. True story. If that's how we decide what we're going to do with millions of dollars of revenue, if that's how we decide to add what will end up being billions of dollars to the debt once we build a new bridge, I'll get to that in a minute, well, that's incredibly poor fiscal management, Mr. Speaker. Again, who are the experts on bridges and bridge tolling? Well, we had a Crown Corporation for that. We won't after this passes, but we had one. It was called the Halifax Dartmouth Bridge Commission. They did the big lift, a giant construction project that was watched throughout North America. They replaced the bridge while they kept it open. It was a feat. We published a book about it. And yet, nobody even asked them whether this was a good idea. And I can't speak to the current leadership, but I'll tell you that when I was first elected, the previous head of that Crown Corporation, Steve Snyderman, I met with at length when I was first elected, and he was an expert, if you can believe it, in bridges and tolling in North America. He ran like the North American Bridge and Toll Federation, or whatever it's called. And he was so eloquent in explaining to me how important it was that that bridge be independently run by a Crown and be tolled. Now again, I am not taking a position on the tolling of the bridge, but what I am saying is that it is abundantly clear that this government did not listen to or seek expert advice when they made this decision. Because they certainly would have been told that rather than be folded up into all the provincial budget pressures, particularly given the financial state of our province, that at least the commission, I suspect, would have been just fine continuing to self-finance and knowing that they could conduct the work they needed to when they needed to. Now it's anyone's guess. How many bridges? We keep hearing how many bridges there are. So should we have removed the tolls? Maybe, but I'll tell you another thing, Mr. Speaker. After the decision was made, I met with the Bridge Commission. They're in my constituency. And I said, well, how is this going to work? And they said, we have no idea. We didn't talk about that before the decision was made. But here are some options. And they had options that they were clearly discussing with government, and they weren't criticizing government, but they were telling me where they were because I needed to know for my constituents. And they said, well, we take the tolls off altogether. We put in the photo radar that we now have the permission to do, and maybe we find a way that we charge a toll to out-of-province license plates. I think that's similar to what happens at the Cobequid Pass. Or. There was an A, B, C, D, E. Well, we know how it ended up. Traffic is not better. It's good that those toll booths got removed. They needed to. But it is not accurate to say that the removal of those toll booths is due to the removal of the tolls. That would have happened anyway. And so this is another example. I get all of this is just an analogy. The way this decision was made about the bridges is, I suspect, based on the evidence we have, the way this budget was made. What are 10 or 12 things that sort of make sense and might meet our objectives? Oh, don't ask too many questions. Let's just do it. If it doesn't work out, we'll go back and fix it later. You can't go back and fix tens of millions of dollars of revenue without really making people angry. You can go back and fix what is likely a set of cuts that would have landed this government before the Human Rights Commission. The Facebook posts we saw on the weekend from government members suggesting that these cuts were a result of the human rights remedy, shifting the burden for a court decision onto the most vulnerable people in our province who are least able to deal with it. It was good that some of that, or most of it, appears to have been walked back. But why did it happen in the first place, Mr. Speaker? How can we have faith in a bill, in a budget, in a government that makes a mistake like that? A mistake that costs people their dignity?
Order.
Yes?
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Speaker, I'm just wondering through you if the member would entertain a question. No?
No.
She said no. So that's it.
Okay, yep. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Happy to chat with my colleagues at any point, but at this point I am addressing the reasoned amendment to the budget. And so the question is, what research went into this bill? How was the decision made, and my colleague canvassed this at some length, but how was the decision made to tax electric vehicles? Yes, they do it in other jurisdictions. In Quebec, they also have a rebate at purchase. This is part of our environmental goals and climate reduction act, which this government was so proud of legislating the goals when they brought in, goals we will now not meet. I'm not sure what the penalty for that is. Probably nothing. Electric vehicles help us meet our climate commitments, help us nationally with our industrial strategy, help us with our health outcomes. There are whole cities and even countries now that have predominantly transitioned to electric vehicles. I think Oslo is the most famous. They see real differences in social outcomes. Not everyone can afford an electric vehicle, but the key about this provision in this bill is that the rationale for it is not accurate. And both of my colleagues have spoken to that. Passenger vehicles do very little damage to roads. The studies are there, they've been tabled. It is large commercial vehicles that create exponentially more wear and tear. It's a fact. It's probably politically popular to tax electric vehicles, and this isn't the first government that doesn't like electric vehicles. The Liberal government didn't like electric vehicles either. The McNeil government was hugely, hugely adverse to introducing rebates. It wasn't popular. But eventually we figured out that it was probably the right thing to do. Now we're penalizing people who have made that choice. Just as we're penalizing woodlot owners who choose to use their woodlot to sequester carbon. And this is another real head scratcher because we have the Leahy report that this government says that they accept. We have an acknowledged lack of a market for low-grade wood. We aren't seeing a new pulp mill being built. We know this. There is some relief for forestry and for woodlot owners who are actively foresting their woodlots in this budget. But we're going to penalize those who don't. We have a triad approach, and some of our forests needs to be left for conservation. But we're going to tax you more if you choose to do that, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if that was the advice. Well, you know what? I take it back. That probably was the advice from the department. Now that we have rid the department of people who are actually in charge of protecting the environment and wildlife in the natural world, the restructuring of the Department of Natural Resources. But prior to that, I suggest that that might not have been the advice of the department. And yet, here we are. Let's talk about easements. Again, if we are going to protect the land that we are legally bound to protect, and that we have funding for the federal government on the line for, then we need to be able to encourage people to donate that land. And we are now being told that even easements in perpetuity are conditional if they cause someone undue hardship. In Dartmouth, we have been fighting to preserve Dartmouth Cove. And the part of Dartmouth Cove that people are most concerned about is the easement. The easement that the private company that owns the cove is saddled with and unhappy about because it inhibits them from doing some of what they want to do. And the easement upon which our community relies for active transportation, for getting to and from work, for outdoor enjoyment. And it is entirely within the scope of possibility, Mr. Speaker, that when this passes, if it is not amended, that there would be an argument from that company that this easement causes them undue hardship. They're already suing the municipality for passing a bylaw that doesn't allow them to infill. Of course, it makes perfect sense that they would go to the Supreme Court and say, we can't infill, and now we can't develop our land because this easement is here. And if you're only looking at the commercial interest of a landowner, if that's the scope of consideration, a court might find that they were right. Because in practical terms, that easement prevents them from developing the land. But what do they want to do with the land? They want to create a dump in the middle of downtown Dartmouth. And so what we need to think about as legislators is something bigger than just the commercial interest of a private company. And just as an aside, Build Nova Scotia owns 2 lots adjacent to that property that they could build housing on tomorrow. I would be really happy about it, but no plan so far. But if this property owner wants to make it a dump and they say, I can't do that. I can't make it a dump now because HRM won't let me because of the bylaw. So all I can do is, we're just left with this patch of land. What can we do with this patch of land? Well, we can't do anything if we don't remove this easement. It's undue hardship. There goes Dartmouth Cove. There goes the waterfront path that I would say maybe, you know, up to 1,000 people a day rely on. There's never not traffic on that path. And it's a path that runs from Cove, Center for Ocean Venture and Entrepreneurship, the community college beyond that, and then probably the highest density housing development in my area, owned by Killam, around Parker Street, Maplehurst. Hundreds, at least 1,000 people living there in those high-rise and low-rise buildings. No yards. A lot of people don't have cars. So what do? They walk along the easement for enjoyment, for transportation, to be outside. But maybe it won't be there anymore. And that's an urban example, but I suspect that there are exponentially more rural examples, because everywhere we go around the coast in Nova Scotia, there's an argument about an easement. It's crossing someone's property, it's going to the beach, it's going to the field, and whose easement was it anyway, and does that even still exist, and someone builds a fence there, or someone wants to build a retaining wall there, and the community gets upset. This is a song as old as time. Everyone in a coastal community has seen this play out. So this would provide certainty, maybe, in favor every time of the private landowner and not of the community. It doesn't talk about whether a community faces undue hardship. It talks about whether a property owner does. I would urge this government to send the budget back. I know that every MLA got as many emails as I did over the weekend, and every day before and every day since. And a lot of them are form letters, so they say the same thing. They say, please, pause this budget. Pause these cruel cuts. Come back to us with something you can defend, something you can explain, something that makes sense. Mr. Speaker, this bill doesn't make any sense. The Speaker wanted me to talk about meat inspections. She keeps urging people to talk about meat inspections. So let's touch on meat inspections. 5 meat inspectors have been laid off. I wonder if this was expert scientific advice, or if this was a strange way to reduce the public service. Sandra Mullen from the NSGEU said they are reducing their inspectors by 5. They've told us they're not going to inspect abattoirs and small butcher shops with the frequency they did before. If you have a good inspection record, you won't be inspected as often. So, okay, I guess, except for it's meat, and that seems dangerous. We haven't heard anybody. I mean, again, this is an omnibus bill, so we haven't heard much about it. We haven't heard the finance minister really say much about it at all, other than the government talking points about how great everything is. Why are we cutting back meat inspectors, Mr. Speaker? Why are we reducing our oversight of abattoirs? The only thing I hear about abattoirs when I travel in this province is that we need more of them. People want more ability to get their product to market and to get it processed safely and cleanly and legally. But reduced inspection? We've had those scandals. I'm old enough to remember people getting sick. So I certainly hope that someone will actually get up and speak to this. I think it's strange that we're lowering the standard of inspection. Clause 83 seems to lower the standard of inspection at licensed meat plants. It allows a licensed meat plant owner to authorize a meat plant representative to carry out certain powers and duties as established by this act, including inspection powers. So employees of meat plants, stay with me, can inspect the meat in that plant. The people paid by the plant say whether or not the meat is inspected. That's a conflict of interest. That doesn't make me feel like I'm safe. Buy local. Taste of Nova Scotia. Oh wait, sorry, that got cut. What is it called now? Can't remember. We need to expand our local food production. We need more local food that we have more trust in. Firing meat inspectors does not seem to accomplish that goal, Mr. Speaker. Crown Lands Act. This seems to be directed at protesters, Mr. Speaker, and this government has made pretty clear how they feel about protesters. We were told today that, yesterday in a clarification around the caregivers benefit, and today in the Premier's comments about the changes, the unchanges to the budget. We were told it wasn't because of the loud protesters. No, it was because of the quiet conversations. And I think that's true, I'm sure. The quiet conversations had a lot to do with it. But I bet the loud protesters didn't hurt either. And there are many protesters who have been for some time protesting certain forestry operations. Many of them are Indigenous. In the last session, we saw legislation that was perceived to be targeted at these groups. And here again, we see a power given to conservation officers to impound vehicles. If the obstruction is a vehicle, a conservation officer could withhold its return to the owner unless relevant.
Order. I recognize the honourable member for, sorry guys, Inverness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the member entertain a question, please?
I recognize the honourable. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure what this government is playing at right now. There are lots of times to have conversations and to have questions. We would welcome engagement on any of this in a meaningful and constructive way. But at the moment, my job is to suggest to the House why this needs to go back, not to answer questions from the government. But at any rate, why are we giving the powers of policing to conservation officers? That's the question that this provision poses, Mr. Speaker. And it doesn't answer it. It doesn't. We have contracts with the RCMP. We have municipal police forces. I mean, all of that's a whole nother conversation that I'm sure we'll have with the Minister of Justice over the coming weeks and months and maybe even years, depending on how long we're all lucky enough to occupy these seats. It's certainly a conversation I've been having with many ministers of justice for many, many years. But the conversation I've never had is about why we need to give conservation officers policing powers. Why, Mr. Speaker? Why should conservation officers be allowed to impound a vehicle? If it's so important, call the RCMP. There's a law being broken. Deal with it. That's the system. We don't have crown corporations anymore. We don't have boards. We pick university presidents. We pick NSCC presidents. And now this government does its own policing. Real weird, Mr. Speaker. We don't direct the police, Mr. Speaker. That is a fundamental principle of policing. It is incredibly important, and I will say that this government has skirted the line on that principle in the last few months. They have made statements in the media, in particular in relation to cannabis, about things that they have represented law enforcement to have said that they have come out and said that they didn't, about ways that law enforcement should or should not do things. That is inappropriate, Mr. Speaker, and it seems that the reaction to that has been for this government to create their own police force that they can, in fact, direct.
It's kind of scary.
That is incredibly problematic, particularly without anybody willing to stand up and say why. A hot topic of conversation this session has been ministerial responsibility, Mr. Speaker, or the absence thereof. It is very rare to hear a cabinet minister in this government give a fulsome explanation of a bill or a budget or a provision or a decision or a timeline. But I certainly hope we hear something about this, Mr. Speaker, because nestled in to the middle of an omnibus bill called the Financial Measures Act, which we're going to keep debating in the middle of the night so that media can't properly cover it and nobody really knows what's going on, this government is making their own police force. Great idea. So, you know, I've tried to canvass what I think are some of the reasons that we should give this budget back. And I want to say, like, this is an invitation. This is an invitation. This is a bad budget. It's a bad bill. It's riddled with problems. Or, put another way, it's riddled with solutions to problems that no one identified. Nobody's happy with it, Mr. Speaker. I will say one silver lining is the number of people who have in fact spoken against it. People with whom many of us have been speaking for years and have plainly said to us that they feared speaking up because they worried their funding would be risked. Arts organizations, disability organizations, nonprofits, environmental organizations. They're not worried anymore because they see how capricious this government is. They know it could happen at any time, and it doesn't really matter what they do or how important they are or what the expert advice that this government receives is. It all comes down to politics. What do the polls say? I would suggest that they probably say that this government is in trouble because they're not listening to Nova Scotians. This is not what Nova Scotians are asking for. They're asking for affordability. And there are some promises of that. So back to the bridge tolls. If this is the right idea, if this is something we need to save us money, okay, get up and defend it. Talk about it. Tell us how the decision was made. Tell us how much money we're saving. Tell us how we're going to pay for that. Tell us how the brand new bridge that we need in the next decade, probably $1 billion, how's that going to get paid for? What's the deficit going to look like then? What's the debt going to look like then? Talk to us about it. Tell us. The tax cuts that we hear about, if you're not making a lot of money, those tax cuts, they help. Every little bit helps. They're not super meaningful. A consumption tax, you might save 50 or $100 a year. It's not nothing. Maybe a few $100 makes a difference if you need it. Is that the best way to help people save money? We cut the affordability tax credit. I don't know. Nobody's really explaining that. Traffic, Mr. Speaker. The bridge tolls, that again was, there was some blanket idea that that was going to address traffic, but that would have been addressed. Those toll booths were going away anyway. You know what's going to make traffic a lot worse? Taking away the student bus passes in HRM. It's an HRM issue. We don't have tons of HRM MLAs on the government side. We have a bunch, but not the majority. I understand that. That might not be a priority, but it's $600,000, Mr. Speaker. It's a pretty small amount of money. And it gives kids freedom, and it gives them the ability to get around, and it keeps their parents' cars off the road. We need people to be able to take transit, and not just in HRM, but across the province. And I'm told, although we still have not been provided with the list of the uncuts, I'm told rural transit, a lot of that is going to be put back. That's great. I hope so. It's really important that people can get around. It's necessary. But why aren't we thinking more about that? And why aren't we thinking about infrastructure in a broader way, Mr. Speaker? I was talking to a singer earlier today who was at the protest, very successful. And he said to me, I was looking through that bill and I saw that there's a few $1 million in there for, I think it was, I don't know, Class J roads maybe, like, fixing up the roads, the gravel roads. And he said, doesn't this government understand that the small amount of money in grants to artists is like those roads that help forestry trucks get their product to market? That's what helps, that's the infrastructure that helps artists get their product to market. Braden Lamb, great young singer-songwriter, just got signed to Universal, huge deal. Ran into him, he's so excited. He said, never would have happened if I didn't have the support from CCTH. Never, if I couldn't have gotten that grant. And a lot of artists won't get those grants. He's going to bring tax revenue into this province. He's going to have shows. He's going to generate revenue. I mean, Dartmouth is a hotbed. We've got Joel Plaskett. We've got Mo Kenny. We've got We've got a ton of Olympians. We haven't even talked for support for sport or any of those things. Like, all of that is revenue, and those cuts, Mr. Speaker, are incredibly short-sighted. Incredibly short-sighted. The return on investment on many of the things that have been cut is incredibly high. But more than that, like, it's who we are. It's what we're proud of. And so before I end, I do want to take a minute to talk about the things that I think, we'll find out tomorrow, I guess, were reversed. The conversations that I have had in the last 24 hours have been among the most upsetting in my career. Caregivers talking about how they were praying that this government would not cut their benefit and force them to put their young disabled son into an institution. Autistic adults who had finally found a job and a place that they belong, fired, hopefully rehired, but already fired, and having to assimilate that information and understand what that meant for their dignity and their life and their livelihood. This is a government that, you know, in the words of the disability community, and I have that here, this government punches down. The budget punches down. This is how it was characterized, not by us. Not by us. It's a quote. This budget punches down. It has to feel bad to have your budget characterized that way, Mr. Speaker. It has to feel bad, and I'm sure it does feel bad because it seems like very few people actually had say in how this budget was concocted. And so while some of those cuts were reversed today, and I am so pleased for the people who don't have to worry the way that they have worried, many of them haven't been. This budget is flawed. It doesn't meet the moment. It doesn't meet the need. I suggest that it reduces our ability to raise revenue in the short term, because cutting museums, cutting language programs, cutting arts and cultures, cutting organizational grants, cutting theater grants, that's going to be a cut in tourism revenue. Plain and simple. That's what this budget does. And so I would ask again that this government please take advantage of this reasoned amendment. Take the budget back. Talk to your departments. Listen to what they have to say. Make some hard decisions. This budget requires hard decisions, there's no question. But make hard decisions that don't punch down. Have some financial accountability. Stop spending billions of dollars outside of budget. Stop sole source contracting. Listen to the Auditor General, the only independent officer of the legislature that still exists. Take this budget back. Please do a better job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester, Musqueam Valley.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've listened intently to several members of the opposition talk about this motion. I'm going to speak against the motion. I think the budget should carry through. I think that the work has been done by Cabinet, the work that's been done by the Premier, the work that's been done by bureaucrats across government is in best interest of Nova Scotians. These are tough times. We are facing an intense fiscal challenge. But it's not the first time we face an intense fiscal challenge like this. I think back to 2008. I was elected shortly after 2008 and 2009, about the same time as the last NDP government was elected. Now, we faced a huge economic crisis that was started in the United States, very similar to what we're facing now. This was a mortgage housing crisis, an economic collapse. We saw big mortgage houses actually go out of business. Government had to come in and bail them out. They had to bail out big car companies like Chrysler, Ford, and other ones. Times were really tough. And in tough times, governments have to make tough decisions. But the tough decisions made by the previous NDP government were to cut core services. And I remember slashing health care, slashing education. I'd been a principal before I was elected to Parliament. And I know my school system, at that time it was a school board, now it's a regional center, they argued it was a 33% cut when you counted in cost pressures that they were facing in terms of rising inflation. Imagine cutting 33% out of our regional centers for education. That was a choice that the NDP made. But that wasn't the only choice. They cut core services. But they also raised taxes. One of the first things they did, after saying they wouldn't do it, was to raise the HST by 2%. The federal government had very recently lowered it. So what they did effectively was stole the tax cut from the average everyday citizen that all the other citizens across Canada continue to enjoy, putting us at a competitive disadvantage economically. Our sales tax was higher than anywhere else in the country. Imagine the pressure that put on the average everyday citizen, but also imagine the pressure that put on our small business, which is the economic driver of Nova Scotia's economy. Higher taxes lead to economic shrinkage, and that's what happened in Nova Scotia. And that was because of the choices of the NDP at the time. They loved taxes. We heard their sycophants out there campaigning this week. Raise our taxes, raise our taxes. Well, we know who they're cheering for. I haven't had one email or one phone call or one text message from anyone in Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley asking me to raise their taxes. Maybe they are, but I don't think anyone in the rural Nova Scotia is. I can tell you that for sure. Because tough times affect all of us. And in tough times, you have to make tough decisions. And that's exactly what we're doing. The easy path is to simply raise taxes. Raise taxes, increase the revenue, and you can fund everything you always did. But that's not the prudent way. And especially right now, when the top issue in Nova Scotia amongst everyone I've talked to, and the polling backs it up, is affordability. Who wants to raise taxes when affordability is the biggest crisis people are facing? The single-parent mom with 3 children, trying to make ends meet, trying to pay for their heat, trying to pay for groceries. Can you imagine what raising taxes will do to that family? Or I guess the NDP could choose to cut the lunch program. I mean, other parties have talked about doing it. We did it. Almost 10 million lunches served already for elementary students, junior high students, and it's soon going to be throughout the high schools as well. What an incredible investment in young families across this province. I know from my experience and background, you can't learn on an empty stomach. We've seen it time and time again, and schools across Nova Scotia for years have found ways to feed hungry children. But it's a lot of work. It takes a lot of volunteers. It takes a lot of donations. It takes time away from teachers who were always trying to educate their students, but now they're having to worry about feeding them first. That lunch program and the Breakfast for Learning program has eliminated that challenge so teachers can focus on what they should be focusing on, which is educating the students, not feeding them. So having that program in place, it's expensive, but it's an investment in the future, and I'd hate to see the cuts the NDP would make, because we saw it before. Given the choice, they cut core services. They cut education. They cut healthcare. They raise taxes. We make the tougher choice. We look inside government spending itself and try to find efficiencies where we can find them. And you know what? That's the hardest way. That's the tough way. And we don't always get it right. But one thing I think this Premier has shown, and this government has shown is when we take a step too far, we'll step back. We'll listen to people. If we get off track on a decision and Nova Scotians think we're going the wrong direction, we will change track. And I'm very proud of what the Premier did today. I think all Nova Scotians should be proud of that. So I look forward to continuing this debate. I support this budget, I support this Premier, and I support this government. We're going to work with Nova Scotians each and every day. But this is a challenge that's facing all provinces across the country. It's not a problem that was started in Nova Scotia. It's not a problem that was started in any other province, but it's one we're all facing together. And when you look at the challenges of budgeting that all the provinces who have brought forward their budgets so far, we're all in this together. BC, and that's an NDP government, a $13 billion deficit for a province with just about 5.8 million people. Think about that. That would be like us bringing in a $2.3 billion deficit. $2.3 billion per capita. That would be the equivalent. Think what that could do to the credit rating Nova Scotia has. Our debt servicing costs would skyrocket if we brought that in because the credit rating agencies would push us way down. It's not a responsible choice. It's not a choice for Nova Scotia. It's not a choice for the future. We can't bring deficits that big. And BC is going to be in trouble for doing it, but they have to make their own choices. On top of that deficit, they're also significantly raising taxes in British Columbia right now. That is a challenge they're facing. New Brunswick, just under 1 million people. Their budget deficit is about $1 billion. Again, a higher per capita deficit than we're bringing here in Nova Scotia. And what's the real challenge, and the Minister of Health will know this well, is right now in Nova Scotia, because the work and the investment's been done by the Department of Health, by that minister and by this government, our attachment rate to a family practitioner or a nurse practitioner is at 93%. New Brunswick hasn't made the same investments, and right now in New Brunswick it's only 73%. So they're facing $1 billion deficit and they only have an attachment rate of 73%. They're facing trouble.
Order. Order. I ask that the honourable member speak about the amendment. Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Attorney General and Minister of Justice.
And I'll quickly just finish up on and I'll relate this back to the motion. What we're talking about tonight is, should this budget carry through? I think it should, because the challenge that we face is the challenge they're facing other provinces. And all provinces have to make tough decisions, and this budget does contain tough decisions, which is why I think it should go forward. And the last province I'll mention is Alberta. Alberta has a $9 billion deficit. Again, a deficit higher per capita in Nova Scotia. Can you imagine, of all the economic power, all the resource industries they have, the challenge they're facing per capita